Chapter 480. From the moment he confirmed that the bloodline of the human race could indeed restrain the physical body of the witch race, the human race was hopeless. Dijun would definitely kill the human race at all costs. Now, the only thing that worried Dijun was how to deal with Feng Zichen. If they really forced him into a corner, even if the demon race could withstand his revenge, they would have to pay a huge price. In the cultivation civilization, when an individual's strength reached a certain level, it was not a joke for one person to threaten an entire race. It was real. Obviously. The current Feng Zichen had such strength. This is indeed a problem. If the human race is not destroyed, Feng Zichen will have scruples and will not dare to completely fall out with the demon race. But if the human race is destroyed, he will have no scruples. The demon race will have to be on guard against his revenge day and night. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen does not die, the human race will not be able to move. Kun Peng also said with a sigh. In this world there was only a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Sigh. Thinking of this, everyone sighed together. With the strength of the demon race, it was not difficult to defeat Feng Zichen. However, it was difficult or even impossible to kill him. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, it was really too difficult to kill him. Facing the encirclement of experts of the same level, if he could not defeat them, he could totally run. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, unless a saint personally made a move, no one could stop him. There's no rush. Dijun exclaimed softly and suddenly smiled as he said to everyone. Your Majesty, what's the good news? Seeing Dijun's expression, everyone asked curiously. This good news came out of nowhere. I have a feeling that the day of Tai's breakthrough is approaching. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years, he will definitely be able to step into the realm of primordial Daluo Jingxian. By then, a mere Feng Zichen will be nothing. Dijun said excitedly as he looked at the sun in the distance. After waiting for so many years, Tai was finally about to attain the Tao. Dijun did not hide anything from Kunping and the others, nor did he need to. Tai was about to attain the Tao. Heaven and earth would definitely sense it and send down all sorts of strange phenomena. At that time, even if Dijun didn't say anything, everyone would know. Moreover, Tai's attainment of the Tao was a good thing to suppress the demon race's morale. Why would he hide it? Over the years, the wizard tribe had caused a series of major events in the untainted land. They had the primordial treasure, the primordial geomancy map, and the later two reincarnation. However, the demons did not do anything. Their morale was inevitably low. Now that Tai had achieved his Tao, it was only right to strengthen the demons' morale. Taoist brother Tai is about to attain the Tao? That is truly a joyous occasion for the demon race. When everyone heard this, some were shocked, some were envious, some were excited, and some were jealous. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts at the same time, and they were momentarily absent-minded. Attaining the Tao, how much people yearned for it. Only when one reached this realm could one truly be able to survive even if heaven and earth were destroyed. No one doubted Dijun's words. As brothers of the same origin, Dijun naturally sensed that Tai was about to break through. Speaking of which, after Tai broke through, Dijun would obtain huge benefits. He was about to break through as well. This was the benefit of being brothers. The two of them came from the same origin. One had attained the Tao, while the other's realm would also increase under the guidance of his aura. With Dijun's current realm, if his realm increased, wouldn't he be about to attain the Tao? Everyone, I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Together with me, keep an eye on Feng Zichen. Don't let him escape. Retracting his gaze, Dijun said leisurely. After Tai attained the Tao, Feng Zichen would no longer be a threat. The human race would also become fish on the chopping board at the mercy of the demons. Yes, Your Majesty. Ha! What's going on? Why do I have a creepy feeling? The moment Dijun finished speaking in the human Tao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but shiver, and a great fear arose in his heart. It was as if the crisis of death was coming. Without thinking too much, Feng Zichen hurriedly used the Khanate 8 trigrams to deduce the origin of the crisis. However, even after using all the deduction techniques that he was proficient in, he still could not deduce where the crisis came from. It was as if what he felt earlier was an illusion. There was no crisis. This time we're in big trouble. His heart sank. Feng Zichen understood that this calamity would not be easy to pass. Those that could be deduced were not big trouble. On the contrary, those that could not be deduced were the real big trouble. There was a fatal crisis. Because this meant that there was an existence that surpassed Feng Zichen in the Tao of deduction who was scheming against him. Or there was an existence whose realm far surpassed Feng Zichen who wanted to deal with him. No matter which of these two situations it was, Feng Zichen could not deal with it. Yes, I'll go find Empress Nuwa. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to leave the human Dao imperial court and go to Jinxiu heaven to ask Empress Nuwa where this calamity came from. He could not deduce it, but Empress Nuwa's realm was profound and powerful. She would definitely be able to see through it. It was absolutely right to find her. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had a good idea, but he had not yet left the human Dao imperial court. As soon as he moved, he felt several gazes in the void looking at him from afar. Dijun Kuan Peng Shihi, stopping. Feng Zichen's face darkened slightly. He silently retreated to his original spot and fell into silence. At this point, how could he not understand that this calamity came from the demons? Otherwise, why would the demons make such a big move and send out almost all their top experts just to keep an eye on him and not let him leave the demons' sight? Strange. Why do the demons give me a feeling that I'm going to die? Feng Zichen was very puzzled now. If the demons could defeat him, he would of course believe it because he really could not defeat them. But if the demons could kill him, Feng Zichen did not believe it at all. If he wanted to escape, then the demons would definitely not be able to keep him. Then there was a problem. Where did that premonition of death come from? Feng Zichen's doubts did not last long. Soon he knew the answer. Because a great throbbing suddenly came from the primordial world. The Khanate Dao hung down one after another, and the laws of heaven and earth also appeared and gathered towards the sun star. At this moment all the powerful figures in the primordial world knew. The Eastern Emperor Tai was about to achieve the Dao. Before Tai had really taken that step, heaven and earth had already reacted first. The Khanate Dao and the laws of heaven and earth spontaneously appeared and moved closer to the sun star to welcome the great existence that was about to be born. The first primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in the world. So, this is where the demon's confidence to kill me lies? Seeing this, Feng Zichen already understood everything. Sage-to-be experts could not kill him, nor could half-primordial experts. However, as the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the Eastern Emperor Tai could kill him. Although, at his level he had already transcended life and death. The so-called death was just a deep sleep. However, with the ability of the demon race, they could extend his slumber for a long time. So, now, I can only hope that the backup plan I left behind can play its role. At this point, Feng Zichen had no other choice. He could not escape, so he could only fight to the death with the demons. Is Tai about to achieve the Dao? One by one, the powerful figures walked out of seclusion and looked up at the sun star, their hearts filled with excitement. Tai was about to achieve the Dao and step into the legendary primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. This was definitely a far-reaching and extremely meaningful matter. Because this not only confirmed that the legendary primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm really existed. In the past, everyone knew that there was such a realm that had the power of a saint. It could be broken through without the purple qi of Hongmeng. However, no one could say for sure whether this realm was real or fake. After all, no one had cultivated to this realm. But now, the Eastern Emperor Tai was about to step into the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. This gave everyone hope for a breakthrough. In this world, the beginning was often the most difficult. But as long as someone took the lead, the rest would be much easier. When the first primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian appeared, the second, third, and fourth were not far away. Therefore, Tai's breakthrough not only involved the hearts of the demons, but also the hearts of all the powerful figures in the primordial world. They were all waiting for the Eastern Emperor Tai to break through so that they could confirm the path ahead. It could be said that even when the six saints achieved the Dao, there were not so many powerful figures paying attention. After all, the powerful figures did not have the purple qi of Hongmeng, so they could not gain any experience from the six saints' breakthrough. But the Eastern Emperor Tai was different. This was not only his path, but also the path of all the powerful figures. 100 years passed in a hurry. The Khanate Dao that gathered towards the sun star increased and became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into a substance. At this time, it was not an exaggeration to say that the sun star was the #1 holy land in the primordial world. Boom. A ray of light. The eternal light. It rose slowly from the sun star and illuminated the entire primordial world. Tai had achieved the Dao. The entire primordial world was shaking. The great Dao rumbled incessantly, and the laws trembled incessantly. Golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses surged out of the ground. In the sky, the aura of the heavenly Dao was faintly discernible. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one after another. The birth of a saint was nothing more than this. No matter what Tai was the first primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world. It was not an exaggeration to receive this honor. The next primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian did not receive this treatment. Dong 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 dong. The Eastern Emperor bell vibrated on its own, emitting 108 loud sounds that spread throughout the primordial world, as if singing the greatness of its master. After the bell rang, an inexplicable Tao sound rang out in the world. It was as if it was celebrating, but also as if it was welcoming the birth of a great existence. And the Eastern Emperor Tai, accompanied by this array of Tao sound, his figure slowly appeared. It was a sun. Its entire body was dazzling golden, and it was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Chapter 481. Screech. With a cry that shook the primordial world, the sun changed. Tao and truth intertwined on his body, and countless connate Tao patterns appeared on his body. An ancient Tao rhythm spread out, and all concepts were distorted. At this moment he had achieved Tao. Whoosh. Dazzling golden light bloomed from the inside of the sun, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. A bird's head gradually raised, looking proudly at the primordial world. Then a huge pair of wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, releasing the mystery of yin and yang. Finally, 3 huge claws stretched out, like pillars supporting the sky, symbolizing the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. This was a huge golden crow as great as the Tao of heaven and earth, existing with the world. The golden crow was the sun and also Tao. 1 head, 2 wings, 3 feet, symbolizing that Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Dong Huang Tai had comprehended his original self and cultivated the primordial Daluo Jingxian. I am Tai. Today I have comprehended my original self and attained Tao, the primordial Daluo Jingxian. I hereby announce to the primordial world. As his voice fell, Tai transformed back into the connate Tao body. The connate Tao slowly retreated, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared. The primordial world returned to peace. However, the impact of Tai's attainment of Tao did not disappear. The powerful beings withdrew their gazes from Tai and turned to look at the 6 saints. Now that Tai had attained Tao, the primordial Daluo Jingxian had the power of a saint. Although it was not the end of the era of the saints, there were already signs of it. They did not know if the saints could still sit still. Unfortunately, after watching for a while, the saints did not react. The various holy lands were calm, as if everything that had happened in the primordial world could not disturb their Tao hearts. The powerful beings were disappointed that they did not see Dong Huang fight the saints. However, soon they became excited again and hurriedly looked at the witch race. The witch race was their mortal enemy. Now that Dong Huang had attained Tao, the witch race should be the most anxious. However, they were disappointed again. The witch race did not have any reaction. The witch race did not even show his face. They completely treated the matter of Dong Huang's attainment of Tao as if it did not exist. Strange, it was really strange. It was fine that the saints did not move, but why did the witch race not react? The powerful beings were very confused. Of course, the Grand Sorcerer was anxious. However, at that moment, the gestation of the 13 Grand Sorcerers of the Sorcerer tribe had reached a critical moment. They could not do without humans. Therefore, unless the demon clan was willing to go to war with the Sorcerer tribe at all costs, the Grand Sorcerer tribe would definitely not appear. No matter how big the world was, it was not as big as nurturing the 13 ancestors of sorcery. In the imperial court of human Tao, Feng Zichen discovered that as Tai attained the Tao, Di Jun and the others who had been watching over him withdrew their gazes one by one. Chance. With a thought, Feng Zichen summoned the perfected golden immortals from the 5 Khanate tribes. He was now the focus of the demon race's attention, and there was no possibility of him escaping. However, the human race was not. This was an opportunity. Fellow Taoists, now that Tai has achieved the Tao, the human race is doomed. There's no need for you to stay here and die with the human race. Feng Zichen said in a deep voice as he looked at the incoming Daluo Jingxian. At this moment, it was indeed meaningless for them to stay in the human race. It was better for them to leave as soon as possible to save their lives. Taoist priest, you must be joking. The human race is in a life and death situation. As allies, how can we abandon the human race at this time? Of course, we also know that even if we stay, we won't be of much use. However, if we risk our lives, we can drag a few demon gods to die with us. We can weaken the demon race's strength and vent our anger for the human race. The 5 of them looked at each other, and the Water Dragon Lord stepped forward and said, from the moment they decided to come to the human race, they were already prepared to die. After all, they were facing the demon race, a demon race that was even stronger than the three races when they were at their peak. Everyone is so righteous. Looking at the empty space, Feng Zichen did not speak for a long time. He did not expect that the five of them would be willing to die for the human race. Although Daluo Jingxian was immortal, his tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation had all turned into flowing water. He needed to cultivate again. The price was not small. Fellow Taoist, you have made up your mind. I won't persuade you anymore. However, please let the elites of the five races leave. They are still young. They shouldn't die here. After a while, Feng Zichen said again. That's true. We will let them return to their races later. The five of them thought about it and agreed. After that, there was a moment of silence. Taoist priest, what else do you need to say? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not speak, the Water Dragon Lord took the initiative to ask. Everyone, I have a request, but I don't know how to say it. After a pause, Feng Zichen said. Taoist priest, just say it. If we can do it, we will do it. The five of them replied in unison. I would like to ask the elites of your races to take away a portion of the human race when you retreat and leave some fire for our race. This was the idea that Feng Zichen had just thought of. No matter how strong the demons were, they could not provoke the five Khanate races at the same time. Otherwise, the five sacred beasts would fight to the death and completely destroy the primordial world. No one would end well. Therefore, sending a portion of the human race to the five Khanate races could most likely protect their safety. Of course, there could not be too many of them, nor could they be too strong. Otherwise, the large-scale disappearance of the human race would definitely attract the attention of the demons. This matter is feasible. The five of them agreed without any hesitation. As allies, this was what they should do. As for the danger, they did not believe that the demons would rush over to attack the five Khanate races when the five Khanate sacred beasts appeared. The five elements sacred beasts were guarding the four poles. It was both a restraint and a threat. If they recklessly destroyed the four poles, the primordial world might be destroyed. Therefore, the mighty figures of the primordial world dared to threaten the five races, but no one dared to destroy them. Next, Feng Zichen secretly selected a group of humans and let the elites of the five races take them away. Yes. They were escorted away by the five Daluo Jingxian. This way no one in the demon army dared to stop them. After that, Feng Zichen began to shrink the human race's forces and let the major tribes and clansmen enter the human Dao Imperial Court. After all, the human Dao Imperial Court was the supreme treasure of the human race. With the combined strength of the human race, Feng Zichen's plan, and the power of the Chaos Bead, it might be possible to fight for a chance of survival for the human race. However, this time, Feng Zichen's order, it did not have the effect that it should have. More than 80% of the human race did not follow Feng Zichen's order to rush to the human Dao Imperial Court. Instead, they fled to the primordial world. Even if Swerin came out to persuade them to stay, it was useless. Ever since the immortal Dragon City was broken and the demons attacked the human territory, the humans and demons had been at a disadvantage in the battle. This caused some humans to be scared out of their wits by the demons. Now, Feng Zichen gathered all the strength of the human race in the human Dao Imperial Court. It was obvious that he wanted to fight the demons to the death. How could the terrified humans be willing to go? Naturally, they fled in panic. The human emperor has gone mad. He wants to fight the demons to the death. Isn't this hitting a rock with an egg? We're not leaving to run away. We're leaving a useful body for the future. The demons destroyed the human race because the human emperor angered the celestial emperor. Why should we bear the responsibility? These were the words that some people shouted as they fled. The weak would never understand the greatness of the strong. They thought that they could escape the demons' pursuit and survive if they left the human Dao Imperial Court. Little did they know that if they stayed, they still had a chance of survival. If they left, only death awaited them. Who is it? Who is scheming against the human race? In the human Dao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen felt a flame of fury burn in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to burn the person behind the scenes to ashes. It was normal for people to flee. Feng Zichen had expected this. Wasn't this the weakness of postnatal life forms? However, more than 80% of the human race had fled. If Feng Zichen still couldn't figure out the problem, he would really be a fool. Someone was definitely playing tricks in the dark. Someone was using divine arts to bewitch the humans and wear down their fighting spirit. This was why the humans fled on a large scale. Otherwise, why would so many humans flee? First, they had to send out the demons. If they had this ability, they would have used it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until today. Chapter 482. According to the principle that whoever benefited the most was the most suspicious, the mastermind should be one of the saints. After all, after the great Magi-Demon War ended, the two races declined one after another, and the saints became the true rulers of the primordial world. In particular, during the great Magi-Demon War, a few saints played an extremely dishonorable role and secretly pushed for the outbreak of the war. Therefore, it was very likely that the saints schemed against the human race to increase the strength of the demon race. Tai had achieved the Tao. On the surface, the demon clan was stronger than the wizard clan. But in reality, that was not the case at all. From the beginning to the end, the demon race was never stronger than the Magi race. The Tao of the Tai was just a helpless act by the heavenly Tao to maintain the balance between the Magi and the demon race. The difference in strength between the Magi and the demon race was too great. If the heavenly Tao did not let the Tai achieve the Tao, the demon race would definitely not be able to stop the Magi race. Defeat would be a matter of time. One had to know that the current Magi race was completely different from before. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The Magi who cultivated the Tao of God fiends had made up for their flaws, developed their bloodline, and could even activate Dharma treasures. This caused the strength of the Magi race to at least double. That's twice the amount. Before the strength of the Magi race doubled, the demon race used all their strength and barely fought to a draw with the Magi race. Now that the strength of the Magi race had doubled, how could the demon race be a match for the Magi race? Moreover, the Magi race had a saint. That was Hutu. Hutu could leave the netherworld. However, after leaving the nether realm, he lost his almost invincible strength in the untainted land. He was just an ordinary saint. But an ordinary saint was still a saint. Could Hutu watch the decisive battle between the Magi and the demon race? She would definitely make a move. Yes. Thanks to Feng Zichen, other than the saint, the Magi race also had a Khanate cardinal treasure. The Khanate cardinal treasure of the primordial world. How could the demon clan fight against such a powerful sorcerer tribe? Therefore, the demon race had to have the combat strength of a saint to contend against the Magi race. Otherwise, the situation in the primordial world would evolve from two powers fighting for hegemony to one race being dominant. This was something that the heavenly Tao did not allow. It was the justice of all living beings in the primordial world that the Magi and demons had declined and left the stage of the primordial world. It was also the will of the heavens that could not be defied. The heavenly Tao was based on this criterion. That was why it secretly increased the strength of the demon race and allowed the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian to be born so that it would have the capital to contend against the Magi. It was under such circumstances that Tai was able to successfully attain his Tao. Otherwise, how could it be so simple to transcend the world? This was clearly the heavenly Tao going easy on him. Even so, the demon clan was still not as powerful as the sorcerer clan. However, the heavenly Tao would not increase the strength of the demons. Instead, it would think of a way to suppress the Magi. The heavenly Tao understood that going too far was as bad as falling short. If he raised the strength of the demon race too much, it would cause them to be unable to do anything in the future. That would be a joke. Among the 6 sages, the first to be eliminated is Her Highness Nuwa. Furthermore, with Grandmaster Tongtian's personality, he would not do such a thing. The heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' personality is incomparably arrogant. He probably wouldn't stoop so low as to use such underhanded methods. As for the Grand Pure One, he seems to be doing nothing, but he is actually doing everything. However, he became a saint in the human race. With this incense, he will not attack the human race. Then there are only the 2 sages of the Western sect. The 2 of them are good at playing with souls. They are also shameless enough to do such a thing. After analyzing it, Feng Zichen felt that the chances of the 2 sages of the Western sect doing this were very high. Firstly, the 2 of them were from the Western sect. The more chaotic the East was, the more beneficial it would be for them. The Magi and demons dominated the sky and earth. How could they have the chance to preach? Only when the 2 races fell would they have a chance. Secondly, in terms of the Tao of the heart, Feng Zichen had obtained extraordinary achievements because of the divine Tao of incense. There were not many people in the primordial world who could defeat him. And Xuanti was one of them. This time, panic spread among the humans. Before the incident, Feng Zichen did not notice it at all. This meant that the person who did it had higher achievements in the Tao of the heart than him. Then, the one who met the 2 conditions at the same time was Xuanti. It seems that the Western sect is still too quiet. I have to find some fun for you. Thinking of the humans who had escaped, Feng Zichen was really angry. He was determined to give the 2 sages of the Western sect retribution. With a thought, Feng Zichen's spiritual will had already reached the interior of the chaos bead. There was a quaint pond there, filled with a liquid that emitted a 7-colored light. It was the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires that Feng Zichen had collected over the years. Because there was too much of it, it gradually gathered into liquid. At the bottom of the pool, there was a mirror that shone with Khanate Dao light and was filled with the aura of the mortal world. It was the supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the mortal mirror. Doesn't the Western sect focus on cultivating the heart? Then I'll help you. After calming himself down, Feng Zichen pulled out his hatred for the 2 sages of the Western sect and injected it into the 7 emotions and 6 desires in front of him. What? When Feng Zichen's hatred entered the pool, the water in the pool seemed to be boiling and kept bubbling. Then, a lotus flower grew from the bottom of the pool, slowly growing into a bud that was filled with vitality. Good. From now on, you are the Western sect's tribulation. Looking at the bud, Feng Zichen said indifferently. This was a demon born from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so it was also known as the inner demon. Whether it was the current Western sect or the Buddhist sects of the future, they all focused on cultivating the heart. The inner demon targeted the heart and could be said to be the natural enemy of Buddhism. This was the retribution that Feng Zichen had given to Zhuanti. Do you want to prosper? Get past the inner demon first. You asked for it. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen sent the inner demon pool out of the chaos bead and let it drift in the void. The appearance of the inner demon was a necessary part of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not need to worry about the safety of the inner demon pool. The heavenly Tao would arrange everything. After doing all this, Feng Zichen left the chaos bead. How could a mere inner demon extinguish Feng Zichen's anger when the Western sect treated the human race like this? He had to think of a way to cut off the roots of the Western sect. At the very least, the Western sect could forget about preaching in the human race in the future. The human race was the protagonist of the world in the future. The Western sect could not preach in the human race. It did not seem like a big deal now, but in the future it would be a big problem. Pass down the order. From now on, all mortals are not allowed to join the Western sect. After passing down the order, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent it into the destiny of the human race, so that it would be passed down from generation to generation. It would not be forgotten by the human race because of his absence. Without the human race, the Western sect is still so prosperous. Chapter 483. Have you discovered it? But so what? The moment Feng Zichen gave the order, Taoist Zhuanti immediately sensed it on Mount Meru in the distant western land. Regarding this, he only chuckled. So what if he discovered it? Could he still come to the west to cause trouble? Did he not allow the human race to join the Western sect? What a joke. Did he really think that the human race was a treasure? The human race was just a mere postnatal spirit. In the primordial world, other than Yuhua and Feng Zichen, who would take them seriously? Not worship the Western sect? Bah. If he didn't, then so be it. He really thought that the Western sect was rare. No matter how bad the Western sect was, it was still the inheritance of a saint. Not any trash could enter. The human race really couldn't. In the primordial world's chain of contempt, the one standing at the top was undoubtedly the Khanate godfiends. And the one at the bottom was none other than the human race. At this moment, who would have thought that it was the last glory of the Khanate era? After the great Magi-Demon War, the once glorious Khanate era came to an end, and the primordial world entered the postnatal era. As the first postnatal race, the human race rose with the general trend and became the main character of the world. It was extremely glorious and resplendent. If Taoist Zhuanti knew this, he would definitely not be indifferent to Feng Zichen's order. Unfortunately, he didn't know. The other saints didn't know either. In the primordial world, other than Feng Zichen who came from the future, no one knew. So, no one would have thought that the human race, which was said to have the lowest status in the primordial world, would actually do something that the magi and demons could not do in the future and become the main character of the world. Fate was really unpredictable. Yes. What's going on? Are the demons finally going to attack the Z-Way star? As soon as he left the chaos bead, before Feng Zichen could do anything, a scene that made his hair stand on end appeared in his mind. It was the scene of him being killed by Tai. What was killed was not this human body, but his foundation, the Khanate true spirit hidden in the Z-Way star. On a whim. This was a scene from the future. Without a doubt, Donghuang Tai, who had cultivated the primordial Daluo Jingxian, was going to make a move on the North Star to make up for the flaws in the heavenly cycle star formation. Fortunately, the monster race's current main goal was to deal with Feng Zichen, not to attack North Star. Feng Zichen still had time to prepare. How troublesome. This time, Feng Zichen really felt that it was troublesome. As long as his innate true spirit was not destroyed, even if he was killed by Dong Huang Tai, it would not affect him much. He could be revived any time. But if the innate true spirit was killed by Tai, it would really fall into a deep slumber. This time, all of Feng Zichen's plans were disrupted. The Emperor Star was his greatest reliance. The reason why he dared to wander around in the untainted land was that his innate true spirit was hidden in the Ziwei Star. No one could really kill him. Since he wouldn't die, of course he dared to act recklessly. But now his innate true spirit was under threat. Feng Zichen was really panicking. In fact, the solution to this matter was very simple. He just had to give up on the Ziwei Star. He had so many aliases. The innate true spirit could just hide in one and continue to wander around. The North Star was very good. Basically, no one would go to a place like the Thunder Lake. It was very safe. However, if Feng Zichen left, he would have no fate with the Ziwei Star. The innate Tao embryo born by the Ziwei Star would be destroyed. The innate cardinal treasure Zhouxing map born in the boundless starry sky would have nothing to do with him. He would not be able to be the great emperor of Ziwei, who commanded the Zhouxing in the universe in the future. Moreover, the Tao of the stars was his foundation. If he retreated now, it would be difficult for him to attain the Tao in the future. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not retreat. Although this retreat would temporarily save his life, what he would lose was his entire future. Damn it. The monster race is forcing me to risk my life. Come on, who's afraid of who? Knowing that he had no way out, Feng Zichen made up his mind to fight the monster race to the death. One man against an entire race. Feng Zichen wanted to measure the level of the monster race with his own strength. It sounded a little crazy. But that was his plan. Let's do it. Since we're going to fight, let's fight all of them. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen ordered. Man, pass down my order. Use the power of the human race to build a 9-level altar. I have great use for it. He wanted to build a 9-level altar and use the power of the human race to worship the Ziwei Star to help him break through the seal of the monster race and return to the boundless starry sky. Since ancient times, the Ziwei Star had been the symbol of the emperor. Any emperor would be protected by the Ziwei Star. He would be immune to all spells and evil. Feng Zichen was the human emperor. He personally worshipped the Ziwei Star as the human emperor. Even if he was not the master of the Ziwei Star would sense it, not to mention that he was. His innate indestructible true spirit would attack from the inside, and his physical body would attack from the outside. Under the internal and external attacks, the seal set by Dijun would definitely be broken. In this way things would be much simpler. Tai could use the power of the Sun Star to erupt with power comparable to a saint. Feng Zichen felt that he could also use the power of the Ziwei Star. The Ziwei Star was not weaker than the Sun Star. In fact, it was even stronger. After all, the Ziwei Star was transformed from Pangu's ancestral aperture. The ancestral aperture was the most important place for a cultivator. The primordial spirit and true spirit lived there. Feng Zichen's plan was to turn passivity into initiative. In this way there would not be so many restrictions on his actions. At the very least, he would not follow the rhythm of the monster race. When the monster race attacked the human race, I suddenly took out the Ziwei Star. Who knows, I might be able to kill a quasi-saint of the monster race. Looking in the direction of the Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen thought leisurely. Next, in addition to the daily training of the human race, there was also an additional mission, which was to sacrifice the Ziwei Star. However, Feng Zichen did not use the power that the human race obtained from sacrificing the Ziwei Star. Instead, he silently accumulated it. He planned to suddenly release it at the critical moment and give the monster race a ruthless blow. 800 years after the Eastern Emperor Tai attained the Tao, the monster race finally moved. Under the lead of Tai Dijun, Kun Peng, and the others, 4,000 monster gods marched toward the human race. 4,000 monster gods had left the Sea of Stars. That scene was too shocking. It attracted the attention of most of the experts in the primordial world. At the border of the heaven realm, Xing Tian, who had rushed back to the Magi tribe from the netherworld, took a deep breath and shouted as he looked at the demon clan that was rushing over in a mighty manner. Stop! So many monster gods have entered the primordial world. Are the monster race going to start a full-scale war with the witch race? Xing Tian was indeed Xing Tian. Even in the face of all the top experts of the monster race, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. He still stood firmly in front of them. Of course, Xing Tian was not a fool. It was impossible for him to stop the monster race alone. Behind him there were 4,000 grand magi of the witch race. Fight with the witch race? I really want to. But not now. Today the monster race is here for the human race. It has nothing to do with the witch race. So all of you back off, Dijun said coldly. Of course he wanted to fight with the witch race. He wanted to even in his dreams, but not now. Because the monster race was not ready yet. After destroying the human race and refining the witch-killing sword, it would be the time for the monster race to fight with the witch race. Impossible. 4,000 monster gods have entered the primordial world. Not to mention the human race, it's enough to fight the witch race. If you want to enter the primordial world, it's impossible unless the witch race is wiped out. Hearing that, Xingtian did not give in. No matter what the monster race's purpose was, the 4,000 monster gods definitely could not be allowed to enter the primordial world. It was still the same sentence. 4,000 monster gods could not only fight the human race but also the witch race. You're courting death. Dijun's face turned cold and he wanted to kill. If it was Di Jiang who said that, he would tolerate it for the time being. But Xingtian was nothing. He had already taken a step back, but Xingtian still did not let him go. He was being shameless. Boom. As soon as Dijun finished speaking, the 4,000 grand magi behind Xingtian took a step forward and looked at Dijun solemnly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. If the monster race dared to attack Xingtian, the witch race would dare to fight to the death with the monster race. Good. 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 Seeing that, Dijun was furious and was about to give the order to attack the witch race. Big brother, now is not the time to start a war with the witch race. Don't forget our purpose here. A little impatience will spoil great plans. At this moment, Dong Huangtai walked out and secretly sent a voice transmission. With Dong Huang's advice, Dijun calmed down and stopped talking. Star gods, listen up. Follow us into the primordial world. Dijun did not say anything. Tai took a step forward and ordered. Immediately, 362 star gods, there was no emperor star, sun star, or moon star, stepped out. Is this okay? Looking at Xingtian, Tai asked. Xingtian hesitated for a moment and walked to the side. He actually wanted to say that it was not okay. But the ancestral magi were not here. With the current strength of the witch race, they were far from being able to contend with the demon race. The demon race had already taken a big step back. If the witch race did not give way, the demon race would fall out with them. Just like the demon race was not prepared to fight the witch race was not prepared to fight the demon race either. When the 13 ancestral magi appeared, it would be the best time for the witch race to attack. Indeed, with the current strength of the witch race, they could already defeat the demon race. However, they had to pay a huge price. If they had the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array, the price would be much smaller. It was about the future, so the ancestral magi had to be cautious. With a cold snort, Dijun led the star gods and walked towards the human race. Sigh. Wizard. This is all the witch race can do for you. Looking at Dijun and the others who were leaving, Xingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. The demon race had chosen the right time. If the ancestral magi were not in seclusion, they would not sit back and watch the demon race destroy the human race. Brothers, keep an eye on these demon gods. We must not let them take half a step into the primordial world. Looking at the demon gods in front of him, Xingtian said with a face full of anger. Blocking these 4,000 demon gods was the only thing the witch race could do for the human race. Sigh. In the East Sea, ancestral Gragon sighed and walked towards the human race. Back then, he had promised them to protect the human race. Then he could not go back on his word. Chapter 484. The moment the ancestral dragon moved, the other 4 sacred beasts also walked out of their temples and went to stop the demons. What happened in the past was over today. Back then they were indebted to others and regained their freedom. Today they were in trouble. How could they stand by and watch? In the chaos outside the sky. In Jinxiu Heaven's palace of Empress Hua. Seeing Dijun and the others walking towards the human race, Nuwa could no longer sit still. With a cold expression, she was about to set off for the human race. However, at that moment, a person walked over and blocked the exit of Jinxiu Heaven. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, how have you been? It was Taoist Juan Ti from the Western sect. Fellow Taoist Juan Ti, what do you mean by this? Although she was furious, Nuwa suppressed her anger and tried her best to speak in a calm tone. Poor Wei is here because I have something to ask you, fellow Taoist Nuwa. Fellow Taoist, You also know that the Western sect is barren and there are few living beings. Therefore, Poor Wei has the idea of creating living beings so that I can add some life to the Western sect. To create life, you need to use the Tao of creation. Fellow Taoist Nua's achievements in the Tao of creation are unparalleled in the primordial world. Therefore, Poor Wei specially came to ask you for advice. Taoist Kundi cupped his fist and said with a sincere expression, Fellow Taoist Juan-Ti, since you have such thoughts, Nua will naturally help you. However, Poor Wei still has something important to do. I can't delay it for a moment. I hope you can forgive me. In the future, when Nua is free, I will definitely go to Mount Meru to help. Seeing how sincere Taoist Juan-Ti was, Nua could not figure out his intentions for coming. She could only suppress the anxiety in her heart and say softly, Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as the matter in the Western sect. The Western sect is still waiting for you to save it, fellow Taoist Nua. Taoist Kundi was unmoved by this and continued to speak earnestly. However, at this time, Nua's patience had run out. Taoist Kundi still refused to let them pass. Obviously he was here to cause trouble. Damn it. Kundi, let me ask you. Are you going to step aside or not? Since he didn't even address her as fellow Taoist, Nua was clearly angry. No. The affairs of the human race are the will of the heavens. As a saint, don't you know that the will of the heavens cannot be disobeyed? At this point, Taoist Kundi stopped pretending and directly expressed his intention. He was here to stop Nua from saving the human race. You're courting death. In this regard, Nua did not argue with Taoist Kundi. Instead, she took out the red embroidered ball and threw it at him. Good timing. I have to go through this in the end. Seeing that, Taoist Juan-Ti stood up to welcome him and waved the wonderful seven treasures tree in his hand. A battle between saints broke out abruptly in the chaos beyond the heavens. In the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation were, Huda sighed and walked out of her reincarnation palace. However, she did not leave the netherworld. This was because at the exit of the netherworld, in front of the gate of hell, a Taoist with a withered face and a pitiful aura was standing there with a sorrowful expression. The sect master of the Western sect, Saint Jain. Fellow Taoist Jain, are you going to stop me? Looking at Taoist Jain, Huda said indifferently, This is the will of the heavens. I have no choice but to come. Taoist Jain pressed his palms together and replied, Then, fellow Taoist, do you still remember that your Western land once owed me a favor? In the past, Hudu had used the power of Pengu's heart to revive the ancestral vein of the Western land, causing the Western land to regain its vitality. As the master of the Western land, Juan-Ti naturally had to bear this karma. After sighing, Taoist Jain's face became even more sorrowful, but he did not leave. Obviously he did not intend to give in. In that case, fellow Taoist Jain, let's go to the outer space to fight. Another battle between saints unfolded in the outer space. Big brother? You go first. I'll go and meet a few fellow Taoists. Midway, Dong Huang Tai sensed the aura of the 5 sacred beasts and turned to Di Jun beside him. Yes. Go ahead. Di Jun nodded and replied. Obviously, he had also sensed the aura of the 5 sacred beasts. You've gone too far. Jain Juan-Ti, you will definitely pay the price for this in the future. Sensing what had happened in the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen was about to go crazy with anger. Juan-Ti was forcing the human race into a dead end. From now on, no one from the human race is allowed to become a disciple of Juan-Ti. If they violate it, they will be expelled from the human race. Feng Zichen made up his mind and completely cut off the relationship between the human race and the Western sect. Even if the Western sect changed its name in the future, as long as they were still the teachings of Juan-Ti, no human would join them. Because those who joined them would no longer be humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the fate of the human race shook. The fire gathered again and completely recorded Feng Zichen's words. It would exist with the human race forever. Human race clowns. Feng Zichen's words were naturally transmitted to Juan-Ti's No. 2 high school. However, they did not care about it at all. However, the two of them vaguely felt that they had lost something forever. However, before they could think further, they saw Nua's attack coming at them, forcing them to panic. Seeing this, the two of them quickly perked up and focused on fighting the enemy. Naturally, they let this matter go. In the depths of the void, Tai and the 5 elements sacred beasts faced each other across the void. Tai greets the 5 seniors. Tai said politely to the 5 elements sacred beasts. This greeting was not to respect their cultivation. The 5 sacred beasts might not be at a higher realm than Tai. Tai respected their contributions to the primordial world and their contributions to the path of cultivation. The innate inheritance stopped at Daluo Jingxian. The path after the golden immortal of the great overarching heaven was opened up by the ancient powerhouses. The descendants benefited from it. Naturally, they had to be respectful. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Looking at Tai, ancestral Gragon sighed. Although the 5 elements sacred beasts had the strength of a saint, that strength was not obtained from their own cultivation, but from the power of their rank. Tai was different. His strength was obtained from his own hard work. It was a strength that truly belonged to him. From this point of view, Tai's achievements were higher than theirs. Seniors, what can I do for you? After both sides greeted each other, Tai asked. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 5 sacred beasts came here to stop Tai from going to the human race. Sigh. The Zichen clan has done us a favor, but we can't sit by and watch them fall. He sighed. Ancestral Gragon said helplessly. If it weren't for Feng Zichen, the 5 of them wouldn't have interfered in this matter. How could the demon race be so easy to deal with? The 5 of them didn't come here with any hope of saving the human race. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to save Feng Zichen as much as possible. Chapter 485. In the eyes of the 5 elements sacred beasts, Feng Zichen's safety was obviously more important than the human race. Then there's nothing to talk about. Tai took out the Donghuang bell and was ready to attack. After the human race was destroyed, the demon race would not have peace as long as Feng Zichen was alive. Therefore they could let the rest of the human race go but not Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen cared too much about the human race, which became the reason why the demon race had to kill him. The more something was destroyed, the crazier the revenge would be. If Feng Zichen did not care so much about the human race, the demon race could let him go. It was not as easy to kill a great Tao master as one might imagine. After all, it was the great Taoist priest. Everyone, let's do it. Ancestral Dragon and the other 4 looked at each other and said to Tai together. Fellow Taoists, sorry? As soon as they finished speaking, the 5 sacred beasts rushed out and formed the Khanate 5-direction formation in the air, trapping Donghuang Tai. The Khanate 5-direction formation was the top Khanate formation in the primitive world, which was enough to be ranked in the top 10. If it was set up by the Khanate 5-direction flags, even a saint could be trapped for a while. Of course, if the 5 elements sacred beasts worked together to set up this formation, its power would not be weaker than that of the Khanate 5-direction formation. It might even be stronger. If the true bodies of the 5 elements sacred beasts had personally set up this formation, the might of this formation would be the strongest in the great desolate world. Not to mention Donghuang Tai, even Hongjun Dao ancestor would be trapped. Unfortunately, the 5 elements sacred beasts' bodies were trapped in the 4 extremities in the primitive world. They would not come out unless there was a catastrophe. The ones who came here were only the divine path soul formation realm of the 5 elements sacred beasts. Even after many years of training, their cultivation was only at the great circle of sage to be. They were far from being Donghuang Tai's match. Otherwise, why would the 5 elements sacred beasts work together to deal with Donghuang Tai? They had no other choice. They also cared about their reputation. 5 seniors attacking a junior. It would be embarrassing if word got out. The Khanate 5-direction matrix is really powerful when used by the 5 seniors. If Tai didn't have the Donghuang bell, he probably wouldn't have been able to break it. Trapped in the formation, Donghuang Tai observed for a while and couldn't help but praise. The might of the innate 5 directions grand formation was almost on par with the grand formation of heavenly stars. Even if a saint were to fall into it, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. It was only because Tai had the primordial treasure, the Donghuang bell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about this formation. If Kundi fell into this formation, he would be caught in a blind spot. If he wanted to break the formation, he would have to pay a great price. At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing that the flags hadn't fallen into the hands of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Otherwise, even if he had a Khanate cardinal treasure in hand, he would not be able to break this formation. Dong, dong, dong. Not wanting to waste any more time, Donghuang Tai rang the chaos bell. A massive sound wave swept out, shattering everything in its path. The cycle of the 5 elements was endless. To break the innate 5 directions grand formation, one needed to have a deep understanding of the innate 5 elements. At the very least, one had to be stronger than the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Obviously, Donghuang Tai couldn't do this. Therefore, he chose another method, which was to break the formation with force. He used his powerful force to directly shatter the formation. Simple and violent. This method was effective against all the formations in the world. But it was very difficult. It had an extremely high requirement for the strength of the caster. One tai was definitely not enough, but with the addition of the Donghuang bell it was enough. Dong dong dong. As the sound of the bell echoed, the innate five directions grand formation was broken and reformed and broken again. It was constantly on the verge of collapse, but it didn't completely shatter. Although Donghuang was strong, the sacred beasts of the five elements weren't to be trifled with. It wasn't difficult to trap him for 100 years. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. What a good formation. It's really a good formation. It's a pity to leave such a formation in the human race. Outside the human Dao Imperial Court, Di Jun looked at the chaos formation that protected the entire Imperial Court and said with a face full of amazement. As the owner of He Tu and Luo Shu, Di Jun's achievements and formations were only slightly weaker than Fushi's. Naturally, he could see the power of the chaos formation. The moment he saw the chaos formation, he had already made a decision in his heart. After destroying the human race, he would definitely snatch this formation. With this formation, the demons' chances of winning in the battle between the liches and demons would be even higher. Set up the Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Under Di Jun's order, the Heavenly Cycle Star God took out the Heavenly Cycle Star banner and drew in the Heavenly Cycle Star formation above the human Dao Imperial Court. In an instant, the human Dao Imperial Court was completely isolated from the outside world. Rumble. The stars in the sky turned into a huge constellation that enveloped the human Dao Imperial Court. Refine. The stars in the sky rotated, and a terrifying refining power attacked, wanting to refine the entire human Dao Imperial Court and the clansmen inside. This time the demons' top combat strength was gathered. Naturally, there was no need for any strategy. They could just crush the humans with absolute strength. Boom. The chaos formation operated, and chaos chi surged, devouring all the refining power that surged over and turning it into their own power. However, the power of the monstrous beasts was much stronger than that of the human race. As time passed, the chaos formation gradually couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the Heavenly Cycle Star formation hadn't reached its peak state yet. This was because Di Jun and Shiha hadn't entered the formation yet. If they attacked, the chaos formation probably wouldn't be able to hold on. While Di Jun was attacking the human tribe, the army of the demon tribe spread across the untainted land began to move. They were madly hunting down the fleeing humans. They had to plan for the worst. If they failed to attack the human Dao Imperial Court, the fleeing humans alone would be enough to refine the shaman-slaying sword. Rumble. Seeing that the Heavenly Cycle Star formation still hadn't refined the human Dao Imperial Court, Di Jun was a little impatient. He entered the formation with Shiha and personally took charge of its operation. Immediately, the pressure on the chaos formation increased exponentially. The 9 human kings, Swearin, and the others who were maintaining the formation all spat out blood. Some low-level cultivators were even shaken into a bloody mist and lost their lives. Your Majesty, the formation can't hold on any longer. Let's remove the formation and fight the demons. Human King Dahong suppressed his injuries and shouted at Feng Zichen. They would die if they defended anyway. In that case, he might as well die with a bang and fight it out with the demon race. Hold on a little longer. I still have a backup plan. We might not lose. Feng Zichen comforted. Hold on a little longer. When the demons let down their guard, he would use the Ziwei star to give Di Jun a surprise. In front of Baiying Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Yang knelt outside the door and kowtowed continuously, begging his master, the leader of the saints, the Grand Pure One, to protect the humans. Master, I beg you to save the human race. Unfortunately, no matter how much Yang begged, the Grand Pure One was unmoved. He only agreed to protect the humans near Shouyang Mountain. The humans elsewhere had nothing to do with him. Seeing that he could not persuade his master, Yang did not stay any longer and turned to return to the human race. Idiot. Looking at Yang leaving, the Grand Pure One shook his head helplessly. His trip this time was probably not going to end well. However, the Grand Pure One did not leave Yang behind. It was good to die once. If he died for the human race once, it would be good to sever his relationship with the human race. From then on he could pursue the Tao wholeheartedly. With the ability of a saint, it was not difficult to resurrect a Daluo Jingxian. Human Tao Imperial Court. The Heavenly Cycle Star formation launched a few more attacks. The Chaos formation was already in tatters and was on the verge of shattering. No one dares to fight me alone in such a huge demon race. Instead, they bully me with their numbers. From this, it can be seen. The demons are only SOSO. Feng Zichen was angry and could not help but mock. Shut up. Who said that the demons have no one? Let the poor Wei experience the abilities of the great Taoist priests. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a burly middle-aged man from the monster race charged at the human Dao imperial court, wielding an enormous spiked club. Feng Zichen was a little confused. He was just angry and casually provoked the demons. He did not think that anyone would fall for it. He was just venting the anger in his heart. After all, this provocation was too clumsy. As long as it was a normal person, they would not fall for it. However, who would have thought that there would really be people who fell for the trap and even rushed over directly? Who was so stupid? However, in the next moment, Feng Zichen knew who it was. Bear King, come back. Seeing that person rush out, Koan Peng hurriedly shouted. That person was the Earth Bear King, a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, one of the trump cards of the demons. The Earth Bear King was the first bear of the primordial world. He was born a Khanate god fiend and was extremely strong. Rumor had it that he could compete with the ancestral Magi. After the Purple Cloud Palace's Dao lecture, the Bear King wanted to prove his strength and claim that he was #1 in the primordial world. He overestimated himself and wanted to shake Mount Buzhou. In the end, Mount Buzhou did not shake. Instead, he was severely injured by Mount Buzhou. It was also after this that the Earth Bear King completely disappeared from the primordial world. Everyone thought that this fellow felt that he had lost face and went into seclusion. They did not expect that he would side with the demons. If this person did such an unwise thing, it would be understandable. After all, this Earth Bear King's brain was a little abnormal. Nonsense, which normal person would shake Mount Buzhou to compete in strength? Wasn't that courting death? You're courting death. When he saw the Earth Bear King charge over, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up, and he directly withdrew the human emperor's seal. It transformed into a huge seal and pressed down towards the Earth Bear King. Feng Zichen was just worrying about not being able to scheme against the demons when the Earth Bear King charged over. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Open. When he saw the human emperor's seal pressing down, the Earth Bear King raised the mace in his hand and smashed it with the intention of sending it flying. Unfortunately, he failed. The human emperor's seal was a Khanate cardinal treasure, and it was of a higher grade than the mace in his hand. Feng Zichen's strength was also stronger than his. In this way, how could he not lose? Bang! The human emperor's seal directly smashed the Earth Bear King and the mace in his hand into the ground. Chapter 486. Chaos Formation Rise? At this moment, Feng Zichen didn't hold back anymore. He released the full power of the human emperor's seal, and the aura of a Khanate cardinal treasure swept out. The chaos formation that was on the verge of shattering started to operate again under the control of the human emperor's seal. Chaos chi surged out and drowned the Earth Bear King underground. Open. For me. The Earth Bear King waved the mace in his hand and tried to break through the seal of the chaos formation. However, the human emperor's seal's power came over mightily and forcefully fixed him on the spot, unable to move. A perfection stage quasi-saint expert was suppressed by the human emperor's seal without any ability to resist. The power of a Khanate cardinal treasure was evident from this. That is, a Khanate cardinal treasure? How can a human have a Khanate cardinal treasure? The demons were unable to accept it when they sensed the human emperor's seal's aura. That's a Khanate cardinal treasure, a rare Khanate cardinal treasure in the primeval age. How can a human have such a treasure to protect him? Because they were too shocked, the demons didn't even react in time when the Earth Bear King was suppressed by Feng Zichen. While the demons were in a daze, the Earth Bear King was already beaten up badly by Feng Zichen. He held the Khanate cardinal treasure and smashed it on the Earth Bear King's head with all his might. Oh no! The Earth Bear King is in danger. Go and save him. They were all people with high cultivation realms after all, and they quickly reacted. When they saw the Earth Bear King's miserable appearance, they hurriedly activated the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation to break the Chaos Formation and save the Earth Bear King. Rumble. With the help of the human emperor's seal, the Chaos Formation's power increased, but with the Earth Bear King's suppression, the other quasi-saints of the demon race also attacked, causing the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation's power to increase again. Soon, the Chaos Formation showed signs of being unable to hold on. Emperor Star, come. At this moment, Feng Zichen finally revealed his final trump card, the Emperor Star. Roar. A shocking dragon roar sounded. Dragon Qi rose in the human Dao imperial court, and along with the prayers of thousands of people, it shot into the 9 heavens and transmitted to the distant Emperor's star. Break. In the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen calculated the timing and the prayers of the Emperor's star from the outside. They attacked Di Jun's seal at the same time. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, the seal that Di Jun had set up in the past shattered. Just like that, the Emperor's star that had disappeared for countless years, the primeval age first, a flash of purple light lit up in the boundless starry heavens. Then the stars in the sky trembled and moved according to a specific trajectory, forming the mysterious phenomenon of a cluster of stars surrounding and protecting it. The Emperor, star Emperors of Emperor, Teat, of the stars of Jesus. It, cardinals of heaven's emperors to suppress heaven's purple micro star. Looking at the Ziwei star in the center of the starry sky, Emperor Jun called out its name word by word. He was extremely angry now. The moment the Emperor's star appeared, Zhouxing almost wanted to break away from his control and submit to the Emperor's star. If he wasn't the master of Zhouxing and had absolute control over the Zhouxing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How could Di Jun tolerate this? The Emperor's star was the most likely divine object to shake his foundation in the primeval age. Therefore, the first thing Di Jun did after becoming the master of Zhouxing was to seal the Emperor's star so that he would never be born. Unexpectedly, he broke the seal today, and with the help of his enemy he broke the seal. Feng Zichen, what is your relationship with the Emperor's star? At this time, Di Jun's first thought was not how to seal the Emperor's star, but the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor's star. Could Feng Zichen be the innate godfiend born by the Emperor's star? Otherwise, how could he get in touch with the Emperor's star? In other words, the Emperor's star had already given birth to an innate godfiend, and Feng Zichen was his ally. Was it all for the sake of getting rid of him? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Di Jun's mind, but he didn't show it on his face. His face was still calm. At this point, no matter what the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor's star was, it didn't matter. What was important was that he must die today. As long as he died, then no matter what plan he had, it couldn't be carried out. After that, as long as the Emperor's star was resealed or refined, everything would be fine. With this thought in mind, Di Jun used his authority as the Lord of the Cycle Star to drive Zhouxing to strengthen the formation, causing the power of the Cycle Star formation to erupt. It could be said that the current Cycle Star formation was very close to its peak state. Even if a saint came, it could fight. Boom. Endless star power hung down from the Emperor's star, passing through layers of void and pouring into the Emperor's seal. The power of the Emperor's star was enormous. When it acted on the Emperor's seal, it was as if a saint had personally descended and activated his power with all his might. The Emperor's seal. The innate cardinal treasure, the Emperor's seal. At this moment, it was completely awakened. It was as if a perfect saint had walked out of the chaos and displayed his power to his heart's content. In essence, the innate cardinal treasure was the same as the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, or even stronger. Its power was fully awakened and it was equivalent to a living saint. Boom. Under the power of the Emperor's seal, the chaos bead, the chaos aura surged and space-time was turbulent. Everything seemed insignificant. Looking at the chaos bead that was fully activated, Feng Zichen was actually a little dissatisfied. Logically speaking, after the chaos bead exploded, the human Dao Imperial Court, as the cardinal treasure of the human Dao, should also explode. In that case, the combined power of the two cardinal treasures could directly wipe out the demon clan. Unfortunately, the incense offerings provided by the humans were still too little. The human Dao Imperial Court was still in its embryonic form, and its power was limited. Could not wipe out the demon clan. And if he wanted the human Dao Imperial Court to truly unleash the power of a cardinal treasure, he would probably have to wait until the humans became the main characters of the world and flourished in the primordial world. Damn it. Under the impact of the chaos bead, the demon gods were forced to retreat, and the heavenly cycle star formation even showed signs of collapse. Fortunately, Di Jun reacted in time and hurriedly took out the He Tu and Luo Shu to stabilize the formation. Screech. Di Jun was shocked and furious that he couldn't take down the humans even after personally taking action. He couldn't help but reveal his true form and mobilize the power of the Sun Star with all his might to compete with the Emperor's Star. However, Donghuang Tai wasn't here, and the demon race didn't have a cardinal treasure in hand. Facing the chaos bead that was fully activated, the demon race relied on their huge strength advantage to barely be able to fight to a draw. It was probably impossible to annihilate the humans, Refine. With the chaos bead, the safety of the human Tao Imperial Court was temporarily safe. Feng Zichen placed all his energy on refining the Earth Bear King. He had exposed so many trump cards before suppressing it, so he couldn't let it have an easy time. Feng Zichen planned to refine the Earth Bear King and then use its origin to create the Khanate Spirit Treasures. The Khanate Spirit Treasures that formed the Chaos Formation. If all 9 Khanate Spirit Treasures that formed the Chaos Formation were gathered, then the power of the Chaos Formation could truly be activated. In this way the humans might be able to survive this calamity. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen threw the Earth Bear King into the cauldron of heaven and earth and started refining it with all his might. Bastard! How dare you! Outside the Imperial Court, Di Jun and the others were furious when they saw Feng Zichen's actions. Chapter 487. However, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the Chaos Bead's defense. They could only watch as the Earth Bear King was constantly refined by Feng Zichen. Fortunately, the Earth Bear King was strong enough. Even with the help of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, it wasn't something that Feng Zichen could refine in a short time. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to kill. This was especially evident after the ascension of Grand Luo. Not to mention, Feng Zichen didn't want to kill the Earth Bear King. Instead, he wanted to refine it alive. This would take even longer. It would take at least 1,000 years. Therefore, as long as the demons were fast enough, they might be able to save the Earth Bear King. Your Majesty, I'm here to help you. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Yang had used the Chaos Bead to cross the void and rush here. Fortunately, the Chaos Bead was a treasure of the Tao of time and space. Otherwise, Yang wouldn't have been able to bypass the seal of the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation and enter the human Tao Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Yang is useless. Yang said with self-blame as she came in front of Feng Zichen. What? You didn't touch the Grand Pure One? This is normal. You don't have to blame yourself. The Grand Pure One doesn't do anything. He won't interfere in the affairs of the human race. Feng Zichen looked at Yang helplessly. Feng Zichen was the one who asked Yang to ask the Grand Pure One for help. Of course, he knew that Yang couldn't ask the Grand Pure One. Feng Zichen's original intention was to use this as an excuse to send Yang far away so that she wouldn't be involved in this great calamity and leave a glimmer of hope for the human race. As the disciple of the Grand Pure One, as long as Yang didn't provoke the demons wouldn't provoke her either. After all, Di Jun had offended Nuwa and at most he had offended Fushi. However, if he offended the Grand Pure One, it would be incredible. The 3 Pure Ones were one. It wasn't a joke. Offending one was equivalent to offending 3 people. Even Di Jun had to consider the consequences of doing so. Therefore, Yang was absolutely safe after leaving the human Tao Imperial Court with Saint Taiching's protection. But unexpectedly he came back by himself. This was really, Feng Zichen was speechless. He couldn't possibly drive him away when he was so passionate about fighting for the human race, right? Alright, you've come at the right time. I was just about to borrow your floating flame flag. Yang came at the right time. Feng Zichen was complaining about the slow refining speed of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. Yang hurriedly took out the floating flame flag and handed it to Feng Zichen. Boom. After receiving the floating flame flag, Feng Zichen shook it at the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. Balls of Nanmingli fire flew out and burned towards the cauldron. With the help of the Nanmingli fire, the refining power of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth greatly increased. The Earth Bear King inside finally couldn't help but howl in pain. Wisps of Khanate origin visible to the naked eye floated out of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and fused into a broken Khanate spirit treasure. Khanate 6 Harmony Bell. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure derived from the Khanate 6 Harmony Tao. Feng Zichen had obtained it from the primordial battlefield. However, the Khanate 6 Harmony Bell had suffered a destructive attack in the primordial war and was shattered into pieces. Its grade had dropped greatly, and it barely maintained its status as a middle-grade Khanate spirit treasure. The Khanate spirit treasures that formed the Chaos Array had to be at least superior grade. The current Khanate 6 Harmony Bell was obviously not qualified. Therefore, Feng Zichen used the Earth Bear King's Khanate origin to repair the Khanate 6 Harmony Bell. He didn't expect it to be restored to the level of a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. At the very least, it had to be restored to the level of superior grade to meet the minimum requirement of forming the Chaos Array. In the outside world, the demons who saw this scene attacked even more crazily. Unfortunately, it was still useless. During this period, Di Jun even intercepted the star power of the North Star in an attempt to weaken the power of the Chaos Bead. However, Feng Zichen's true spirit was guarding the North Star, so how could he let Di Jun succeed so easily? After a few exchanges, Di Jun not only failed to cut off the star power, but he also suffered a small loss. Only then did he stop. However, in his heart he was basically certain that a Khanate godfiend had been born on the North Star. Otherwise, the North Star alone would definitely not be able to dodge his attack. If the North Star had this ability, why would it be sealed by him back then? One had to know that back then, it was far from being as powerful as it was now. After killing Feng Zichen, I have to make a trip to the North Star no matter what to prevent future trouble. In his heart, Di Jun secretly made up his mind. As for whether he could kill Feng Zichen or not, that was definitely possible. Although the demons were at a disadvantage now, once Dong Huang returned, the situation would instantly reverse. Di Jun was anxious now because he felt that it was a little embarrassing. After all, the great divine abilities of the primordial world were all paying attention to this battle. He was unable to take down the human race for a long time, so it would inevitably damage his dignity. Good boy. This human race is really amazing. So far there are already 4,000 grand shamans, 2 saints, and 5 sacred beasts who have taken action for him. There is also an unknown Khanate cardinal treasure that has appeared. This backer is really powerful. It is also because the ancestral shaman is in seclusion and the 2 saints who received Yuan Ti to take action. Otherwise, the demons really wouldn't have been able to take down the humans. The battle between the humans and demons had really opened the eyes of the great divine abilities of the primordial world. They had thought that the humans would definitely be destroyed when the demons attacked. Who knew that the situation would be reversed again and again? The demons were almost defeated by the humans. First, a great battle broke out between the saints. Then, the 5-element sacred beast who had been in seclusion for many years personally took action to stop Dong Huang. Then, the humans suddenly activated an unfamiliar Khanate cardinal treasure. They had thought that this was exciting enough. They did not expect that there would be something even more exciting. The Emperor Star, the Lord of the Stars who had disappeared for many years, suddenly reappeared and helped the great Taoist priests deal with the demons. They almost defeated the demons. This was really too exciting. The great divine abilities of the primordial world felt that this was the first time they had seen such an exciting thing after living for so long. He used the Emperor's aura to shake the Emperor's star. The great Taoist priest's method is really wonderful. I'm afraid that even Di Jun did not expect that someone would use this method to break the seal he set up. Some people were just watching the show, while others were analyzing the methods used by both sides. The Emperor's aura was the product of the combination of the Emperor's star's power and the power of the people Dao. It was the most domineering. Feng Zichen was able to break Di Jun's seal because of it. Not only that, but looking at the few exchanges between the Emperor Star and Di Jun, I'm afraid that someone is secretly controlling it. That's why he can fight Di Jun so well and even have the upper hand. If this person hiding in the dark is an innate saint born by the Emperor Star, then it's fine. But if he's the great Taoist priest, then it's a little scary. He has endured for so many years. His goal must be not small. Someone secretly speculated. No. If Feng Zichen is really the incarnation of the Emperor Star in the human world, then why would he fight to the death with the demons for a mere human? Obviously, he is a native of the human race, so he can't let go of the human race. As for why the Emperor Star is helping him, that's very simple. The 2 of them have a common enemy, Di Jun. Isn't it normal to join forces? In the void, some powerful figures were communicating with their divine thoughts, discussing the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Innate godfiends were not bound by race. Feng Zichen chose to fight to the death for the human race, which became the main basis for everyone to deny that he was the Emperor Star. They thought that he had formed an alliance with the Emperor Star. No matter how hard everyone thought, they would never have thought that Feng Zichen, who was just a postnatal life form, could go against the prenatal heavens and occupy the Emperor Star to become an innate saint. Strange. How could the Emperor Star give birth to an innate saint? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Dao ancestor Hongjun was very confused. The Emperor Star was the former residence of the heavenly Dao, formed by Pengu's ancestral aperture and divine court. It was because of this that the Emperor Star should not be able to give birth to an innate saint. After all, the innate saint that it gave birth to was too noble. It came from the same source as the heavenly Dao and was Pengu's direct descendant. It could be said to be the natural lord of heaven and earth. How could the heavenly Dao allow such a person to exist? Therefore, the Emperor Star was destined to be unable to give birth to life. But now an accident happened. Life was really born on the Emperor Star. Moreover, judging from its strength, it had been born for a long time. This was troublesome. The Emperor Star Lord was too extraordinary. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not calculate his identity. He did not know how he was born. It was also because of this that Hong Jun did not discover the relationship between the Emperor Star Lord and Feng Zichen. After all, he could not calculate the relationship between the two of them. So, the life born of the Emperor Star is really too noble. It's a natural celestial emperor. If it was born a few years earlier, the heavenly court would not have anything to do with Di Jun. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was very worried. It was fine if the living beings born of the Emperor Star did not have intelligence. However, once they were born with intelligence, they would have Zhouxing's luck. They would never die, nor would they be willing to be ordinary. The primordial world. It was getting more and more difficult to understand. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was at a loss. Ever since the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, the primordial world had completely changed. Even if he was the number one person in the primordial world, he could not see the direction of the primordial world clearly. Let's wait and see. Big Brother seems to be in trouble. Even though the Khanate 5 Directions formation isolated everything, Tai Yi could still vaguely sense the anxiety in Di Jun's heart through the perception between the brothers. I have to break the formation as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the demons. If the ancestral shaman suddenly came out of seclusion, the demons would be in danger. Bell of Chaos. After thinking this through, Tai Yi mobilized all the mana in his body and activated the Eastern Emperor Bell with all his might. Immediately, the images of the worshipping of the demons and Zhouxing on the bell wall began to slowly recede and turned into the color of chaos again. Bell of Chaos. When Pangu opened the sky, the bell of chaos that was used to suppress the earth, fire, water, and wind had finally reappeared in the world. Previously, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's cultivation level was unable to completely activate the power of the Bell of Chaos. Therefore, he turned the Bell of Chaos into the Eastern Emperor Bell in order to maximize the power of the Bell of Chaos. And now, Tai Yi had achieved the Tao and cultivated the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. The power of the Khanate Cardinal Treasure could be perfectly released in his hands. Therefore, the Bell of Chaos removed its disguise and revealed its true appearance. Chapter 488. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the Bell of Chaos, suppressing the earth, fire, water, wind, and boundless spacetime. The operation of the Khanate 5 Direction formation suddenly stagnated and was frozen for a moment. It was at this moment that Tai Yi seized the opportunity and exploded. He continuously rang the Bell of Chaos, shattering the endless vacuum and breaking the Khanate 5 Direction formation. The formation was broken, and the Khanate 5 Elements Sacred Beast suffered a backlash. It could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. 5 seniors, your true bodies are not here. You can't stop me with just your incarnations. In that case, do you still want to fight? Standing in the void, Tai Yi looked at the 5 Elements Sacred Beast who was vomiting blood and said indifferently. He had defeated an ancient overlord in his first battle. Even with Tai Yi's state of mind, he could not help but feel a little excited. This was back then. An existence that he had to look up to. Dominating the primordial world began from here. However, Tai Yi's excitement did not last long before it was interrupted by the Emperor Star in the sky. That's the Emperor Star. How did he come out? Looking at the Emperor Star in the sky, Tai Yi frowned deeply. The birth of the Emperor Star was not a good omen for the demon race. This meant that the position of Celestial Emperor was in danger of changing hands. The younger generation is indeed worthy. However, how can I not return the favor after receiving kindness from others? While Tai Yi was puzzled, the 5 Elements Sacred Beast moved again. A raging fire suddenly ignited on Ancestral Gregon's body, burning the void into nothingness. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Ancestral Gregon's aura began to surge crazily, faintly showing signs of reaching the primordial chaos Tao realm. Unfortunately, that boundary was too difficult to cross. In the end, Ancestral Gregon's strength stopped at the half-step primordial chaos Tao realm. This incarnation is still too weak. With everything I have, I can barely enter the half-step primordial chaos Tao realm. Ancestral Gregon said helplessly as he experienced the changes in his body. He burned his incarnation. He wanted to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, the foundation of this incarnation was still too weak. It was far from being able to do that. Brother, don't worry. Let us lend you a hand. Seeing Ancestral Gregon's actions, the other 4 sacred beasts also made a decision. They ignited their own origins and turned into a huge power that poured into ancestral Gragon's body. Amidst the dragon's roar, the strength of the ancestral dragon's incarnation took another step forward and entered the primordial chaos Tao realm. It was no less than the presence of his true self. Is it worth it? Seeing this, even Tai was shocked. He did not understand what kind of favor could make the 5-element sacred beasts help Feng Zichen at all costs. What they had to give up was freedom, which was the most important thing to them. Of course, Tai did not know that something like a divine Tao avatar could be formed at any time as long as there was an endless supply of incense and willpower. Thus, the 5 elements divine beasts didn't care whether the divine Tao was destroyed or not, because it wasn't important. The only thing that was a pity was the innate origin contained in the immortal Tao incarnation. It wasn't that easy to cultivate the divine Tao incarnation to the great circle of the quasi-saint realm. The next incarnation that was formed would not be as powerful. After stepping into the realm of primordial chaos, the body of the ancestral dragon incarnation underwent an astonishing change. A purple intent permeated his body, dyeing the azure dragon scales purple. The purple color of the great Tao. Accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the primordial world, a purple-gold 9-clawed true dragon slowly appeared in front of Tai. Ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon that once dominated the primordial world had returned. An extremely domineering aura swept out and swept across the entire primordial world. All the creatures in the world reacted spontaneously and bowed to the ancestral dragon. All the beasts bowed to the canopy. The first lord of heaven and earth, the azure dragon. Roar. Dragon roars sounded one after another. All living things in the world that were related to dragons were trembling as their bloodlines began to transforming into true dragons. Again. Looking at Tai, the ancestral dragon was full of fighting spirit. It had been a long time. It had been too long since he had fought. Boom. The ancestral dragon flicked his tail and opened a passage to the chaos beyond the heavens. He walked in. The primordial world was the battlefield of low-level cultivators. Daluo's battlefield was in the depths of the void. Primordial chaos Daluo Jinshan's battlefield was in the chaos beyond the heavens. Only there could withstand the aftermath of their battle. The overlord of the previous era. I'm really looking forward to it. Amidst his loud laughter, Tai stepped into the chaos beyond the heavens. A great battle broke out. Of course, Tai also had his own pride. The ancestral dragon fought him bare-handed, so he would not take advantage of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, he did not use the Bell of Chaos in this battle. Go. With a wave of Tai's hand, he sent the Bell of Chaos to Dijun. At this time, 1/3 of the Earth Bear King's Khanate origin had been refined by Feng Zichen. The Khanate 6 Harmonies Bell had also been restored to the ranks of a superior grade Khanate spirit treasure. The power of the Chaos formation instantly increased, and the speed of refining the Earth Bear King also greatly increased. With this help, the 7th Khanate spirit treasure that formed the Chaos formation, the 7 Luminaries divine picture, gradually became corporeal. Everything was moving in a good direction, it seemed. The balance of victory was also tilting towards the human race. However, with the arrival of the Bell of Chaos, everything changed. The good situation was instantly reversed, and the human race was once again at a disadvantage. Quick, activate the Bell of Chaos with all your might. Dijun's reaction was extremely fast. When he saw the Bell of Chaos flying over, he directly combined the power of the heavenly cycle star formation and activated the Bell of Chaos with all his might. Dong dong dong, the Bell of Chaos vibrated slightly, suppressing the earth, fire, water and wind. The mighty power of the major Kiliacosm space appeared and forced the Chaos bead back. The Bell of Chaos was one of the 3 great heaven-opening treasures. It contained 49 Khanate divine restrictions and was a top-grade Khanate merit cardinal treasure. As for the Chaos bead, although its quality was extremely high, it was only a middle-grade Khanate cardinal treasure and only had 47 Khanate divine restrictions. In terms of power, it was far from being able to contend with it. Naturally, it was difficult for it to withstand the power of the Bell of Chaos. Quick. Feeling the pressure, Feng Zichen and the others began to fight with all their might. They activated the cauldron of heaven and earth with all their might and strived to refine the Earth Bear King in the shortest time possible. Boom. Within the Chaos formation, the aura that belonged to the cauldron of heaven and earth slowly rose. It supported a corner of the sky and worked together with the Chaos bead to resist the Bell of Chaos. The chaos formation's collapse immediately slowed down. The two connate cardinal treasures worked together to barely resist the bell of chaos. However, the power required to maintain the two connate cardinal treasures was too enormous. With the strength of Feng Zichen and the others, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And when their strength was exhausted, the human race would also reach the end. Everyone. I'm afraid the human race won't be able to hold on this time. Later, I'll detonate the chaos formation and fight the demons to the death. Seize the opportunity and quickly escape to Jinxiu Heaven. At this point, Feng Zichen could be said to have used all his trump cards and was at his wit's end. Chapter 489. You have to agree to this even if you don't want to. There are still some clansmen in the ancestral land. They still need your protection. If we all die, the human race will have no hope. So, you have to survive. Although no one answered, Feng Zichen knew that they were going to refuse when he saw their expressions. But this time, for the sake of the human race, they couldn't refuse. In the primordial world, it was very difficult for a race without the protection of Daluo Jingxian to survive. Not to mention, it was the human race that offended the demon race. Alright. Everyone had firm Dao hearts. Seeing that Feng Zichen had made it so clear, they didn't hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. At this moment, no one said anything stupid about fighting to the death with the demon race for Feng Zichen. It was important to know one's own limits. With their cultivation, they would probably be killed by the demon race as soon as they rushed out of the chaos formation. Only Feng Zichen could resist the demon race's attack for a moment and buy time for them to escape. We can leave, but this bear must die. After working so hard for so long, they would naturally be unwilling to leave without leaving anything for the demon race. Therefore they decided to refine the Earth Bear King to death at all costs before they left. Even if the demon race was powerful, the death of a perfected quasi-saint was enough for them to feel the pain. Alright. Refine this bear to death. After making a decision, everyone began to shrink the chaos formation to save energy. And this saved energy was used to refine the Earth Bear King. Not long after, this unlucky Bear King's aura declined to the extreme, and it would die at any time. 100 years passed in a hurry. Under the attack of the Chaos Bell, the power of the Chaos Bead and the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth continued to weaken. The Chaos Formation was also on the verge of collapse. Even the human Dao Imperial Court was in tatters and no longer as majestic as before. The human race was about to reach its end. Fortunately, the Earth Bear King was finally refined to death. The high-grade Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the 7 planets divine painting, was also born. The Chaos Formation was perfected again. It was because of this that the Chaos Formation was not completely broken. In the chaos beyond the heavens, the battle between the Ancestral Dragon and Donghuang Tai had come to an end. Although the Ancestral Dragon was strong, he was not here in person. Moreover, his current strength was obtained by burning his incarnation. Could not last long at all. The war lasted for 100 years. The Ancestral Dragon's power was almost depleted. Senior's strength is indeed powerful. If I wasn't restrained by my incarnation, the outcome of today's battle would still be uncertain. Tai's victory today was a little unfair. How I wish I could fight Senior's true body. Tai said regretfully as he watched the Ancestral Dragon's body gradually fade away. He had benefited a lot from the battle with the Ancestral Dragon. After becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he had reached the end of his path and could no longer see the future. After this battle, he could vaguely see the road ahead. This was truly a great fortune. Unfortunately, this was a one-off battle. Wouldn't Tai feel regret? The Dao ancestors' preaching stopped at the saint's end. Dao ancestor Hongjun did not talk about the Dao after the sage. It was not that he did not tell them, but he did not tell them. He only told it to his 6 disciples. Disciples and sect members were different after all. I'm old. I'm not as good as you young people. Fighting Tai Yi made Ancestral Gragon feel like he was getting old. Young people nowadays were too fierce. Tai, I have been comprehending the Dao in the easternmost land for many years and have comprehended a supreme divine ability. Do you want to see it? Seeing that he could not hold on any longer, the Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. Senior, please enlighten me. Tai bowed and said seriously. To be able to make the Ancestral Dragon so cautious, the power of the divine ability was definitely astonishing. Watch carefully. This divine ability of mine. It's called Dragon. After saying that, the Ancestral Dragon's body completely disappeared. Boom. The moment the Ancestral Dragon disappeared, a terrifying power erupted and swept toward Tai in a mighty manner. What was a dragon? A dragon had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers and overturn rivers and seas. A dragon was constantly striving for self-improvement and bravely advancing. A dragon was full of morals and educating the people. A dragon was full of literary talent and was passed down through the ages. A dragon was full of passion and righteousness. A dragon was full of courage and faced death with equanimity. A dragon was full of mercy and compassion. A dragon was full of mercy and compassion. A dragon was full of vengeance. A dragon was full of vengeance. A dragon was full of modesty and respect. A dragon was full of gentleness. A dragon was full of wisdom. A dragon was full of calmness and elegance. A dragon was full of iron bones. A dragon was full of might and unyielding. These were the strength of a dragon. Together they were the ancestral dragon's supreme divine ability. Dragon. No, this was no longer a divine ability. It was the Tao. The Tao of the dragon. Danger. Facing the ancestral dragon's attack, Tai felt danger for the first time in a long time. Screech. Without hesitation, Tai revealed his true form and turned into a huge golden crow. He was as dazzling as the sun and faced the mighty incoming attack. Dragon. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted. The void was shattering. Blood splattered out and dyed the sky red. Tai was injured. The invincible Tai was injured. Cough cough. Is this a dragon? Strong enough. When everything calmed down, Tai's figure walked out of the void. However, he was not in a very good state. His face was extremely pale and bloodless. He even coughed up blood from time to time. Obviously he was injured. And it was the most serious Tao injury. The ancestral dragon used his own Tao of the dragon to leave a Tao injury on Tai that pointed directly to the origin. Although with Tai's strength, he could recover after cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. But in a short period of time, it could affect his strength. I'm really curious about the relationship between the ancestral dragon and Feng Zichen. At this time, he still hasn't weakened my strength. Before the ancestral dragon disappeared, he didn't forget to seriously injure him. Obviously it was for Feng Zichen. How could this not make Tai curious about the relationship between the two? After adjusting his breath for a while, Tai walked towards Dijun. Tai is coming. Feng Zichen sensed the disappearance of the ancestral dragon at the first moment. Naturally, he understood what had happened. Therefore he said to everyone, "Everyone, it's time to go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when Tai comes." Feng Zichen, who had faced a saint, naturally understood the terror of that realm. That was the power to distort concepts. It was almost unparalleled. Husband. At this moment, Chang'e walked over. "My wife, you came at the right time. You and Emperor Sui should go to Empress Wu's palace together." Seeing Chang'e walk over, Feng Zichen said, "If one had to say who was the most innocent in this great calamity, it would be Chang'e. Ever since she married Feng Zichen and became the empress of the human race, before she could enjoy her happiness, the situation of the human race had taken a turn for the worse, and there was endless trouble. It could be said that they were extremely unlucky. Therefore this time Feng Zichen did not let Chang'e preside over the chaos array. Instead, he let her calm the people at the back and protect those clansmen. Now the human experts were about to leave. Of course they had to take Chang'e with them. No. Who would have thought that after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Chang'e would shake her head? The human race loves and respects me. How can I abandon them at the critical moment? Let me do my part for the human race." As she spoke, strands of silver light suddenly bloomed from Chang'e's body, forming a bright moon behind her. Her aura also changed drastically at this moment. That was Wang Shu's aura. Chang'e had awakened. Yes. As soon as she saw Shi-He, Wang Shu had slowly woken up. However, perhaps it was because she had been together with Feng Zichen, or perhaps it was the love and respect of the human race that made her have feelings. In short, she did not leave. Instead, she pretended that nothing had happened and continued to stay. But now, the human race was about to be exterminated. She finally could not help but make a move. The sudden change made Feng Zichen somewhat at a loss. Wang Shu woke up. But why didn't she leave? All kinds of doubts echoed in Feng Zichen's mind, but he was destined to not get an answer. Because Wang Shu did not have time to leave him now. "In the name of the moon god, I order the lunar star to bless me." An ancient Tao seal appeared between Wang Shu's eyebrows, and it connected with the lunar star in the boundless starry sky. Immediately the lunar star shook. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the demon gods, The lunar star extracted the power of the stars from the heavenly cycle star formation and transferred it to Wangshu. Boom, moonlight fell, mixed with the innate lunar origin, and fused into Wangshu's body. This also caused her strength to continue to increase. In the blink of an eye, she broke through Daluo Jingxian and became a supreme. Not a quasi-saint, but a supreme Daluo. A supreme. The strongest among the Taoist priests. This was the name of the realm above Daluo by the primitive creatures in the ancient times. A quasi-saint was a realm that followed the path of the predecessors. Utmost exalted. That was the title of an expert that had walked their own path. The two were fundamentally different. Wangshu was a supreme. Although she was only at the early stage, she was at the peak of the ancient times. If she had not died accidentally, she would have been at least a half-step primordial chaos existence. Boom. With the blessing of the lunar star, Wangshu's cultivation was still increasing. Soon she surpassed her realm in her previous life and became a mid-stage supreme. Between life and death there was great fortune. After experiencing life and death, Wangshu's realm naturally increased. Damn it. Seeing that the lunar star was out of her control, he was shocked and angry. Wangshu had fallen for so many years. As soon as he was resurrected, he took control of the lunar star from her. Didn't this mean that from the beginning to the end she had never truly controlled the lunar star? We are both moon gods. How can I be inferior to you? In a flash, he came to the core of the lunar star and used her methods to compete with Wangshu for control of the lunar star. Affected by this, the moonlight hanging down from the lunar star suddenly decreased by a lot. You have to survive. Wangshu turned her head and looked at Feng Zichen reluctantly. Then she flew toward the lunar star without looking back. She wanted to completely take control of the lunar star. Only in this way could she break the heavenly cycle star formation and solve the crisis of the human race. Without the heavenly cycle star formation, the strength of the demon race would drop by at least half. It would not be so easy to deal with the human race. Chang. Looking at Wangshu who was flying away, Feng Zichen subconsciously reached out to grab her. Unfortunately he did not catch anything. Is this why Chang'e flew to the moon? Looking at his empty hands, Feng Zichen was a little absent-minded. In his previous life, Chang'e flew to the moon because of the elixir of immortality. In this life, Chang'e flew to the moon to seek a chance of survival for the human race. Stop her. A loud roar woke up the absent-minded Feng Zichen. It was the demon race who saw Wangshu heading to the lunar star and stopped her. Chapter 490. However, the lunar star had brought Wangshu here personally. How could it let him be hurt by an outsider? A beam of moonlight flowed down, and the attack on Wangshu was silently destroyed. Then Wangshu followed the moonlight and flew toward the lunar star. As Wangshu got closer and closer to the lunar star, he became stronger and stronger. Before long he reached the late-stage supreme stage. After being dead for countless years, Wangshu broke through 2 realms and entered the realm of great divines. He could compete with late-stage sage-to-be cultivators. Your Majesty, will Her Majesty be in danger? The human elder Dongyun looked at the lunar star and asked Feng Zichen worriedly. He was the one who picked Chang'e up and raised her. Therefore he was the one who was most worried about Wangshu's safety. No. Shiha is no match for Chang'e. Feng Zichen was very assured about Wangshu's safety. Although Shiha was a great perfection sage-to-be, her innate origin was greatly damaged because she gave birth to 10 golden crows. Her strength was never at its peak. When she was recuperating in seclusion, she was shocked to hear that the 9 golden crows had died. This caused her innate origin, which had recovered a little, to be further damaged. With all these factors, Shiha's strength was only slightly stronger than a late-stage sage-to-be cultivator. Wangshu's realm was already at the late-stage supreme stage. He might not be weaker than Shiha. Moreover, he had easily taken control of the lunar star from Shiha's hands. He must have left something on the lunar star. It was good enough that Shiha could protect herself. Damn it. Seeing that he couldn't hurt Wangshu, Dijun vented all his anger on the humans below. He kept shaking the bell of chaos trying to kill them all. However, the shift of the lunar star caused the power of the heavenly cycle star formation to decrease. The power of the bell of chaos was also affected, and it wasn't as powerful as before. Even so, many low-level humans were turned into blood mist by the bell of chaos. Only some cultivators above the Tai-Jingxian realm barely survived. Let's go. Let's go. It'll be too late if we don't. Suddenly, Feng Zichen shouted anxiously. He should have been happy that the massive heavenly cycle star formation was damaged. But now he was not happy at all. Because there was a great fear spreading in his heart. Tai was coming. No need. This place is too far away from Jinxiu heaven. We won't be able to escape. Let us make our final contribution to the human race. Suiren and the others shook their heads and rejected Feng Zichen. This was because a majestic god had suddenly appeared beside Di Jun. That was Tai. Even if he had never seen this person before, when he saw him, he naturally knew his identity. Boom. The bodies of Suiren and the other two ignited with golden flames. It was flint fire, the fire of civilization, the fire of humanity. The human race depends on you. In the flames, the figures of Suiren and the other two gradually became blurry. Emperor Sui. Feng Zichen knew what Suiren was doing, but he could not stop him, nor did he have the strength to stop him. They were sacrificing themselves. They were sacrificing themselves to the human race in exchange for a huge amount of power. This power was not used to deal with the demon race, but to nurture the innate spirit treasure. The 8th high-grade innate spirit treasure, the innate 8 trigrams diagram, was needed for the chaos array. The 3 perfected golden immortals sacrificed themselves in exchange for a great power from the human Tao in the unseen world. An indescribable light was born from the void and merged with the shadow of the innate 8 trigrams diagram. In the next moment, the innate 8 trigrams diagram turned from illusion to reality and was completely born. The power of the human race was so great. As the power of the human race descended, the figures of Suiren and the other two completely disappeared. Even their innate indestructible true spirits were not left behind. Fortunately, Suiren's group of 3 had already attained the golden immortal Tao fruit of being undying and indestructible. Even if they died, they would not die completely. Even if their innate true spirits were destroyed, they could be resurrected. It was just that it would take a long time. If there was no opportunity, it would take at least a few eons. 3 emperors rest in peace. Feng Zichen forcefully suppressed the sadness in his heart and activated the chaos array to protect the remaining humans. Human Emperor, since we are allies, let us do our last bit for the human race. As if inspired by the 3 emperors, the Water Dragon, Dragon Sovereign, and the other 3 Daluo Jinxian from the 5 innate clans also began to sacrifice themselves. What they wanted to sacrifice was the Tao of the 5 elements. The 5 innate clans represented the innate 5 elements. The cycle of the 5 elements was the beginning of creation. As the 5 disappeared, a milky white light was born on the spot. It was sacred and had the power to create everything. It was the holy light of creation. Whoosh, the holy light of creation brushed past, and the shadow of the high-grade innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 10 directions instantly turned from illusion to reality and was born into the world. In this way, except for the high-grade innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 9 palaces, all the innate spirit treasures needed for the chaos array were gathered. The price was that the human race lost 8 Daluo Jinxian. Rumble. The innate spirit treasures returned to their positions, and the chaos array immediately changed. The shadows of innate god fiends appeared one after another, commanding the chaos and extraordinary. Its power had completely overshadowed the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Your Majesty, Yang is going too. With a thought, Yang also took the initiative to sacrifice himself. However, with his strength alone, he could not produce a high-grade innate spirit treasure. On the side, the 9 kings looked at everyone's actions and also had the thought of sacrificing himself. But immediately they gave up. The others were Daluo Jinxian, who could produce innate spirit treasures by sacrificing themselves, but they were not. With the support of the human race's fate, although they could unleash the power of Daluo Jinxian, they were still half-step Daluo Jinxian. Sacrificing oneself was useless. In the end, after Yang's sacrifice, the innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 9 palaces was also born, but it barely reached the mid-grade. It was better than nothing. With the birth of the innate 9 palaces diagram, the chaos array's power increased again. The aura of the great Tao spread and it vaguely felt perfect. But it was still a little short. That was because the innate 9 palaces diagram had not become a high-grade innate spirit treasure. However, Yang did not die after the innate 9 palaces diagram was born. Because at the critical moment, the floating flame flag suddenly flew up, wrapped the last bit of Yang's innate undying true spirit, and flew to the 8 Visions Palace on Mount Shouyang. Seeing this, the monsters did not stop them. They still had to give face to the Grand Pure Saint. 9 kings, listen up. Activate the chaos array with all your might. Suppressing all his thoughts, Feng Zichen ordered coldly. With the chaos array, the human Tao imperial court was stable. Chapter 491. Yes. The 9 kings received the order and went to their respective Khanate spirit treasures, activating them with all their might to maintain the operation of the chaos formation. Roar. In the formation, the Khanate Godfiend's shadow became clearer and clearer, as if it was about to cross the river of time and completely manifest in the world. Clang. Dong Huang Tai flicked his finger and rang the bell of chaos. Terrifying sound waves swept out, creating layers of ripples as they blasted towards the human Tao imperial court. However, the chaos formation that was on the verge of completion was abnormally strong. No matter what kind of attack hit it, it would be devoured by the chaos and become nutrients for its growth. Not bad. Tai wasn't very surprised that he couldn't break the chaos formation. Anything that was related to chaos was not simple. It would be a problem if it was easily broken by him. The human race is incredible. If you have enough time, you will definitely become a great threat to the demons. At this time, even Tai had to admit that the trump card revealed by the humans was enough to shock him. Fortunately, the demons had discovered it early and eliminated the strong enemy in advance. Otherwise, in the future, the humans might be able to dominate the primordial world and threaten the demons' position. That's why the humans can't be left alive. With that, Tai summoned the Bell of Chaos and was about to enter the formation personally to break the humans' last trump card. Rumble. Coincidentally, at this moment, the moon shook and actually pulled itself out of the heavenly cycle star formation. Shiha had been defeated, and the lunar star master had been replaced by Wangshu. Even if Shiha had been defeated, it shouldn't have been so fast. However, the first thing Wangshu did after returning to the lunar star wasn't to fight with Shiha for control of the lunar star, but to save the Khanate lunar osmanthus tree. In this way, if the two worked together, Shiha would be defeated. Damn it. Seeing this, Jun was worried about Shiha's safety and wanted to go to the lunar star to help. However, it was a critical time to attack the humans. How could he leave so easily? For a moment, Jun was in a dilemma. Big brother, I'm here. Don't worry. The lunar star is the key to setting up the heavenly cycle star formation. You can't lose it. So, big brother, it's more important to help sister-in-law. Seeing Jun's dilemma, Tai took the initiative to speak. Without the lunar star, would the cosmic cycle star formation still be the cosmic cycle star formation? How could they fight against the shaman tribe then? Therefore, the human race could survive, but the lunar star had to be taken back. Second brother, I'll leave this place to you. Big brother is going. With that, Jun transformed into his original form and flew toward the lunar star. In his heart, he had already decided to kill Wangshu. No matter what, Wangshu had to die. After all, as long as he was alive, the demons would not be at peace. If he were to attack the demons during the final battle between the liches and demons, would that demon still be alive? However, this thought did not last long before Jun changed his mind. This was because, on the way to the lunar star, terrifying gazes came from the depths of the endless void and stared at him. None of the owners of those gazes were lower than half-step primordial chaos. These were the supreme beings of the primordial era. Jun knew that the purpose of these ancient and terrifying experts' sudden appearance was to warn him not to kill Wangshu. In the primordial era, there were no sectarian differences, nor were there any major disputes. Everyone was seeking the Tao and often gathered to discuss the Tao. Their relationship could be said to be very close. In addition, everyone had a common enemy, so they naturally formed an extraordinary friendship. In the past, it was fine if Wangshu did not revive. But now Wangshu had broken through the tribulation and returned. How could these ancient supreme beings watch their former comrade die again? Therefore, if Jun dared to kill someone, they would definitely stop him. Jun was also afraid of this, so he changed his decision. Jun was not afraid of 1 or 2 of them, but 3, 4, 5, 6. Jun was a little flustered. Moreover, the heavenly Tao also allowed Wangshu to die. One had to know that Wangshu had died to protect the primordial world. The heavenly Tao also had to owe him a favor. Now that Wangshu had returned, how could the heavenly Tao not protect him? Fellow Taoist Wangshu, please stop. After arriving at the lunar star, Jun did not attack Wangshu after saving Shihi. Fellow Taoist, I can give you the lunar star. In the next battle to exterminate the humans, the demon clan can also not use the heavenly cycle star formation. In fact, I can even not make a move. After pondering for a moment, Jun said, "What are the conditions?" Wangshu asked expressionlessly. Jun had made such a big concession, so it was impossible that there were no conditions. During this tribulation you are not allowed to leave the lunar star, nor are you allowed to help the witch clan. If the demon clan uses the lunar star you can't stop us. Jun stated his conditions. He wanted to imprison Wang Shu on the lunar star. As for giving the lunar star to Wang Shu, wouldn't that be a joke? The lunar star was now in Wang Shu's hands. Moreover, he was not allowed to help the witch clan. When the demon clan used the lunar star he was not allowed to stop them. What was the difference between this and the lunar star still in the hands of the demon clan? Just this tribulation? Wang Shu thought for a moment and said, yes. Jun nodded. If the demon clan won this tribulation the lunar star could be taken back at any time. If the demon clan lost, the lunar star would not be able to be held. Okay. But I want to add a condition. The other quasi-saints of the demon clan are not allowed to attack the human clan. After a moment of silence, Wang Shu put forward his conditions. Jun could not do it himself. If even Tai could not destroy the human clan, then the other quasi-saints of the demon clan would not be able to do it either. That's good. He was bound to be weak. Although Wang Shu was unwilling, he still nodded and agreed. He knew that if he did not agree to Jun's conditions, then Jun would definitely expel him from the lunar star at all costs. In this way he would not be able to get anything. It was better to agree to Jun's conditions and fight for a chance of survival for the human clan. After the two of them finished speaking, the heavenly Tao immediately reacted. The sound of Tao rumbled between heaven and earth as a witness. Both of them were existences at the peak of the primordial world. Their every word and action was witnessed by heaven and earth. If they violated it they would be killed by the heavenly Tao. Therefore there was no need to make a Tao oath to restrain each other like in the future. The only standard to measure the primordial world's top array is whether it has the power to fight against a saint. Now, let me see if the chaos array of the human clan can be called a top array. After dismissing the heavenly cycle demon gods and the demon clan quasi-saints, Tai walked into the chaos array alone. He wanted to test the quality of the chaos array. Roar! In the array, phantoms of innate god fiends stepped through the air and charged toward Tai. Small matter. Tai shook the bell of chaos gently. An invisible sound wave spread out and shattered the phantoms of the innate god fiends. Then the bell of chaos flew out of Tai's hand and clanged in the air. A mighty force that could suppress everything emanated from his body and froze the chaos array. The bell of chaos was a supreme treasure that Pangu used to shatter the chaos and suppress the earth, fire, water and wind when he opened the skies. It had a certain restraining effect on the chaos. It was the most suitable to deal with the chaos array. If that's all, it's not worthy of being called a top array of the primordial world. Tai smiled as he looked at the chaos array that had stopped operating. The greatness of the chaos is not something we can hope to achieve. In the chaos, heaven and earth are one. Before all things were born, it was vast and boundless. There are endless changes contained within, and all the mysteries of the great Tao are contained within. His power is endless. Since Taoist Tai wants to see, then let's test the power of the chaos array. At the center of the chaos array, where the chaos bead was, Feng Zichen absorbed all the power of the Emperor Star and unleashed the ultimate power of the chaos array. Boom. The chaos array began to shrink, turning into a huge Tao fetus. The phantoms of the innate god fiends also changed, turning into connate runes that fell into the Tao fetus. Finally, the chaos bead and the 9 connate spirit treasures merged into the Tao fetus. Bang! As the Tao fetus broke into pieces, a magnificent force burst out of it. This power, why is it so great? In front of this power, even Tai felt insignificant. Because this was the power of the great Tao. At the end of the chaos array was an incarnation of the great Tao. Rumble. An extremely illusory shadow appeared from the Tao fetus. It was so illusory that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. But even so, the moment it appeared, heaven and earth still shook. It was too great and too perfect. Seeing it, the world finally knew what perfection was. True perfection. It was not absolute perfection, nor was it the most perfect, but it was perfect without any flaws. Unfortunately, before Tai could see its appearance clearly, this extremely illusory shadow shattered. The chaos array set up by Feng Zichen was not the real chaos array after all, but a weakened version. How could it condense an incarnation of the great Tao? The light shadow shattered and began to condense again. This time it succeeded. A purple shadow stood in the chaos array. Its body was enveloped by purple gas, but one could vaguely see that it was a humanoid creature, which meant that it had a connate Taoism aptitude. Moreover, its body also emitted a sense of perfection, but it was not as perfect as the previous light shadow. It seemed to have some kind of flaw. The aura emitted from its body was cold and vast, giving Tai a very familiar feeling, just like the heavenly Tao. No, it was clearly the heavenly Tao. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Tai was very familiar with the aura of the heavenly Tao. This was the limit of the chaos array primeval version, condensing an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. As for the realm, it was, of course, the realm of chaos. However, because the connate 9 palace diagram that formed the chaos array had not advanced to the ranks of superior grade connate spirit treasures, the chaos array had a flaw. Chapter 492. Because of this flaw, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, which was supposed to be the most perfect existence in the primordial world, had a flaw. He only had 9 fingers, not the 10 fingers that the connate Taoism aptitude should have. This caused him to have a weakness. Hiss, what kind of array formation is this? It can actually summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, not to mention the demons, even the powerful beings who were watching the battle in the void were deeply shocked. There were countless array formations in the primordial world, but they had never heard of any array formation that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The chaos array of the human race was the first one. Just this point alone was enough to make the chaos array of the primordial world's top array formation, comparable to the other 3 top arrays. From now on, the 3 great arrays of the primordial world will probably become the 4 great arrays of the primordial world. Looking at the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the group of powerful beings sighed. Regardless of whether the human race won or lost this battle, the chaos array would definitely be famous in the primordial world. The 12 divine wraith array of the witch race, the heavenly cycle star array of the demon race, and the immortal slaying sword array of the prime clear Saint Tong Tian had always been recognized as the strongest array formation in the primordial world. However, from now on, the chaos array would be added to these 3 great arrays, and they would be called the 4 great arrays of the primordial world. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was the manifestation of the will of heaven, representing the heavens. Fighting with it was defying the heavens. In the primordial world, the heavenly Tao was above everything. How could the world defy it? Feng Zichen stepped forward, merged with the incarnation of the heavenly way and scolded Tai. He shouted at Tai, Tai, are you going to defy the heavens? The sound of the Tao rumbled and resounded throughout the world. It was as if the heavenly Tao was speaking, shaking the heavens and intimidating all living beings, creating boundless phenomena. Defy the heavens? I have already attained the Tao, the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. I am the Tao, the heavens. What do you mean by defying the heavens? After the initial shock, Tai Yi calmed down and looked at the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, full of fighting spirit. The heavenly Tao was very powerful. But the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, he was barely at the level of a chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. His strength was still slightly lacking compared to him. So why would Tai Yi be afraid? Furthermore, there were not many opportunities to fight with the heavenly Tao. He could verify his Tao. Fighting against the heavens was a source of endless joy. Tai Yi really wanted to test the gap between himself and the heavenly Tao. There was no shame in losing. If he won, it would be a supreme glory. Kill? With this thought in mind, Tai Yi moved and rushed towards the heavenly Tao's incarnation. And it was a killing move right from the start. The chaos bell suppressed everything, and the divine light of the sun destroyed everything. It rushed towards Feng Zichen in a grandiose manner. Good timing. Feng Zichen first took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and smashed it towards the bell of chaos. Then he formed a seal with both hands and abruptly blasted forward. A huge furnace materialized, shrouded in will of the way, and devoured the divine light of the sun. That was the heavenly Tao furnace. This supreme divine ability was unleashed by the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. It contained the purest power of the heavenly Tao. All the connate runes were replaced by heavenly Tao runes. It could be said that this was a heavenly Tao mystique. Boom. The cauldron of heaven and earth was no match for the power of the bell of chaos and was sent flying back. Feng Zichen reached out to catch it, but he was forced back a few steps before he caught it. It's not my treasure after all. There are many inconveniences in using it. In the end, the cauldron of heaven and earth was Nuwa's Dharma treasure. It was only lent to Feng Zichen for temporary use. He could not fully unleash the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Kill. After steadying himself without waiting for Tai Yi to attack, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. The power of the Khanate Yin-Yang 5 elements circulated in his body as he took the initiative to attack Tai Yi. Swoosh, a 7-colored light appeared, melting everything as it swept towards Tai Yi. This was a supreme divine ability, Khanate Yin-Yang 5 elements divine light. The Yin-Yang 5 elements contained everything in the primordial world. In other words, everything in the primordial world would be restrained by the Khanate Yin-Yang 5 elements divine light. If he wanted to break this divine ability, he could only break it with force. Screech. Tai Yi shook his body and turned into a huge golden crow. He flapped his wings and a dazzling golden light burst out. It was like a heavenly knife slashing down, splitting the Khanate Yin-Yang 5 elements divine light. Then Tai Yi flapped his wings again and directly came to Feng Zichen's side, fighting him in close combat. The two sides fought for several days. In the end, Dong Huang defeated Feng Zichen with the power of the Bell of Chaos. Huff! After forcing Tai Yi away, Feng Zichen panted heavily. There was still a flaw in the chaos formation. Otherwise, why would the incarnation of the heavenly path be defeated by Tai Yi? Even if Tai Yi had the Bell of Chaos, it was the same. So, if only the 9 kings had the cultivation of a sage to be. Feng Zichen sighed regretfully while guarding against Tai Yi. The chaos formation was not perfect. Not only was the level of the Khanate 9 palaces not high enough, but it was also limited by the cultivation of the 9 kings of the human race. One had to know that a cultivator with a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure would at least be a sage to be. Therefore, to perfectly unleash the power of the chaos formation, a mere 9 Daluo Jingxian were not enough. They had to have 9 sage to be. If the human race had 9 sage to be, Feng Zichen could rely on the chaos formation to run amok in the untainted world. Even if he could not surpass the shamans and demons, he could still become a force second only to the saints. What a pity! Tai Yi said regretfully after adjusting his breath for a moment. With his cultivation, how could he not see that the chaos formation had a fatal flaw? It was this flaw that caused the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly path to be far inferior to him. This also made Tai Yi feel a little regretful and a little fortunate. Unfortunately, he could not personally test the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly path. Fortunately, if the incarnation of the heavenly path had completely descended, even if the demons could win this attack, they would have suffered great losses. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to go. Looking at Feng Zichen, Tai Yi said indifferently. This battle of the demons had already taken a long time. It was time to end it. Fellow Taoist Tai Yi, I admit that you are very strong. But if you want to break the chaos formation, I'm afraid you alone are not enough. Sensing Tai Yi's killing intent, Feng Zichen smiled indifferently. He was not afraid. He could not defeat him, but he could defend. As long as he could delay until the shaman ancestor came out of seclusion, the crisis of the human race would be resolved in an instant. Next, it would be a protracted battle. Sword come. Feng Zichen stretched out his right hand and shouted softly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the great Tao appeared. All the divine swords in the untainted world were trembling. Wisps of sword light flew out and gathered in Feng Zichen's hand, forming a colorless long sword. Path sword. The sword of the Khanate sword Tao. A sword formed completely from the Khanate sword Tao was incomparably pure. With the sword in hand, Feng Zichen's aura also changed. An incomparably sharp aura rose from his body and rushed into the clouds. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. Feng Zichen stared at Dong Huang Tai silently. He was accumulating strength. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will return the favor with a thunderous blow. Tai could only smile at this. Then, he turned into a rainbow light and crashed into the Bell of Chaos at an unimaginable speed. Clang. An unprecedented bell sound was emitted from the Bell of Chaos. The bell wave swept out and destroyed everything. Feng Zichen raised his sword to meet it. However, in just a breath, the path sword was shattered into pieces. Feng Zichen's expression changed slightly. First, he took out the cauldron of heaven and earth to block in front of him. Then he used supreme magic and blasted it forward. The greatest defense was offense. As long as he shattered the opponent's attack, no one could hurt him. The bell wave swept over, and the cauldron of heaven and earth was instantly sent flying. The magic that Feng Zichen used was also shattered one by one. Puff! A terrifying power erupted, shattering the chaos. Feng Zichen was also shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Fortunately, after being weakened layer by layer, there was not much power left in the Bell of Chaos. Feng Zichen looked miserable, but in fact he was not too injured. The chaos bead was not destroyed and the chaos array was not damaged. After Feng Zichen stabilized his body with a thought, the damaged chaos array was immediately restored. Clang, 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 Tai continued to ring the bell of chaos. It was as if he was going to repeat the scene of Pangu splitting the sky. Wherever the bell sound passed, chaos was destroyed. However, Feng Zichen secretly mobilized the power of the world tree. This also caused Feng Zichen to seem like he was about to collapse every time. But after a moment he was alive and kicking again. Although the world tree had not grown to the level of the primordial chaos Dao realm, it was infinitely close. Moreover, as a chaos spirit root, it had infinite possibilities. It could allow it to display some of the characteristics of the primordial chaos Dao realm in advance. It was with the support of the world tree that Feng Zichen could withstand the attacks of Donghuang Tai again and again. Just like that, another 100 years passed. Why hasn't it broken yet? After 100 years, the chaos array still showed no signs of breaking. Even Tai could not help but feel a little anxious. Fellow Taoist, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you, Tai said as he put away the bell of chaos. Logically speaking, he should have broken the chaos array long ago. However, no matter how he attacked, the array would not break. Obviously, Feng Zichen had other treasures on him. Fellow Taoist Tai, do you still want to fight? After recovering from his injuries again, Feng Zichen said. Now, they were waiting for the ancestral shaman to come out of seclusion or for the battle of the saints to end. Then, the crisis of the human race would be over. Boom. As the two of them spoke, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of the shaman tribe. An ancestral shaman aura that was different from the other ancestral shamans rose slowly, shocking the entire primordial world. The 13th ancestral shaman of the shaman tribe was born. Not good. Tai's expression changed when he saw this. With the birth of the 13th ancestral shaman, the shaman tribe's plan had been completed. It would not be long before the ancestral shaman came out of seclusion. At that time, they would definitely not tolerate him staying in the primordial world. This human race could not fight anymore. Had to leave as soon as possible. After all, the humans and demons needed to refine the Wu slaughtering sword were almost all captured by the demon race. But he left just like that. Tai was also a little unwilling. Feng Zichen's strength was too strong. The power of the chaos array was even stronger. If he let Feng Zichen go today with his hatred for the demon race, he would definitely help the shaman tribe during the decisive battle between the shaman and the demon race. This would bring unknown variables to the decisive battle between the shaman tribe and the demon race. Chapter 493. Fellow Taoist Tai, the ancestral which is about to come out of seclusion. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Sensing the changes in the witch clan, Feng Zichen said to Tai excitedly. At this time he could finally heave a sigh of relief. God knew. During this period, how much pressure he had endured. The world tree was extraordinary. Its strength also had a limit. It had helped Feng Zichen survive for 100 years under Tai's attack, and it was almost at its limit. If the ancestral which did not come out of seclusion, he might not be able to hold on. At that time, Feng Zichen would only face the outcome of being killed by Donghuang Tai. Fellow Taoist Zichen, if you don't die, I won't be at ease. Looking at Feng Zichen, Tai did not hide his true thoughts. He wanted Feng Zichen to die. If Feng Zichen did not die, he would definitely become a great threat to the demon clan. Therefore, this person could not be left alive. I know. But you can't kill me. Feng Zichen was very clear about Tai's thoughts. The demon clan's goal had long been achieved. The humans needed to refine the witch-killing sword were more than enough for 80% of the humans who had escaped from the human territory. The reason why they were unwilling to leave was to kill Feng Zichen. After all, an expert like Feng Zichen, once they offended him, it was better to die. Yes. I can't kill you now. This was what Tai was helpless about. If he could kill Feng Zichen, he would have died long ago in the past 100 years. He wouldn't have lived until the ancestral which came out of seclusion. Kill you? I can't do it. But I can seal you. With a thought, Tai had an idea. What he was worried about was that Feng Zichen would help the witch clan during the final battle between the liches and demons, bringing unknown variables to the battle. Wouldn't it be fine if he didn't have the chance to attack? Once Feng Zichen was completely sealed, he would be able to solve everything perfectly. As for after that, it would be much simpler. After the Great Lich Demon War ended, if the demon clan won, Feng Zichen would be a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the demon clan. If the demon clan lost, how could the witch clan to let the demon clan? Even if Feng Zichen's to break out of the seal, he would not be able to find the demon clan to take revenge. Had a plan. Was to demon god. And seal to seal to Tai Yi knew that with his strength, even if he could seal Feng Zichen, he could not seal him for too long. Only by combining the power of the demon gods of the demon clan could they completely seal Feng Zichen. What a pity. Emperor Jun had promised Wang Shu that the demonic saints would not participate in this war. To seal? Hearing this, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. If he didn't have so many aliases, sealing him would be the best way to deal with him. But he had so many aliases. Sealing him was of no use at all. At most, he could seal his human body. No, it was not useless. Feng Zichen was fine, but the many clansmen who followed him were not. Apart from the clansmen in the ancestral land and those who had been captured by the demon clan, the rest of the humans were all behind Feng Zichen. Even Zichen's grotto heaven was in the human Dao imperial court. Since Tai Yi had achieved the Dao, Feng Zichen did not dare to let Zichen's grotto heaven float in the void. He had put it in the human Dao imperial court as soon as possible. The Khanate star tree, which was only at the quasi-saint level, could not stop the calculation of Tai Yi, who was at the primordial chaos level. It was safer to put it under his nose. At present, the humans who were still in the primordial world had been divided into 3 groups by Feng Zichen. The first group was the cultivators who had not become immortals. Feng Zichen had left them in the ancestral land of the humans and was protected by Nuwa. The second group was the prodigies of the human race. Feng Zichen had hidden them in Zichen's grotto heaven. The third group was the Tai Jingxian of the human race. They followed Feng Zichen to guard the human Dao imperial court. The rest were either killed or captured by the demon clan. These people accounted for the most. They were more than half of the human race. Sigh. I'm afraid I can't avoid this seal. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen could not think of a way to escape. Tai Yi's strength was too strong. These clansmen and him would not be able to escape the fate of being sealed. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Behind Feng Zichen were the elites of the human race. It could be said that the remaining strength of the human race was here. Being sealed was better than all of them dying. Tai Yi raised the bell of chaos high and attracted the power of the sun from the boundless starry sky. After cultivating the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, Tai Yi's connection with the sun had deepened. It was as if he was the incarnation of the sun. With this move, he directly attracted the most origin power of the sun. Boom. Immediately, the boundless power of the sun descended and drowned the chaos formation. Seeing this, Tai Yi did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. With this as ink, he began to draw in the void. Not long after, a huge seal formed in the void and sealed the chaos formation. This was the sun god restriction. The restriction set up by the origin of the sun could cut off space and time and seal everything. Moreover, this seal could continuously draw in the power of the sun to maintain the operation of the seal. Bell of Chaos. After that, Tai Yi raised the Bell of Chaos and imprinted his mark on the sun god restriction to strengthen the seal. Go. Behind Tai Yi, more than 300 heavenly cycle star gods attacked together and imprinted their marks on the sun god restriction. This time, the heavenly cycle demon gods did not use the heavenly cycle star power. Firstly, Di Jun had promised Wang Shu that he would not use the heavenly cycle star formation. Secondly, Feng Zichen was connected to the Emperor Star. Who knew if he had obtained a special method to deal with Zhouxing? If they used Zhouxing to seal him, wouldn't it give him a chance to take advantage of the loophole? They had to be careful about this. Therefore they could not use star power to seal him. At the same time, at the boundary between heaven and earth, the 4,000 demon gods that were blocked by the sorcerer tribe also moved. They wanted to strengthen the sun god restriction. Naturally, the sorcerer tribe would not allow this. Unfortunately, before they could stop them, they saw Di Jun and the other demi-saints of the demon race looking over from afar. The great sorcerer was forced to stop. This was an attack on the sorcerer tribe, not the human race. Di Jun did not break the agreement. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Daluo's imprints crossed the void and imprinted themselves on the sun god restriction, increasing his power to an unimaginable level. Looking at the sun god restriction, Tai Yi asked himself. Even if he fell into it, it would be difficult for him to break out of the seal. Moreover, Feng Zichen was not as good as he was. Only then did he feel relieved. Activate. Tai Yi gently knocked on the Bell of Chaos. The seal, with the sun as the main force and the 4,000 demon gods as support, immediately began to operate at full power. Chapter 494. The first one to be affected was naturally the Emperor's star. The star power that was connected to the chaos bead was directly cut off. As a result, the chaos bead's power was greatly reduced, and it was even more powerless to resist the sun god restriction. Just like that, Feng Zichen and the imperial court of human Tao were slowly sealed by the demon race. During this process, Feng Zichen did not resist at all, because resistance was useless. The chaos formation could not withstand such a powerful seal. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength and give up resisting. He would not die after being sealed anyway. However, the moment the seal was about to be completed, Feng Zichen threw out the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was Nua's treasure. It could not be sealed with her. Tai didn't stop him. The demon race was in the wrong to attack the humans. They had let Nua down. If he intercepted Nua's magic treasure again, he would really become Nua's sworn enemy. This could not be done. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the imperial court of human Tao disappeared from the wilderness, sealed in the depths of the void by Tai. This also marked the official end of the demon race's war against the humans. It's over. The humans are really amazing. As the battle came to an end, the great beings of the wilderness all withdrew their gazes. This time the humans had really brought them a great shock. Retreat, retreat. After sealing Feng Zichen, Tai ordered the demon god beside him. The shaman ancestor was about to come out of seclusion. If the demon race army continued to wander in the wilderness, they would probably never be able to return. With that, Tai's figure flashed and rushed into the boundless starry sky. The problem of the humans had been solved, but there was another huge problem waiting for the demon race to solve. That was the Emperor's star. Compared to the humans, the Emperor's star was the threat that could shake the foundation of the demon race. As long as the problem of the Emperor's star was not solved, the demon race would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Attack. As Tai rushed towards the North Star, Dijun, Shihi, and the other demi-saints of the demon race also rushed towards the North Star. Even Fushi, who had been in seclusion, walked out of Emperor Shi's palace and charged towards Ziwei's star. Fushi could ignore the invasion of the human race with the excuse that he was in seclusion. However, this matter concerned the foundation of the demon race, so he had no reason not to take action. After all, he was the emperor of the demon race. He was second only to Dijun and Tai in the demon race. He sat firmly on the third seat of the demon race. A primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, 2 half-origin primordial chaos experts, and several great circle sage-to-be experts were attacking Ziwei's star at the same time. For a moment, Feng Zichen was in danger. This calamity could be said to be the greatest crisis he had encountered since he was born. As the demon race's war against the humans came to an end, the battle between the saints and the outer chaos also came to an end. Fellow Taoist Nua, since you are unwilling to help the Western land, then Poor Wei will not disturb you. Taoist Kundi waved the wonderful tree of 7 treasures and scattered Nua's supernatural power. Then he leaped and escaped from the battlefield, flying towards the untainted land. You want to leave? Nua was about to chase after him and let Taoist Kundi see how powerful she was. However, from the corner of her eye, she happened to see Tai and the others besieging Ziwei's star. Kundi, today's cause, tomorrow's effect. Remember what you did today. In the future, Poor Wei will definitely give you retribution. As if thinking of something, Nua's heart skipped a beat. She gave up on Taoist Kundi and rushed towards the boundless starry sky. Feng Zichen had grown up under Nua's nose. How could she not know the relationship between Ziwei's star and Feng Zichen? Now that Ziwei's star was in trouble, she naturally could not ignore it. She still had to save him. Not being able to protect the human race was enough to make Nua feel guilty. If she could not save Feng Zichen, she would really have no face to see others. As for Kundi, saints were free from calamities and were eternal. The days ahead were long. If she wanted to give him retribution, there would be plenty of opportunities. Nua, who had not established a sect, was much calmer than the other saints. On the way to the boundless starry sky, the cauldron of heaven and earth returned to Nua's hands. Fellow Taoist Hutu, Poor Wei will take my leave. In another place, seeing that the battle between humans and demons had come to an end, Taoist Jain took his leave and left. Hutu did not stop him. Of course, she could not stop him. It was meaningless. Fellow Taoist Jain, have you thought about how you are going to repay the 2 karmas you owe me? Hutu said leisurely as she looked at Jain's back. The Western sect owed him karma. This time they had stopped him. This karma could be said to be growing. It would be difficult for Zhuan Yin to repay it. But it was not Hong Yun. She was a saint and would not die. Zhuan Yin's method of dealing with Hong Yun would not work on her. In the future there would be a lot of trouble. Jain, who was hurrying on his way, paused slightly after hearing Hudu's words. His expression became even more bitter. His lips moved slightly for a moment, but he could not say anything. In the end he seemed to have no face to stay here and left even faster. Hudu snorted coldly and also left the chaos beyond the sky. However, she did not go to the boundless starry sky. Instead she went to the primeval land. Hudu was not very clear about the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Therefore she rushed to the primeval land to see if she could save Feng Zichen. The boundless starry sky. Retreat. Seeing the demon experts coming at him, Feng Zichen did not dare to fight with them. He hurriedly drove the Emperor Star and walked into the depths of the boundless starry sky. The boundless starry sky was naturally vast and boundless. It was connected to the chaos beyond the sky. If Feng Zichen hid it well, he might be able to hide it from the Tai and the others. As for where he hid it, he had a plan in his heart. That was where the Zhoxing map was located. The innate cardinal treasure Zhoxing map had been nurtured in the boundless starry sky for so long, but it had not been discovered by anyone until now. It could be seen that it was hidden deeply. If Feng Zichen could hide there, he would naturally be able to escape this calamity. But now, the only problem in front of him was how to get rid of the Tai and the others. If he could not get rid of the Tai and the others, Feng Zichen did not dare to go to the place where the Zhoxing map was located. If the demons followed the clues and found that place, then Feng Zichen would lose more than just the Emperor Star. There was also an unborn innate cardinal treasure. Of course, Feng Zichen would not do such an act to help the enemy. Therefore, the prerequisite for him to survive was to get rid of the demons and the others. The Emperor Star has indeed given birth to an innate saint. Seeing that the Emperor Star was about to run away, the people who had doubts before immediately confirmed it. If there was no innate saint secretly manipulating it, how could the Emperor Star behave like this? You want to run? Do you think you can run? The Tai's face turned cold as he directly activated the Bell of Chaos. Chapter 495. Clang. A majestic force descended, wanting to suppress everything. Fighting with the Emperor Star? What a joke. Feng Zichen smiled coldly, shaking the Emperor Star. Boom. Vast star power descended, destroying the bell waves of the Bell of Chaos. The Emperor Star. The Lord of the Stars, the Emperor Star. Its star power was the most domineering and fierce. It could be said to be the number one in the primordial world. Could destroy all spells and Tao. The Imperial Dragon Chi of the later generations was a manifestation of the Emperor Star's power in the world. Its power could be seen from this. In other words, no divine ability or spell could hurt the Emperor Star. If one wanted to hurt the Emperor Star, they could only break it with their physical body. Boom. After Tai Yi, the other demon experts' divine abilities also came one after another. Unfortunately, the Emperor Star's power was vast and mighty. The Emperor's chi swept out and destroyed all the divine abilities that came crashing down. The Emperor Star's power is incomparably domineering. I'm afraid our divine abilities won't be able to hurt him. Everyone, just use your Dharma treasures to attack. With a thought, Tai Yi understood the characteristics of the Emperor Star's power. He didn't use any divine abilities and directly drove the Bell of Chaos to crash into the Emperor Star. The Bell of Chaos attack couldn't hurt the Emperor Star, but the bell body could. Rumble. Seeing the Bell of Chaos crashing over, Feng Zichen hurriedly controlled the Emperor Star to dodge. The Bell of Chaos didn't hit the Emperor Star. Without losing momentum, it smashed the meteorite floating in the boundless starry sky into pieces. Go. Feng Zichen had just dodged the Bell of Chaos when Di Jun threw out the Sun God Sword and slashed at the Emperor Star. Demon Master Kun Peng also took out the Demon Master Palace and smashed it at the Emperor Star. The other demon saints also took out their Khanate spirit treasures and attacked the Emperor Star with brute force. Khanate god fiends still had strength. Whether or not they had seriously tempered their bodies were shockingly powerful. This was an innate talent. Therefore, when they smashed their Khanate spirit treasures at the Emperor Star, the power was naturally shocking. Feng Zichen's speed was fast, but there was nothing he could do. The monster race had the advantage in numbers, and their attacks came one after another. The Emperor Star managed to dodge the first few attacks, but in the end he was still struck several times. But fortunately, the North Star was formed from Pangu's ancestral aperture, and it had been tempered for countless years, so it was extremely tough. Among the numerous attacks of the demon race, other than the Bell of Chaos, the rest could hardly cause any damage to the North Star. Feng Zichen only needed to dodge the Chaos Bell. But every time it was hit, the Emperor Star did not suffer any damage, but its speed slowed down. Gradually it was caught up by the Supreme Demon experts. I'm in trouble. Feng Zichen could not help but frown as he watched the Demon Clan experts gradually surround him. If the demon race was really surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. But for a moment he couldn't think of a good solution. Let's go. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling anxious, Wang Shu's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then the moon star bloomed with a bright light, and the majestic power of the moon surged out, sweeping across the entire starry sky. Some of the demon race experts were not paying attention and were knocked askew by the power of the moon star. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and drove the Emperor Star out of the encirclement of the demon race, continuing to escape into the depths of the boundless starry sky. Wang Shu and Feng Zichen had a very close relationship. After spending time together, Wang Shu was not a fool. Of course, he could see the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Moreover, when the two of them were dual cultivating, Feng Zichen had never hidden the existence of the Emperor Star. So, how could Wang Shu, who knew the connection, not help when he saw the Emperor Star in danger? Di Jun glared at Wang Shu fiercely, but he did not care about finding trouble with him. He hurriedly chased after the Emperor Star. Compared to Wang Shu, the Emperor Star was obviously more important. After all, Wang Shu was on the Moon Star and could take revenge at any time. But the Emperor Star was different. If he let it escape now, he would probably not be able to find it in the future. Following that, the process of Tai Yi and the others chasing after Feng Zichen was not very smooth. This was because a great divine power had made a move. The demon race had occupied Zhoushan for so many years, and there were many great divine powers who were dissatisfied with them. Now that they could cause trouble for the demon race, those great divine powers naturally did not hesitate to make a move. Mysterious and unfathomable supreme divine powers blasted out from the depths of the void, blocking Tai Yi and the others from chasing after the Emperor Star. And Feng Zichen took this opportunity to constantly distance himself from the demon race experts. However, just like that, he could not get rid of Tai Yi's pursuit. Following that, a saint secretly made a move. Firstly, it was to test Tai Yi's current strength. Secondly, it was to help the Emperor Star escape. Zhoushan was too important. It could not be controlled by the demon race forever. Now there was an additional Emperor Star Lord, competing with Di Jun for the right to rule Zhoushan. The saints were still very happy to see this. Damn it. After breaking through the interception of another saint, Tai Yi looked at the Emperor Star that was getting further and further away and could not help but curse. How could he not see through the thoughts of these saints? Their intentions were truly hateful. At this moment, Nuwa rushed over from outer space and used a divine power to cover the tracks of the Emperor Star. Nuwa hated the demon race for destroying the human race, so she did not show any mercy. She was not like the other saints, who hid their heads and tails and did not dare to reveal their true bodies. Nuwa Tai Yi was caught off guard and was hit by Nuwa's sneak attack. He staggered. Fellow Taoist, you are angry. Tai Yi knows. When this matter is over, Tai Yi will definitely go to Emperor Wu's palace with Big Brother to apologize. But this matter concerns the foundation of the demon race. Fellow Taoist, please don't make a move anymore. Fellow Taoist, you were once Emperor Wu of the demon race. Tai Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Nuwa, now that the situation between the shaman and the demon race had entered a critical moment, it was not appropriate for the demon race to make enemies. Chasing after the Emperor Star was more important. Otherwise Tai Yi would have to have a good time with Nuwa. Emperor Wu of the demon race. Now I remember that poor Wei is Emperor Wu of the demon race. But when fellow Taoist attacked the human race, why didn't you care that poor Wei is Emperor Wu of the demon race and let the human race go? At the mention of Emperor Wu, Nuwa was even angrier. The demon race clearly did not take her seriously. For the sake of the demon race, the human race must be destroyed. I hope fellow Taoists can forgive me. Moreover, the demon race did not attack the humans in the ancestral land of the human race. The human race could refine the Wu-killing sword that was specially designed to deal with the shaman race. The demon race would definitely kill them at all costs to refine the divine sword. Of course, they still had to give face to Nuwa. Therefore, the ancestral land of the human race was preserved. It was also because of this that Nuwa could not force the demon race too much. The human race had already left a chance of survival for the human race because of you. What else do you want? If Nuwa fell out with the demon race now, the demon race would not mind exterminating the remaining human race. From now on, poor Wei and the demon race will have nothing to do with each other. After glaring at Tai Yi hatefully, Nuwa turned around and left. This also meant that the last remaining relationship between Nuwa and the demon race had been completely severed. From now on, Nuwa and the demon race would have nothing to do with each other. Where's the Emperor's Star? How did it disappear? After persuading Nuwa to leave, the Supreme Saint stopped Tai Yi. But he could not find any trace of the Emperor's Star at all. It was as if the Emperor's Star had never appeared. There were no traces of him in the boundless starry sky. It was Dao Ancestor Hongjun who had made a move. No, it was Heavenly Dao Hongjun who had made a move. It had long been said that the innate saint born from the Emperor's Star was supreme and noble. He had boundless luck and was a natural celestial emperor. It was fine if such a figure was not born, but once he had life, there was no possibility of him dying. Therefore, Heavenly Dao had made a move. He saved Feng Zichen and sent him to the most mysterious place in the boundless starry sky, where the innate cardinal treasure Zhouxing map was located. He let the two be born together. If nothing went wrong, the innate cardinal treasure star map was Feng Zichen's lifelong cardinal treasure. Only the innate cardinal treasure was worthy of the Emperor's Star's identity. Sigh. I'm afraid the Heavenly Dao has made a move. Otherwise, we would never have been unable to find traces of the Emperor's Star. 100 years later, Tai Yi said to Di Jun with an ugly expression. The entire demon race had searched the boundless starry sky several times, but they could not find any trace of the Emperor's Star. The Heavenly Dao must have hidden him. It doesn't matter. No matter how much he can hide, where can the Heavenly Dao hide the Emperor's Star? He's still hidden in the boundless starry sky. As the Lord of the Stars, how could the Emperor's Star leave the boundless starry sky so easily? Therefore, no matter how he hid, he would not leave the boundless starry sky. Then what do you mean, big brother? Tai Yi seemed to have understood something. Seal it. Set up a huge seal in the entire boundless starry sky. Since the Emperor's Star wants to hide, then let him hide forever and never come out. Tai Yi sealing Feng Zichen gave Di Jun a lot of inspiration. That's true. Since the Emperor's Star can't be used by us, then we can't let him be used by others. Sealing him so that he can never appear in the world is the best choice at the moment. Tai Yi nodded in agreement. This was the best way at the moment. As soon as he thought of it, Tai Yi immediately stopped his men and began to set up the seal. This seal was much more powerful than the sun god restriction used to seal the human race. After all, this was the seal that was set up with the power of the entire demon race. Di Jun and Shihi activated the power of the two supreme stars, the sun and the moon, as the main body of the seal. Tai Yi, many quasi-saints, and more than 4,000 demon gods were scattered throughout the boundless starry sky to strengthen the seal. The Emperor's Star was strong, but the Sun Star and the Moon Star were also supreme stars of the same level as him. The power of the two stars could definitely seal the Emperor's Star. The demon race moved together. A terrifying pressure came from the boundless starry sky, shocking the entire primordial world. Many powerful beings felt it and looked at the starry sky, wanting to see what the demon race would do. But they were disappointed. The light of the Sun Star and the Moon Star was too dazzling, covering the entire boundless starry sky. This caused the followers of the great gods to look over. Other than the dazzling light, they could not see anything else. When the light faded, the seal that covered the entire boundless starry sky was completed. However, Di Jun and the others did not leave, because they still had something very important to do. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Di Jun wanted to use the power of the entire race to cast a curse. A curse that was specially targeted at the human race. This battle against the human race allowed Di Jun to see the huge potential and deep foundation of the human race. Once this race found an opportunity to grow, they would definitely become a great threat to the demon race. They had to be guarded against. Therefore, they could not give the human race any chance to grow. This time, since they had crippled the human race, they would let them continue to be crippled and completely destroy their hope of rising. Chapter 496. In any case, there was already an irreconcilable blood feud between the demon race and the human race. We, in the name of the demon race, will seal the human race. The first seal will seal their bloodline and sever their chance of becoming a Khanate. With this seal, the human race would no longer have the possibility of becoming a Khanate. From then on, no matter how talented the descendants of the human race were, they would not be able to go against the Khanate Tao body. As Tai's voice fell, an invisible force spread out from the boundless starry sky and spread throughout the entire primordial world. It was also at this time that all the living humans in the primordial world felt that there was an additional shackle in their bloodline, preventing them from transforming into Khanate lifeforms. However, the human race who were Khanate lifeforms felt that their Khanate bloodline was constantly degenerating, falling step by step into an acquired bloodline. Panic spread among the human race, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sit and watch all of this happen. After the first seal ended, the demon race did not stop. Instead, they continued to cast the second seal, the Great Seal of the Soul. The first seal sealed the physical body, and the second seal sealed the soul, completely destroying the human race's hope of cultivation. The second seal will seal their soul and sever their path of cultivation. After this seal was cast, the human race intuitively felt that their sea of consciousness was covered by a layer of shadow. It was difficult for them to sense the great Tao and rules between heaven and earth. The third seal will seal their intelligence and sever their path of cultivation. This was truly a plan to destroy the family. Without intelligence, the human race had no hope at all. Their souls were sealed and they could not sense the heavenly Tao. Their physical bodies were sealed and they could not absorb the chi of heaven and earth. These were not important. As long as someone with supreme wisdom appeared out of nowhere, they might be able to break the seal set by the demon race. However, without intelligence, what was the difference between the human race and beasts? As this seal was cast, the human race gradually lost their intelligence. Their eyes also lost their liveliness and became blank. Incomparably blank. The fourth seal will seal their history and sever their civilization. Without their history, the human race's heritage would be severed. The glorious human race's civilization would eventually be forgotten by the passage of time. Next, the demon race placed 5 more layers of seals on the human race in one go, for a total of 9 layers of seals. Only then did they stop. After the 9 layers of seals were established, all traces of the human race in the Great Desolate Aeon were completely erased. As for the rest of the human race, they all became muddle-headed. They had no history, no power, no wisdom, no order, and no inheritance. They had completely forgotten the past and lost their civilization. He was like a walking corpse, living in the untainted land, living the lowest life. Even the weakest ferocious beast would not spare them a second glance, let alone eat them. Because they were Hotian life forms, in the eyes of Xiantian life forms, they were no different from filth. In this way, the human race will no longer be a threat to the demon race. At this point, Emperor Jun Tai and the others finally felt relieved. Only Fushi could not bear it, but he was in no position to criticize. In the future, he would reignite the fire of the human race's civilization and set a new order for the human race. He would also lead the human race to glory. He would be known as the ancestor of humanity, the greatest human emperor. But now, he was Emperor Shi of the demon race, one of the greatest existences of the demon race. He would prioritize the interests of the demon race. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The human race gradually lost everything under the demon race's seal. But this was only the human race in the Great Desolate Aeon. There was still a portion of the human race that was not affected by the demon race's seal. They were the elites of the human race that were sealed in the human Tao imperial court by the demon race. It was thanks to the sun god restriction that this group of human race was spared. The power of the sun god restriction was too strong. It was so strong that it truly isolated everything. Even the demon race's seal that was specially targeted at the human race was isolated. They could not enter at all. Not to mention it had no effect. The demon race had also trapped themselves in a cocoon. However, this did not mean that the human race that was sealed in the sun god restriction was living very comfortably. On the contrary, they were now facing a huge crisis. There was not enough Kane Chi. The sun god restriction isolated everything. It was not a joke. It could even isolate the seal that the demon race had set up with the power of the entire race. Then wouldn't it be easy to isolate the Kane Chi? In fact, the moment the human Tao imperial court was sealed, all its connections with the outside world were completely isolated. Naturally, it was difficult for it to obtain Kane Chi from the outside world. In other words, the Kane Chi in the human Tao imperial court would only decrease and not increase. Every point used was 1 point less. Of course, there was also Zichen's Grotto Heaven, the Khanate Star Tree, and the World Tree in the human Tao imperial court. They could produce Khanate Chi endlessly for the human race's daily cultivation needs. But that was all. Zichen's grotto heaven was too small, and the Khanate star tree had not reached its peak. When the human race's cultivation improved, they would not be able to hold on any longer. As for the world tree, most of the power it absorbed was used to support the 3,000 upper-class worlds. The rest was barely enough for Feng Zichen. There was no extra power to support the human race at all. Moreover, because of the seal, the human Tao Imperial Court was a whole of its own. Its connection with the primordial chaos was almost non-existent. This also caused the primordial chaos laws of heaven and earth to be abnormally difficult to sense here. The difficulty of cultivation here was more than 100 times that of the outside world. Every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. It was difficult to cultivate here. Even if one managed to break through, their combat strength would be far inferior to cultivators of the same level in the primordial chaos. The harsh cultivation environment did not bring about a stronger combat power, but a weaker cultivator. Speaking of which, it made sense. Tai had spent so much effort to set up the seal. If it could only trap people, that would be too unreasonable. His goal in setting up the seal was, of course, not to let the human race have an easy time. Being unable to cultivate was one of the reasons. As long as one's realm was not Tai Jingxian, cultivation could not be separated from Khanate Qi. If a golden immortal cultivator was not nourished by Khanate Qi for a long time, their strength would grow weaker and weaker until they attracted the 5 decays of heaven and man and died. If a dignified golden immortal, an immortal existence, died in the passage of time, how tragic would that be? Tai's scheme was overt. He wanted to use this method to exhaust the human race to death. But Feng Zichen could do nothing about this. If the human race wanted to continue to improve, they needed Khanate Qi and to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. But there was none of these here. No, it was not that there was none. It was just that it could not be done in a short period of time. Because whether it was the world tree, the Khanate star tree, or Zichen's grotto heaven, they could not be improved in a short period of time. Sigh, if only Zichen's grotto heaven was a great world. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen could not think of any way. He could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 497. Before reaching Daluo Jinxian's realm, he could only continue to advance in the great world. It was the safest place for him. Of course, the higher the level of the world, the better the effect of this. Although the grotto heaven was a holy land, it was even better than some greater worlds in some aspects. However, it was not a greater world after all. It did not have its own rules or a complete world will. In the end, the grotto heaven still relied on the untainted world to exist. Usually it was nothing. However, once he left the untainted world, there would inevitably be all kinds of restrictions. The greater world was better and freer. The greater world? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly had an idea in his mind. Yes. If there was a greater world, wouldn't all the problems that the human race was facing now be solved? It didn't matter if there was no greater world. He could totally open one. Pangu could open up the untainted world in the chaos and create the untainted world. Feng Zichen was the successor of Pangu. Even if he was far less powerful than Pangu, with Zichen's grotto heaven as the foundation, he might be able to open up a greater world. In the untainted world, there were only 6 saints who had opened up a greater world in the chaos. This did not mean that only saints had the ability to open up a greater world. Only saints could open up a greater world at the cost of no injuries. In fact, a sage-to-be had the ability to open up a greater world. However, the price to pay was too great. It was very likely that they would have to pay with their own lives. This alone was enough to stop all the sage-to-be in the untainted world. However, Feng Zichen did not care. His physical body was equivalent to the great perfection of sage-to-be. He was completely capable of opening up a greater world. As for whether he would die or not, it did not matter. Anyway, his physical body was trapped here and could not get out. He might as well open up a greater world and leave a place for the human race to settle down. This method seems to be very good. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Zichen felt that this method was feasible. He had so many doppelgangers. He did not care much if one of them died. Moreover, it was a doppelganger that was sealed. Demon race. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, his mind suddenly went into a trance. All kinds of scenes about the human race in the outside world appeared in his mind. The news of the human clan being sealed by the demon clan in the outside world was transmitted to Feng Zichen through a mysterious connection. The anger in Feng Zichen's heart burst out in a flash. He wished he could break Tai's seal right now and fight the demon clan. But he could not break this seal. Even if he achieved the Tao, he might not be able to break it. This was because the sun god forbidden spell was connected to the sun. In theory, as long as the sun was not extinguished, there was no possibility of the seal being broken. The only way to break the seal was to destroy the sun. But obviously this was impossible. Destroying the sun was as difficult as killing a saint. Furthermore, the power of the seal would continue to strengthen as time passed. The longer it was sealed, the harder it was to break the seal. From this point of view, Feng Zichen had no chance of breaking the seal. He could only stay in the seal forever. This was also Tai's goal. He wanted to seal Feng Zichen forever. But nothing was absolute. Feng Zichen had already thought of a way to break the seal. That was to use the power of the human Tao. After the human clan redefined the human Tao, the power of the human Tao imperial court would be fully released and become the carrier of the human Tao in the world. In this way, with the complete chaos array, the seal could definitely be broken. But whether it was to complete the chaos array or for the human clan to redefine the human Tao, it would be a long time in the future. Therefore, what he had to do first was to solve the problem at hand. Of course, Feng Zichen had a simple way to solve the current problem of the human clan. That was to use the space-time door in the chaos bead to go to the chaos outside the realm and return to the primordial world from there. It sounded very simple. However, the chaos outside the realm had no four directions and no passage of time. Sometimes, one step was hundreds of millions of miles. Sometimes, moving forward for 1,000,000 years was just going in circles. Therefore, this method was not advisable. The demon clan. I can't deal with you now, but I can give you some trouble. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and thought of a way to deal with the demon clan. That was to strengthen the witch clan. As sworn enemies, the stronger the witch clan was, the more uncomfortable it would be for the demon clan. This was the only thing he could do now. There's no rush. Everything that the human clan has experienced today is a tribulation that they must experience on the path of growth. It is the resource for growth, the motivation to move forward. If the human clan wants to become the main character of the world, how can it be smooth sailing? Even the demon clan was bullied by the witch clan for countless years before they became the overlords of the world. That's why they are today. Their experience is not much better than the human clans. After a while, Feng Zichen comforted himself. After the storm, the rainbow began to appear. In fact, whether it was the sun god restriction or the seal that the demon clan had set on the human clan, it was not a problem for Feng Zichen. The problem was the demon clan. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal seal. It was probably because the demon clan was too strong that the power of the seal was also extremely strong. If the demon race declined, the power of the seal would naturally decline as well. At that time, there was no need for Feng Zichen to undo the seal for the human clan. As long as they embarked on the path of cultivation again, they would be able to undo the seal themselves. The Tao of God Fiends was divided into 3 realms and 9 levels, which corresponded to the 9 seals in the human clan's body. Each level would break a seal. When the 9 tribulations were completed, the 9 seals would all be undone. The human clan could also use this opportunity to go against the Khanate and become a heaven immortal. Moreover, after Dijun's death, Feng Zichen had to take control of the Sun Star no matter what. In this way, the threat of the Sun God restriction would be greatly reduced. The danger of the human clan would also disappear. However, all of this was based on the decline of the demon clan. If the demon clan became stronger and stronger, the seal in the human clan would not weaken with the passage of time. Instead, it would become stronger and stronger. Then the human clan would really be finished. Therefore, the demon clan had to be destroyed. Not for the general trend of the heavenly Tao but for the human clan. Of course, how to deal with the demon clan was the matter of other aliases. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to evolve Zichen's Grotto Heaven into a greater thousand world. Compared to other things, this was the most important. Everyone, after I leave, the human clan will be left to you. In front of Zichen's Grotto Heaven, Feng Zichen was explaining to the 9 kings of the human clan. With his strength forcefully opening up a greater thousand world, and a top-level one at that, it was inevitable that he would fall. Therefore, it was better to explain some things clearly in advance to avoid trouble in the future. What's there to be sad about? Daluo Jingxian is immortal. Death is just a long sleep. Just treat it as a lonely sleep. After explaining to the future generations, Feng Zichen could not help but say when he saw the sad expressions on everyone's faces. It was not a complete death. What was there to be sad about? Alright, I'm going. After saying that, without waiting for everyone to react, Feng Zichen took a step forward and arrived at the center of Zichen's Grotto Heaven. splitting heaven and earth. For Feng Zichen this was the first time. Speaking of which, this was an opportunity. The process of splitting heaven and earth was to verify his Tao. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, as long as he could survive, there would be endless benefits. In the past, Pangu, Father God, opened up the primordial world in the chaos. In the future, I, Feng Zichen, want to imitate Father God and open up a small primordial world. Feng Zichen tidied his clothes and bowed respectfully in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Then he took out an axe. That's right, it was Pangu's axe. Pangu's axe, a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. The cauldron of heaven and earth had been in Feng Zichen's hands for so many years. How could he resist refining a treasure? But what treasure should he refine? Feng Zichen thought for a long time and finally decided to refine a heaven-splitting treasure. Not the Bell of Chaos, the Taiji diagram and Pangu's banner, but Pangu's axe and the Green Lotus of Creation. These two chaos treasures were the real heaven-splitting treasures. It had to be said that Feng Zichen had reached the peak of counterfeiting. He took 9 fragments of Pangu's axe from the Witch clan's treasury and refined a replica of Pangu's axe with the chaos divine gold he found in the chaos outside the realm. Because of the fusion of the fragments of Pangu's axe, this treasure was a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure when it was born. After that, he asked for the lotus seed of the Green Lotus of Creation from Shen Qing. In addition to the fragments of the Green Lotus of Creation that he had collected for many years, he successfully refined the replica of the Green Lotus of Creation. It was also a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. But unfortunately, a fake was a fake. This replica of the Green Lotus of Creation was just a dead object. It was not like the real Green Lotus of Creation, which was both an innate spirit treasure and an innate spirit root. However, it was just like that. Feng Zichen was also very satisfied. Stepping on the Green Lotus of Creation, holding the heaven-splitting divine axe and Pangu's Tao body, how awe-inspiring was that? It was a living Pangu. I didn't expect that the magic treasure that I refined to satisfy my bad taste back then would really come in handy today. Under Feng Zichen's feet, the Green Lotus of Creation automatically appeared. His current situation was very similar to Pangu's. They had the same Tao body and the same magic treasure. What they lacked was cultivation. No wonder he wanted to name the world he opened as the small primordial world. Break. Feng Zichen waved Pangu's axe and split Zichen's grotto heaven into pieces. Rumble. After a loud bang, Zichen's grotto heaven completely turned into a cloud of chaos aura. And Feng Zichen stood in the chaos. The sky was about to be split open. Silently visualizing the scene of Pangu opening the sky in his heart, Feng Zichen raised the Pangu's axe in his hand and was about to split open the chaos. But suddenly he stopped. When Pangu opened the sky, 3,000 demons had come to stop him. Now it was Feng Zichen's turn to open the sky, but there was nothing. He felt a little awkward for a moment. At this moment he was simply little Pangu. He wanted to do the magnificent feat of opening the sky and splitting the earth. If there were no 3,000 demons to stop him, wouldn't it be a great pity? Therefore he stopped to make up for this flaw. Feng Zichen was not weaker than anyone in his life. Since he wanted to open the sky, there must be demons to stop him. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out 3,000 Chaos Jade Stones. On them, there was the mark of the Chaos Demon God that he had imprinted when he was bored. Originally, he had planned to give these things to others so that he could form good karma with others. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. This was simply courting death. There was a saying that one should not reveal one's wealth. If he gave away the mark of the Chaos Demon God casually, wouldn't it be obvious that he had the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God? Chapter 498. At that time, a large group of great mediums who coveted the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend God would try their best to plot against him. He couldn't do that. It was too dangerous. Therefore, Feng Zichen put away the mark of the Chaos Fiend God that he was going to give away. Who would have thought that the creation of heaven and earth would be used today? Go! Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and threw out 3,000 Chaos Jade Stones. Suddenly, the 3,000 Jade Stones turned into 3,000 phantoms of the Chaos Fiend God, standing in the chaos. That's more like it. Looking at the phantoms of the Chaos Fiend God around him, Feng Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Since he wanted to imitate it, he had to make it real. It would be best if he could recreate the scene when Pangu created the world. Open. Feng Zichen's body shook and a huge Pangu appeared. He raised the Pangu axe in his hand and slashed at the chaos in front of him. With a crack, a huge crack appeared in the chaos, and a clear and turbid air was born. Kill? The phantoms of the chaos fiend god around him rushed towards Feng Zichen after seeing his action. Pangu's Zichen clan brandished their axes to meet them. A battle to split open the sky broke out just like that. It was like the scene when Pangu created the sky in the past. The phantoms of the chaos fiend god were cut down by Feng Zichen's axe. With the swing of the sky-splitting axe, the crack in the chaos became bigger and bigger. More and more innate turbid air was born, and a vast world gradually took shape. The clear air rose and formed the sky. The turbid air fell and formed the earth. The phantoms of the fallen chaos fiend god turned into the world and became the resources for the evolution of the world. Feng Zichen slashed 49 times in one breath, and only then did he kill all the phantoms of the chaos fiend god. The chaos was also completely split open by him, and the small primitive world gradually took shape. But at this time, Pangu's axe also began to collapse because it couldn't bear the power of splitting open the sky. His axe turned into a bell of chaos. The axe blade transformed into a Taiji diagram, while the axe blade transformed into the Pangu banner. These three treasures were all superior-grade Khanate spirit treasures. At the same time, the chaotic green lotus was also shattered into pieces by the attacks of the 3,000 demonic gods. His lotus leaves turned into a 5-colored flag. Because of the blood of the chaos fiend god, the lotus stem turned into a blood-red spear. The green lotus transformed into a 9th-grade green lotus of creation. These three items were also superior-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Rumble. Chaotic energy surged, the earth, fire, water, and wind were in chaos, and the world seemed to be about to return to chaos. Suppress. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly took out those Khanate spiritual treasures and continued to split heaven and earth. Clang clang clang. The chaos bell clanged and suppressed the chaotic chi of earth, fire, water, and wind. Pangu's banner continued to unleash chaos sword chi, destroying the surging chaos chi. The Taiji diagram transformed into a golden bridge that spanned between heaven and earth, suppressing heaven and earth. The innate Wuxian banners then split into 5 and landed in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, stabilizing the 5 directions and 5 elements. Khanate spiritual treasures exploded one after another, and the miniature flood world gradually stabilized. Rumble. However, before Feng Zichen could rejoice for long, the surrounding chaos chi suddenly pressed down. The miniature flood world couldn't withstand the power of the chaos. The sky sank and the earth rose. Heaven and earth seemed to be closing. I still can't avoid this calamity. Seeing this, Feng Zichen smiled faintly. His body suddenly expanded and his head was the blue sky. His feet stepped on the earth, and his body was a pillar that supported heaven and earth. Since then, the sky rose by 10 feet every day, and the earth thickened by 10 feet every day. During this period, Feng Zichen's body was also changing. One moment he had a dragon head and a human body, the next he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the next he had a dragon god and a snake tail. There were a total of 36 transformations. These were all Khanate Dao bodies. In the past, when Pangu opened the sky, there were 9 transformations in a day, and he was a god in the sky and a saint in the earth. These changes lasted for a total of 9 days, and 81 Khanate Dao images were born. These 81 Dao images were all the Khanate Dao bodies in the primordial world. The main body of a Khanate god fiend was born with this as a model. Feng Zichen's strength was of course far inferior to Pangu's. Therefore he couldn't produce 81 types of Khanate Dao bodies. He could only produce 36 types. In the future, if Khanate life forms were born in the miniature flood world, they wouldn't be able to escape the range of these 36 types of Khanate Dao bodies. Thus, 10,000 years later, the world was stabilizing day by day and there were no signs of closing. Feng Zichen also collapsed. The moment he collapsed, his body underwent a miraculous change. Just like Pangu's father, his body gradually melted and turned into all things. The sky was primordial and sprouts began to sprout. Thus, heaven and earth were separated, and heaven and earth were established. They opened yin and sensed yang and they distributed essence energy. The primordial Pangu, the dying incarnation. His left eye was the sun and his right eye was the moon. His limbs and 5 bodies were the 4 poles and 5 mountains. His blood was the rivers, his meridians were the ground, his muscles were the soil, his hair was the stars, his fur was the grass, his teeth were the gold and stone, his essence was the pearls and jade, his sweat was the rain, and the insects in his body were affected by the wind. His spine stood between heaven and earth, turning into the majestic Mount Buzhou. His acupuncture points fused with the Khanate turbid Qi, turning into grotto heavens and blessed lands. The god contained in them gradually rose and fused with the Khanate clear Qi, forming the main star of the primordial world. A person's body was like heaven and earth. There was the rise and fall of yin and yang, the appearance of black rabbits, the flow of tides, the bright and dark of the wind and rain, the flashing of thunder and lightning, the puffing of clouds, the flowing of mountains and rivers, the flourishing and withering of plants, the silent movements, the opening and closing of the changes. All of them were similar to the sky. Feng Zichen's changes were in line with this principle. This was also the greatness of the Taoist body. The body was heaven and earth. At the moment when Feng Zichen's physical body completely melted, he only felt that his Khanate true spirit was empty, and there were endless Taoist understandings lingering in his heart. The questions that puzzled him in the past suddenly became clear at this time. This caused his realm to have a tendency to rise. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have broken away from everything and returned to the Ziwei star to carry out a deep level of enlightenment. Feng Zichen's Taoist body transformed into heaven and earth, and the small primordial world was completely formed. It was very similar to the primordial world but countless times smaller. Rumble. Suddenly there was a throbbing sound from heaven and earth, and mysterious tracks appeared one after another. There were a total of 49 tracks like the marks of the great Tao, boundless and mysterious. Those were the marks of the sky-splitting axe. As soon as these marks appeared, they gathered together and merged with the origin of heaven and earth, gradually evolving into a jade plate. The heavenly Tao jade plate, also known as the good fortune jade plate, was the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, representing the heavenly Tao. With it, one could control the world. Bang! Inexplicably, a supreme force appeared and shattered the heavenly Tao jade plate. The backlash of chaos. Chaos opened and heaven and earth were born. How could chaos not have resentment? This attack was the revenge of chaos. It was originally to take revenge on the small primordial world, but it was unexpectedly blocked by the heavenly Tao jade plate. It was not unexpected. The heavenly Tao jade plate should have such a tribulation. Chapter 499. Think about it, the heavenly Tao jade disc was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Obtaining it would allow one to control this world. How could the heavenly Tao allow it to exist in this world? It would definitely destroy it. The lesser desolate realm was like that, and so was the primordial world. Rumble. Purple gas appeared in the sky, curling up like smoke. It was magnificent. After that, a majestic power appeared, vast and ethereal. That was the great Tao. It had descended. Originally, Feng Zichen's creation of the lesser desolate realm would not attract the attention of the great Tao. However, it was all thanks to the chaos bead. Feng Zichen was worried that there would not be enough chaos energy to allow him to perfectly create the lesser desolate realm. When the world was created, he used the power of the chaos bead to open a passage that led directly to the primordial world. Yes, that's right. Feng Zichen created the lesser desolate realm in the middle of the passage. This also allowed the creation of the lesser desolate realm to combine the power of the primordial world and the primordial world. In addition, Feng Zichen was a chaos creature. It could be said that the lesser desolate realm was a boundless world that belonged to the primordial world. The boundless world that the chaos creatures created in the primordial world naturally belonged to the primordial world. But forget it. The main body of the lesser desolate realm was still the top grotto heaven of the primordial world, Zichen's grotto heaven. Moreover, it had an inseparable relationship with Pangu. Now, it was located in the void of the primordial world and was protected by the primordial world. This also caused it to be controlled by the primordial world. All these reasons combined made the lesser desolate realm a great world that was attached to the primordial world. Although it was controlled by the primordial world, it had great autonomy compared to the other boundless worlds. To be precise, the primordial world's heavenly Tao could not interfere with the development of this world. Of course, this was not important. What was important was that the creation of a world in the primordial world was a matter of great merit to the great Tao. Of course, the great Tao had to bestow merit. Although it could not compare to the merit that Pangu obtained when he opened the heavens, it was still quite a lot. After all, that was merit bestowed by the grand Tao, and it was natural merit that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was extremely precious, and it wasn't inferior to a precious treasure. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be very beneficial. Rumble. A purple lustrous brilliance appeared, like a purple cloud, dazzling one's mind. Purple was the color of innate merit. The golden one was the mysterious yellow merit. The Khanate merit fell and split into two. The small one, which was about 20% of its original size, dissipated into wisps of smoke and fused with the new heaven and earth to strengthen the origin of heaven and earth. About 80% of the ball of light passed through the layers of space and arrived on the North Star, where it fell into Feng Zichen's body. Feng Zichen was not dead. Of course, this innate merit would fall on him, and not all of it would be integrated into the world. This time Feng Zichen had profited greatly. The innate merit was 1% of the merit of creation. Regardless of whether it was used to refine weapons or increase one's luck, it was extremely useful. After the great Tao bestowed merit, it slowly retreated. But it was not over yet. After the great Tao left, the primordial heavenly Tao descended. After all, the little desolate world was his subsidiary world. How could he ignore it? Golden light filled the world and boundless mysterious yellow merit gathered. However, Feng Zichen did not care much about these mysterious yellow merit. He did not put them away but let them fuse into the new little desolate world. Boom. After a loud bang, 70% of the mysterious yellow merit chi fused into the little desolate world, and 30% of the merit fused into the three heaven-splitting spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, the quality of these three heaven-splitting spiritual treasures was too poor. Even with the blessing of merit, they were not promoted to supreme grade innate merit. Instead, they became superior grade innate merit spiritual treasures. At this point, Feng Zichen's heaven-splitting process ended. As for the birth of an innate god fiend, that was impossible. Feng Zichen did not have the cultivation of Pangu. His body was limitless. Even if his body turned into heaven and earth, he could still give birth to an innate god fiend. In order to create the little desolate world, he had squeezed out the potential of his body. Not to mention an innate god fiend, even an innate life form would need a long time to be born. Is this the place that His Majesty prepared for us? Looking at the little desolate world, the human experts were shocked. This world was too similar to the primordial world. Except for being far less powerful than the primordial world, the rest was carved from the same mold. There was Mount Buzhou in the primordial world and there was also one here. There was a boundless starry sky in the primordial world. Zhoxing, there was also one here. The human experts even saw the shadows of the heaven realm and the nether realm. This was simply another primordial world. Of course, no matter how well Feng Zichen imitated it, it was impossible for him to completely replicate the primordial world. There was still a big difference in the fine lines. But the human experts were too weak. Even if there was a difference, they could not see it. Rumble. The Khanate star tree appeared, took root in the boundless starry sky and grew together with it. In the blink of an eye, the little desolate world became much more stable, and there was more spiritual opportunity. The weak period of the early stage of opening heaven passed just like that. A supreme-grade Khanate spirit root was so extraordinary. In essence, the Khanate star tree was not inferior to the little desolate world. If the Khanate star tree took root in the little desolate world, the two could grow together and their safety would be greatly increased. With the human race living here, Feng Zichen could rest assured. Everyone follow us into the little desolate world. When the changes in the little desolate world stopped, the 9 kings led the remaining humans into the little desolate world. A new world often contained great opportunities. Once the human race entered, they would welcome a period of rapid development. Moreover, when Feng Zichen was splitting open the sky and earth, the masters of the human tribe were watching from the sidelines. Witnessing the process of splitting open the sky with their own eyes would bring them great benefits. Tai Jingxian would definitely be able to improve his cultivation by a small step after seeing it. Cultivators who were half a step away from the Daluo Jingxian realm might be able to find a chance to attain the Tao from it. And the 9 kings would obtain the greatest benefits. Perhaps it would not be long before they could become the real Daluo Jingxian. In short, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the benefits from this creation of heaven and earth. Phew, in that case I can rest assured. In the depths of the void, Feng Zichen left a divine will behind. After seeing the human race enter the little desolate world, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he continued to lurk and silently watched the little desolate world. To Feng Zichen, the little desolate world was not as simple as a habitat that he created for the human race. It also had a greater significance. That was to help him understand the primordial world. The operation of the little desolate world was extremely similar to the operation of the primordial world. Although it lacked many mysteries, one could understand the whole body by looking at a feather. From the similarities, it was enough for Feng Zichen to deduce some mysteries about the primordial world. For example, how did the primordial world absorb the chaos aura from the chaos outside the realm, and how did it transform it into the Khanate aura? For example, how many changes did Zhouxing have? What kind of effect did they play when the primordial world transformed the chaos aura? Also, how did the great cycle of heaven and earth work? Feng Zichen wanted to know about all of these. Knowing these, whether it was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth or deducing divine abilities and array formations, it would have immeasurable benefits. Moreover, these were all resources for achieving the Tao. How could Feng Zichen give up so easily? Outside the sun god restriction, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered together. 1,000 years after the war between humans and demons, the 11 ancestral shamans finally came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Today they came here to try and see if they could break the sun god restriction and save Feng Zichen. The ancestral shamans did not care much about the death of humans, but they cared a lot about Feng Zichen. Sigh. The seal is so powerful. The 12 ancestral shamans tried for a long time outside, but they could not do anything to the seal. It was probably because they found that if they wanted to break the seal here, they had to cut off the connection between this place and the sun star. It was not difficult to cut off the star power. The difficult part was how to bypass the demons and cut off the star power. The only way now is to defeat the demons and take the sun star to save the shamans. Candle Dragon thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Yes, this method works. The demons bullied the shamans of our race while we were in seclusion. They really deserve to die. When 13 cultivates to the sage-to-be realm, we will completely remove the demons from the primordial world. Zhurong was the most angry and said directly. The 13 ancestral shamans were just born, and their cultivation was only at the realm of Daluo Jingxian. They were still too weak. Only when they reached the sage-to-be realm could they join forces with the other ancestral shamans to set up the 12 divine beings killing formation. As the descendants of Pangu, the shamans were blessed by the heavens, and the restrictions of the heavenly Tao were useless to them. Even if they did not go through the tribulation, they could still cultivate to the sage-to-be realm. Moreover, the shamans walked the path of using strength to prove their Tao, so they would not be restricted by the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the demons were not idle either. They were refining the Wu-killing sword. They were waiting for the sword to be refined so that they could kill the shamans. The final battle between the shamans and the demons was not far away. When the 13 ancestral shamans became sage-to-be, or when the demons refined the Wu-killing sword, it would explode. Of course, with the temperament of the heavenly Tao, it was very likely that both would be completed at the same time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood fell in the primordial world. The great Tao was wailing. Heaven and earth were filled with sadness. It was as if they were sad about the fall of a great being. The great Taoist priests, Pangu and the Zichen clan had fallen. This was the news that the great divines had obtained from the sorrowful intent. How can this be? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the demons were no exception. How could Feng Zichen have fallen all of a sudden? A conspiracy, an absolute conspiracy. All the great divine beings knew that although the demon clan seal was powerful, it could only trap Feng Zichen. It was impossible to kill him. However, he had fallen at this moment. There was definitely something wrong with this. They just did not know what the great Taoist priest was planning. Humph. No matter what kind of scheme you have, it's useless if you can't get out of the sun god restriction. After the initial shock, Tai Yi calmed down. The sun god restriction was extremely powerful. Even if Feng Zichen was resurrected, as long as the seal was not broken, he would not be able to escape. He would be resurrected wherever he died. What was the use of any scheme if he could not get out? Although he thought so, in Tai Yi's heart he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, the final battle between the liches and demons was about to arrive, and he did not have the extra energy to deal with this matter. He could only hide it in his heart and make plans another day. What's going on? Looking at the sun god restriction, the ancestral shaman had an inexplicable expression. Sister, where's fellow Taoist Fengdu? Suddenly Dijiang asked Hutu. Fengdu was the incarnation of Feng Zichen. Both Hutu and Dijiang knew about this. Therefore, if they wanted to know what had happened to Feng Zichen, they should ask him. Chapter 500. I don't know either. Why don't we go to the netherworld and ask him face to face? After thinking for a while, Hutu replied. Ever since the demons attacked the humans, Fengdu had become mysterious, as if it was planning something. However, Hutu was not very clear about what it was doing. That's true. As he spoke, he ignored the puzzled gazes of the other ancestral magi and walked towards the netherworld with Hutu. What's going on? Aren't we going to save the magi? Why are we suddenly going to the netherworld? Although the ancestral magi were puzzled, they could not stay here since Dejiang and Hutu had left. They hurriedly chased after them. On the other hand, the candle dragon's eyes lit up as if he had guessed something. However, he did not say anything and acted as if nothing had happened. He followed the other ancestral magi to the netherworld. Netherworld. Fengdu. Ghost Emperor Palace. With the end of the war between humans and demons, the originally quiet Ghost Emperor Palace suddenly erupted with fluctuations. Innate true spirit fragments were pulled over by an inexplicable force and floated in the Ghost Emperor Palace. These broken innate true spirits were all human experts who had died in battle. They were brought over by the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu with his great divine ability. They were all heroes of the human race. How could Feng Zichen let them die? Of course he had to save them. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was one of the supreme rulers of the netherworld. He controlled the power of the Wheel of Life and Death. As for the path of reincarnation, Feng Zichen also had a deep understanding of it. In terms of strength, he was one of the best in the primordial world. Moreover, before the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, Feng Zichen had once helped the reincarnation disc to increase his authority, allowing his power to spread throughout the 3,000 upper-class worlds. In return, Feng Zichen unexpectedly obtained a portion of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Although this bit of power was far from being comparable to Hutu, it was enough for him to mobilize the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Gather. With a thought, Feng Zichen used his great divine ability to draw the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Instantly, the power of reincarnation surged out and reformed the shattered connate true spirits of the humans. The Tao of reincarnation contained a myriad of things. It was a huge cycle that contained time and space, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of success and failure, destruction and rebirth. Everything in the world was within it. The power of reincarnation was so great. It was the strongest power under the great Tao. Transcending him, there was no beginning and no end. This was the great Tao and this was eternity. There was no beginning, no end. Eternity was the achievement of the great Tao. With such a mighty power, regrowing the innate true spirit was a piece of cake. Very good. Looking at the complete innate true spirits in front of him, Feng Zichen smiled in satisfaction. But it was a pity. Feng Zichen's understanding of the path of reincarnation had clearly not reached the peak. Although the innate true spirits of these human experts had reformed, their intelligence had yet to recover. They were all in a daze. This was already quite good. After the innate true spirit was reunited, after the cycle of reincarnation, he would still be himself and would not become another living being. If he could reap the fruit, he might be able to regain his original self. Open. At Feng Zichen's command, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc quietly rotated. A mighty power descended and opened up a huge reincarnation passage in the Ghost Emperor Palace. Rumble. The illusory image of the 3,000 worlds appeared, looming at the end of the reincarnation passage. Yes, this reincarnation passage did not lead to the primitive world but to the 3,000 worlds. The reason why the 6 paths of reincarnation disc could control the reincarnation of the 3,000 worlds was entirely because of Feng Zichen. Therefore, the reincarnation authority that he controlled corresponded to this part of the 3,000 worlds. In other words, in this era where the 3,000 worlds were isolated from the primitive world, Feng Zichen could let some living beings reincarnate into the 3,000 worlds through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Of course, he could only let the unconscious true spirits go over. He could not do anything else. Go. Whether you can return in the future depends on your own fortune. After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen first took out some of the black-yellow merits that he had accumulated and injected them into the bodies of the innate true spirits. Then he waved his hand and sent them into the reincarnation passage. This was all that Feng Zichen could do for them. With the protection of these merits, they could avoid many hardships in the future. It was not that he did not want to reincarnate these people in the primitive world, but the primitive world was too dangerous now. The decisive battle between liches and demons would break out at any time, and the whole primitive world would be affected. Heaven and earth were in danger of being destroyed, and the world was in danger of being destroyed. At that time, even the Tai Jingxian would not be able to protect themselves. If these human masters reincarnated into the primitive world, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore it was better to leave. Whoosh. After taking away those innate true spirits, the reincarnation power slowly retreated, and the Ghost Emperor Palace returned to peace. But this change was not over yet. Wisps of purple-black murderous aura suddenly rose from Feng Zichen's body, making him look abnormally demonic. The aura on his body also underwent a huge change when this wisp of purple-black murderous aura appeared. From the previous majestic and domineering, it became tyrannical and fierce. It was like a demon god. That purple-black murderous aura was the strongest chaotic murderous aura in the world, the heavenly divine murderous aura. It was also one of Feng Zichen's trump cards. Even if the Daluo Jingxian touched it, he would be entangled with the murderous aura and die. It was extremely ruthless. It was precisely because of this that he had never appeared in the world since he was refined. This supernatural power was too harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth. It was even more demonic than the demonic path. As a righteous figure, how could Feng Zichen use it? It was not that he did not want to use it, but he had improved too quickly. Originally, the heavenly divine murderous aura could make him invincible in the realm of the Daluo. However, after he became the Daluo Jingxian, he became invincible. There was no need for the heavenly divine murderous aura. His strength had improved too quickly, so much so that the level of his supernatural power could not keep up. This led to the fact that those of low realms could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. There was no need for the heavenly divine murderous aura. Those of high realms could not be dealt with by the heavenly divine murderous aura. Thus Feng Zichen did not use it. He would keep it for future attacks. However, in order to increase the strength of the wizard tribe, he would use this supreme supernatural power today. Rumble. More and more heavenly divine murderous aura surged out of Feng Zichen's body, gradually forming a long river of murderous aura. It was vast and mighty, stirring the surrounding void into pieces. Even the Ghost Emperor Palace was affected. Under the erosion of the heavenly divine murderous aura, it was silently destroyed. However, Feng Zichen did not care at all. At this moment he was visualizing the 12 ancestors of the wizard tribe in his heart with all his might, visualizing their charm, details, structure, one by one. Whoosh. Suddenly, the long river of murderous aura boiled as if something was about to walk out of it. Chapter 501. In the depths of the river of evil aura, 12 enormous phantoms of demonic gods appeared. They seemed to have crossed the endless time and space, breaking the barrier between illusion and reality. Gradually, they turned from illusion to reality and walked out from the depths of the river of evil aura. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers. These 12 gigantic demons looked exactly the same as the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. They were visualized by Feng Zichen. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking at the 12 ancestors of sorcerers in front of him, Feng Zichen took out a drop of purple blood. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled and throbbed inexplicably, as if they were excited. Even the shadows of the 12 ancestors of sorcerers, who had no intelligence, seemed to have some fluctuations when the drop of purple blood appeared. To be precise, the drop of purple blood was not blood, but a spinal cord. Pengu's spinal cord. It was born in Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was formed by Pengu's spinal cord. Naturally, there was Pengu's remaining spinal cord in it. However, the Pengu's spinal cord was not found by Feng Zichen, but was given to him by the sorcerer tribe. Countless years ago, the 12 ancestors of sorcerers worshipped Pengu under Mount Buzhou and announced the establishment of the sorcerer tribe. Somehow, Pengu's remaining will sensed it and took some Pengu's spinal cord from the depths of Mount Buzhou and gave it to the sorcerer tribe. It was also because of this that the sorcerer tribe could suppress all the tribes in the untainted land and become the strongest tribe in the world. Although the blood marrow was not as precious as the blood essence, the power it contained was far more than Pengu's blood. The sorcerer tribe had refined Pengu's spinal cord. It was difficult for them not to be powerful. Who in the untainted land could be compared to them? The Pengu's spinal cord that Feng Zichen had was collected by the ancestors of sorcerers at that time. He wanted to go to Mount Buzhou to look for it, but he did not have the fate to do so. He could not find it at all. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe obtained Pengu's spinal cord from Mount Buzhou, it attracted a large group of great divine abilities to search for it. Unfortunately, although they did find a few connate spiritual treasures, they did not find anything in Pengu's spinal cord. Therefore, everyone thought that Pengu's spinal cord had been given to the shaman tribe by Pengu. To be honest, with his identity as a magus, the Magi had given Feng Zichen many good things. This was full of friendship. Regardless of how the sorcerer tribe treated the human tribe, they treated Feng Zichen well. Come. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and hooked. capturing the 12 ancestors of sorcery that he had visualized and fusing them into the spinal cord of the Pangu before him. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were formed from Pangu's blood and essence. They came from the same source as Pangu's spinal cord. Naturally, there was no barrier between them and they quickly became one. Great Way Furnace. After that, Feng Zichen used the Great Way Furnace and took away Pangu's spinal cord. He used the method of refining weapons and started to refine it. During this process, Feng Zichen even released the Pangu's mark on his body and verified it with Pangu's spinal cord. Even the Hongming Daozhong, which did not appear during the Great War between the human tribe and the demon tribe, was taken out by Feng Zichen and constantly released the Hongming's qi. Feng Zichen was refining weapons. It was a legendary magic treasure, the 12 Capital Divine Banner. This was the treasure that the sorcerer tribe had refined after the 12 ancestors of sorcery had fallen in Feng Zichen's previous life. The 12 Capital Divine Banner was the formation flag of the 12 Capital Divine Wraith formation. With it, even without the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the sorcerer tribe could still set up the 12 Capital Divine Wraith formation. Of course, this treasure had another function, which was to gather the Khanate true spirits that the 12 ancestors of sorcery had scattered between heaven and earth to help them resurrect. Of course, that was in his previous life. Now that the 12 Capital Divine Banner had been refined by Feng Zichen, its function was, of course, enhanced. The most important function of this treasure was to enhance the power of the 12 Capital Divine Wraith formation. Boom. After 1,000 years, the Great Way Furnace suddenly exploded, and a monstrous evil spirit gushed out, completely destroying the already damaged Ghost Emperor Palace. However, Feng Zichen did not care about all of this. His mind was focused on the center of the evil spirit. There was a purple-black flag about 3 feet and 6 inches in size. The flag's edge was covered with mysterious lines, and in the center was the figure of a stalwart man. It was the great Taoist priest Pangu. This treasure was the Pangu's heavenly banner. Boom. As soon as the heavenly banner appeared, before it could display its power, it shattered and turned into 12 small flags. On each flag, the figures of the 12 ancestors of sorcery were imprinted. This was the 12 ancestors of sorcery's heavenly banner. What is this? Dijiang looked at the heavenly banner in his hand and asked curiously. Behind him, the other 11 ancestors of sorcery each had a heavenly banner in their hands. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery's heavenly banner was born, something coincidental happened, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery just happened to arrive. As a result, the 12 heavenly banners sensed the aura of the same origin and flew directly to the 12 ancestors of sorcery. This is the heavenly banner. It's a magic treasure that I specially refined for the ancestors of sorcery. At this time, Feng Zichen walked over and said with a smile. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had dominated the untainted land for many years and relied on their physical bodies to conquer the world. They did not have any suitable weapons, so Feng Zichen refined the 12 heavenly banners to make weapons for them. Weapons. This treasure is very good. I like it very much. Zhurong said casually as he waved the heavenly banner in his hand. The other ancestors of sorcery did the same. Speaking of which, the 12 heavenly divine banner was not of a high level. It was barely at the Khanate level and was not even a Khanate numinous treasure. It was the lowest level of Khanate Dharma treasure. Even the Daoyuo Jingxian would not use a magic weapon of this level, let alone an existence like the ancestor of sorcerer. It was too embarrassing. Only Tai Jingxian cultivators would use innate magic treasures. However, the 12 heavenly divine banners were different. First of all, they were of the same origin as the 12 ancestors of sorcery and were equivalent to a part of the ancestors of sorcery. For this reason, even though the level of the 12 heavenly divine banner was very low, the ancestral sorcerer was very fond of it. Secondly, Feng Zichen had used Pangu's spinal cord and Hongming's qi as the main materials to create the 12 divine banners. They had unlimited possibilities. If the 12 ancestors of sorcerers used their own blood and great Tao to baptize the 12 capital divine banner day and night, in that case, the level of the 12 heavenly divine banners would gradually increase, and it would not be impossible for it to become a primordial treasure. Even if they perished, they could rely on the capital heaven divine banner to gather their innate true spirits and return. This point. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery first obtained the capital heaven divine banner, they naturally knew about it. Therefore, the ancestors of sorcery liked the capital heaven divine banner so much. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After accepting the capital heaven divine banner, the 12 ancestors of sorcery thanked Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, What do you think about the fall of the human emperor? After the greetings, Dijiang began to talk about serious matters. The human emperor is the great Taoist priest. He is destined to become the primordial Daluo Jingxian. As long as the primordial world is not destroyed, he will not truly die. He must have some plans for his sudden fall. We'll just wait and see. If he needs help, he will naturally contact you. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said. His meaning was very simple. The sorcerer tribe did not have to worry about this matter. That's true. Dijiang nodded, obviously understanding Feng Zichen's meaning. Then we'll take our leave. Since his goal had been achieved, Dijiang did not intend to stay here. After saying goodbye, he left with the other ancestors of sorcery. The final battle between the liches and demons was imminent. The sorcerer tribe still had a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. If it were not for Feng Zichen, he would not have left the sorcerer tribe at all. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. At this time, 10,000 years had passed since the great battle between humans and demons. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly rose from the direction of the sorcerer tribe, shaking the long river of time and space. The 13 ancestors of sorcerer tribe had finally entered the Sage-to-Be realm. At the same time, the demon tribe was also jubilant. After 10,000 years, the witch-killing sword was finally refined. Children, follow me to attack the heavenly court and slaughter the demon tribe. Under Dijiang's order, the sorcerer tribe army set off and charged towards the heaven realm. On the other side, the demon tribe was not to be outdone. The sorcerer tribe is tyrannical and does not respect the heavenly Tao. It is the great evil of the primordial world. Today, the demon tribe, in accordance with the will of heaven, destroy the sorcerer tribe and eliminate evil for the primordial world. The final battle between the liches and demons had begun. Countless powerful figures were shocked and hurriedly closed their doors for fear of being involved. The 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe did not wait for the sorcerer tribe army to arrive and directly charged into the boundless starry sky. Little bird, your grandpa Zhu Rong is here. Come out and die. Zhu Rong shouted as soon as he arrived at the boundless starry sky. Bastard. Damn it. Hearing that, Di Jun and Tai Kunping's faces darkened. Little bird, who are you scolding? Zhu Rong, don't try to win a battle of words. Today I will let you take the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe. Everyone set up the formation. Heavenly cycle stars formation rise. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly cycle demons took their positions. Zhouxing rotated together and a huge star was formed, covering the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe. One of the top 3 formations in the untainted land, the heavenly cycle stars formation. Let's set up the formation too. 12 capital God banner formation rise. With a loud laugh, the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe formed a Tao seal and merged into one, turning into a majestic giant. Pangu's physical body. A majestic aura was emitted from his body, causing heaven and earth to tremble and create an incomparable phenomenon. However, compared to the previous time when Pangu's physical body appeared, this time the commotion caused by Pangu's physical body was much smaller. Obviously, his strength was not as strong as before. Although Huda was not around, it was partly because of this. But most importantly, it was because when the reincarnation was opened, Pangu's remaining strength was all used up. As a result, Pangu's physical body could not absorb the power that Pangu had scattered in the untainted land. Therefore, Pangu's physical body was not as strong as before. Good. Without Hutu, the power of the 12 capital God Wraith formation is indeed much weaker. Sensing the aura emitted by Pangu's physical body, the demon tribe was excited. Pangu's physical body was really weak. Previously, in front of Pangu's physical body, Dong Huang Tai did not dare to take out the Bell of Chaos for fear that it would be snatched away. But now there was nothing to worry about. Clang. With that thought in mind, Tai took out the Bell of Chaos and smashed it at Pangu's physical body. Although the ancestral sorcerer punched the Bell of Chaos back, a blood-red mark clearly appeared on Pangu's fist. Sorcerer tribe, you have no skills? Seeing this scene, the demon tribe was even more excited. Khanate cardinal treasure? Our sorcerer tribe has one too. With a cold snort, the 12 ancestors of sorcerer took out the geomancy map of the primordial land. Immediately, a magnificent mountain and river appeared, turning into a blurry Tao shadow and merging into Pangu's physical body. The geomancy map of the primordial land could trace back to its origin and evolve into Pangu's Tao shadow. With this help, Pengu's physical body's aura increased greatly. He waved his fist and charged towards Dijun. Kill. The demon tribe was not afraid. He directly rode Zhouxing and charged towards Pengu's physical body, wanting to kill him. Chapter 502. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two top formations of the untainted land caused too much damage. The entire starry sky was shaking. Stars fell from the starry sky and smashed into the untainted land. The land was riddled with holes and countless innocent creatures were affected. Die. The battle lasted for hundreds of years. The battle between the liches and demons had reached its climax. The demon clan controlled the cosmic stars formation and the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formed by the Grand Sorcerer. At this moment, the countless ancient stars in the Zhouxing formation shook together. Starlight shone on the untainted land. A terrifying power exploded and shattered Pengu's body. The 12 Grand Sorcerer vomited blood. At this moment, the 12 capital heaven divine fiends of the wizard clan had been broken. However, after breaking the Great 12 Citadel Divine Wraith formation, the massive heavenly cycle star formation didn't gain any benefits. A huge backlash struck, causing the massive heavenly cycle star formation to crumble. The demon immortals controlling the formation also suffered from the recoil and were seriously injured. However, this was not the most serious thing. With the collapse of the cosmic stars formation, other than the moon star and the sun star, the other Zhouxing formation and countless ancient stars all suffered unimaginable damage and began to collapse. Fragments, along with the stars, fell toward the untainted land. For a moment, the stars fell like rain. The untainted land ushered in a catastrophe. Countless creatures turned into ashes. The world was full of doomsday scenes. In such a terrifying scene, even the great mediums did not dare to go out casually. They quickly activated the protective mountain formation and guarded the mountain gate firmly, afraid of being affected by the falling stars. Kill. After a shocking battle, both the liches and demons were injured. Even the clan formation was broken at the same time and could not be used in a short time. However, their combat power was still there. Without any hesitation, the top experts from both sides pounced on each other almost at the same time. Clang. Tai relied on his high cultivation and used the Bell of Chaos to attack Wuxia San, who had the weakest cultivation. Wuxia San was only a beginner sage to be. He could barely compete with the demon saint of the demon clan by relying on the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Now that the formation was broken, he was instantly beaten back to his original form. Therefore, how could Wuxia San, who was at the beginner sage to be, defeat Tai, who was at the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm? Ah! A pitiful cry rang out and Wuxia San was reduced to dust by the Bell of Primal Chaos. Instant kill. Wuxia San, an early-stage quasi-saint, had been killed by Tai in one move. Hiss. Seeing this, all the powerful divines in the untainted land were so shocked that they took a deep breath. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian was too strong. Wuxia San had fallen too quickly. He was so fast that before the other ancestral sorcerers could react, he was killed by Tai. By the time the rest of the ancestral sorcerers reacted, it was already too late to save them. 13. The rest of the ancestor sorcerers howled and were about to attack Tai. But at this moment, Dijun made his move. With that, the Wu slaughtering sword was unsheathed. A beam of blood-red light flashed past, slicing through space and ruthlessly slashing the body of the poison ancestral shaman, Shibai Shi. The Shebi corpse was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Dijun as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, his body was strangely split into two halves and returned to the world. The Shebi corpse was dead. He had been killed by Dijun in one move. This was even more shocking than Tai killing Wuxia San in one move. After all, Wuxia San was only an early-stage quasi-saint. There were not many people in the untainted land who could kill him in one move, but there were still some. But the Shebi corpse was different. He was a perfected quasi-saint, almost standing at the peak of the untainted land. There were many who could defeat him, but not many could kill him, let alone kill him in one move. This was something that even a saint could not do. But Dijun had done it. Everyone was shocked and looked at Dijun, wanting to know what realm he had stepped into to have such power. He was still a half-step primordial chaos. Although he was strong, he was not particularly strong. It's that sword. It can restrain the ancestral sorcerers. In the blink of an eye, everyone found the key to Dijun's killing of the Shebi corpse, the Wu slaughtering sword. The sorcerer race is in trouble. The sudden change changed the situation of the liches and demons, and it also affected the heart of the great mystical power, the netherworld. With the death of the Shebi corpse, Huda finally could not sit still. She wanted to walk out of the reincarnation palace and charge to the battlefield to help the sorcerer race. But, fellow Taoist Hutu, please wait. 30,000 miles of purple gas filled the air. The Grand Pure One rode over on an ox and blocked Hutu's path. The life and death of the liches and demons battle depends on the will of the heavens. Fellow Taoist, please don't interfere. The Grand Pure One bowed to Hutu and said expressionlessly. The saint preached on behalf of the heavens and acted with the will of the heavens. He had to stop anyone who dared to violate the heavenly Tao. And it was the will of the heavens for the liches and demons to perish together. Anyone who dared to interfere with this would be the enemy of the heavenly Tao and the saint. You're courting death. Knowing the purpose of the Grand Pure One's visit, Huda did not waste any time and directly charged over. Rumble. The phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind Hutu and released the power to turn life and death. It was terrifying. That was all the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation that Hutu could mobilize after leaving the netherworld. Don't underestimate this phantom. With the level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, even a phantom could erupt with the power of a Khanate cardinal treasure. Go. The power of reincarnation was mysterious and unfathomable. The saint of Taiji did not dare to underestimate it. He hurriedly took out the Taiji painting and fought with Hutu. Shebi corpse. Seeing Shebi corpse die, the eyes of the other ancestral magi turned red. Shebi corpse was not like Wuxia. He was the orthodox ancestral magi and had grown up with the other ancestral magi. They had endless years of friendship. Dijun, I want you dead. Di Jiang said with hatred. Terrifying power spread out and even the great Tao was distorted. Swoosh, space suddenly became chaotic and Di Jiang's figure blurred. Then, countless Di Jiangs appeared and surrounded Di Jun, attacking him at the same time. These figures were all real. Di Jiang folded space and turned into thousands of them, attacking Di Jun at the same time. Tai, give me your life. Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Chang Liang, Shizi, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning walked out and attacked Tai together. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning gathered together, erupting with the power of a chaos prime. They activated the chaos geomancy painting and fought fiercely with Tai. Taoist Fushi, please. Candle Join stepped forward and faced Fushi. Both of them were half-step primordial chaos existences. When they fought, it could be said that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to separate them from each other. Then Gonggong, the water ancestral magi, attacked Kunpeng. Zhurong, the fire ancestral magi, faced Shihi. Zhurong, the gold ancestral magi, and the wood ancestral magi also found their opponents. A chaotic battle between pre-saints broke out. At the same time, the battle between the great magi and the demon god began. The chaotic battle between nearly 10,000 golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven and dozens of sage-to-be was so terrifying that it directly tore the heaven realm apart. Even the chaos geomancy was affected. Huge cracks appeared as if it was about to fall apart. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the destructive power it would cause. Before long, the entire void was shattered. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged and destructive energy overflowed, interweaving into destructive storms. The world was already showing signs of instability. Di Jiang. Today, let's settle this once and for all. After another fight, Di Jun transformed into a huge Emperor Dharma idol and began to advance. That's right. At this moment, Di Jun was about to break through and become a chaos Daluo Jinxian. Heaven and earth shook and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, crowding toward Di Jun. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing this, Di Jiang laughed and began to break through as well. In fact, Di Jiang had shown signs of breaking through tens of thousands of years ago. He was the eldest son of Pangu. He had extraordinary comprehension and great luck. In addition, he had cultivated the path of gods and demons. He had long understood the path ahead and had hopes of attaining Tao. However, in order to set up the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation, Di Jiang suppressed his desire to break through and delayed it. But now, the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation had been broken. He had nothing to worry about and began to break through. Whoosh! Pangu's blood was gushing, making a raging sound. That was the blood being purified. It was constantly shedding the tribulation energy and transforming into the purest Pangu blood. When the ancestral shaman attained the Tao, his bloodline underwent a metamorphosis and naturally transformed into the purest Pangu bloodline. Because of this, Grand Magi who had attained Tao could not join forces with those who had not attained Tao to set up the seven capital heaven divine killing formation. Because the Grand Magi who had not attained Tao had impure Pangu blood and were far inferior to Grand Magi who had attained Tao. Buzz buzz buzz, the path of space made a huge buzzing sound and resonated with Di Jiang. A huge phantom of a demon god appeared behind Di Jiang as if the path of space had descended. Its appearance was exactly the same as Di Jiang's. The path chosen by the 12 Grand Magi was different from Feng Zichen's. As early as when they were born, Pangu had chosen a path for them. As long as they followed that path, they would definitely achieve extraordinary results. Therefore, the primordial chaos of the 12 Grand Magi was not reversing Pangu's physical body, but improving themselves. Turning themselves into Tao. Attaining Tao was attaining Tao, oneself was Tao. Two shocking lights appeared. Di Jun and Di Jiang transcended the river of time and space at the same time and attained the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. From now on, the true spirit was boundless and immeasurable. The sun and moon decayed, but I was immortal. This was true freedom, true freedom. Kill? As soon as the two broke through, they did not care about experiencing the changes in their bodies and crazily attacked each other. Di Jun kept waving the Wu slaughtering sword, trying to destroy Di Jiang's physical body. But unfortunately, Di Jiang's body merged with the void. He seemed to be everywhere but also seemed to be nowhere. No matter how Di Jun attacked, he could not hurt him. How can this be? Di Jun and Di Jiang's breakthrough was completely beyond the saint's expectations. Chapter 503. How could they have broken through? Was a mess. Was all a mess. Everyone's plan was disrupted with Di Jun and Di Jiang's breakthroughs. The situation of the Great Shaman-Demon War had changed like never before, and the outcome was unknown. As time passed, the demon demi-saint fighting Gomang was gradually losing. He was forced into a desperate situation and was about to die. Let's die together. Either way he would die. The demi-saint made up his mind and rushed to Gomang's side, self-destructing to drag him down with him. Boom. A dazzling light appeared like the sun, so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. When the light subsided, the wood ancestor which Gomang and the demi-saint of the demon race had all turned into nothingness. Everything had disappeared. Wood wizard Gomang had died. Ah, Gomang? Demons, you deserve to die. Perhaps stimulated by Gomang's death, the demi-saint's attacks became more ferocious. However, the demons were not to be trifled with. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he pulled his opponent along with him and self-detonated, just like the demi-saint from before. Boom, boom. Two more explosions sounded. Two demi-saints of the demon demi-saints were dragged down with them. Metal wizard Rusho had died. Fire wizard Zhurong had died. Shiha. At this time, Di Jun suddenly went crazy and desperately attacked Di Jiang. Because Zhurong's enemy was Shiha. Shiha had self-destructed just now, taking Zhurong with her. Di Jun went crazy. Di Jiang went crazy as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 demi-saints had died. Di Jiang's pain was worse than Di Jun's. Fushi, Candle Dragon, let's die together. On the other side, Fushi and the Candle Dragon were also fighting crazily. They both self-destructed at the same time, trying to take each other down with them. Boom. The self-destruction of 2 half-step primordial chaos experts was extremely powerful. The heaven realm, which was close to the explosion, was riddled with holes on the spot. It was not far from collapse. As the main battlefield, the boundless starry sky could no longer withstand this huge force and collapsed. Beyond the boundless starry sky was the chaos beyond the heavens. Now that the boundless starry sky had shattered, the primal chaos chi from the primal chaos beyond the heavens was no longer obstructed. It immediately poured down, wanting to destroy everything and recreate the primal chaos. Brother? With Fushi dead, Nuwa was filled with hatred. She raised the cauldron of heaven and earth and was about to smash it towards the sorcerer tribe. However, at that moment, the Grand Pure One who was fighting the Lady of Earth, suddenly stopped and turned around to return to Mount Shouyang. When Huda saw this, she did not chase after them. Instead, she went to Jinxiu Heaven and confronted Nuwa from afar. Not good. Kuan Peng, who was fighting against Gong Gong, could not help but feel anxious when he saw the sage-to-be fall one after another. He could not help but want to leave. Unlike other demi-saints, he was not loyal to the demon race. Speaking of which, Kuan Peng still has a grudge against Di Jun. Firstly, when they were in the Purple Cloud Palace, Dijun once spoke ill of him, which was regarded as the shame of his life by Kunpeng. Secondly, he was originally the Lord of the North Sea and his life was very comfortable. However, he was forced by Dijun to join the demon race, so he was naturally dissatisfied. Thirdly, it was fine if he joined the demon race. However, Dijun was afraid that Kunpeng would share his power. He only gave him a name and not power, leaving Kunpeng as a demon master without an army. With all these reasons, it would be strange if Kunpeng could be of one mind with Dijun. His foundation had always been in the North Sea, not the demon race. With the thought of leaving in his heart, Kunpeng's hot blood gradually faded. He no longer fought with Gong Gong, but looked for an opportunity to leave. Suddenly Kunpeng's eyes lit up. What did he see? The supreme grade innate spirit treasure He Tu Luo Shu. This Dharma treasure was floating quietly in the starry sky in front of him, and it could be swept away by the chaotic aura at any time. As Dijun's lifelong spiritual treasure, He Tu Luo Shu should be in Dijun's hands. However, it was too severely injured, causing the mark left on it by Dijun to be mostly destroyed. That's right, it was severely injured. The eye of the heavenly cycle star formation was not the sun star or the bell of chaos, but He Tu Luo Shu. As a result, the heavenly cycle star formation collapsed, and He Tu Luo Shu suffered the greatest backlash. It was almost on the verge of shattering, and only then did it lose contact with Dijun. Let's go. With a thought, Kunpeng transformed into a great peng. With a flap of his wings, he swept up He Tu Luo Shu and ran away. The fastest speed in the world was not a joke. Among the people present, except for Di Jiang, no one could catch up with him. Kunpeng knew. Seeing Kunpeng's actions, Dijun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This person really deserved to die. Pooh. Dijun spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because of Kunpeng but because of Di Jiang. It was during this time that he was absent-minded that he was beaten twice by Di Jiang and suffered serious injuries. Tai Dai. Kunpeng's sudden escape caused Gong Gong, who was fighting him, to be at a loss. But soon he came to his senses and roared as he charged toward Tai Yi. Except for the beginning, the 4 ancestral sorcerers had been suppressed by Tai Yi for the rest of the time. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to be killed by Tai Yi, Gong Gong suddenly rushed over to help. The pressure on the 4 of them was greatly reduced, and they fought with Tai Yi again. The 5 ancestral sorcerers worked together to activate the geomancy map of the primordial world, exerting its power to the maximum. It actually attracted the support of the primordial world, faintly showing signs of suppressing Tai Yi. Previously, Tai Yi might have been able to borrow the power of Zhouxing to counterattack. But now, the boundless starry sky had been destroyed, and the Zhouxing had become tattered. Tai Yi could not borrow any power at all. Rumble. The battle was still going on. After the baptism of hatred, both sides had no scruples at all. It was as if they were going to perish together. As a result, the primordial world was in trouble. The first to be affected was the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally could not hold on. It shattered into pieces and fell down. What was below the Heaven Realm? It was the backbone of the world, Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Pieces of the Heaven Realm's fragments fell and smashed onto Mount Buzhou's body, causing great damage to it. The power of each piece of the Heaven Realm's fragment falling was not weaker than the full-strength attack of a saint. The power of thousands of fragments falling down could be imagined. If it was the Mount Buzhou of the past, it would naturally not be afraid. This bit of attack was like a drizzle. It was completely harmless and could not cause any harm to it. But the current Mount Buzhou could not do it. It, who had been corroded by the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God for many years, had long been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Its power was not as strong as before, and it would probably not be able to withstand the fall of the Heaven Realm. The destruction of the Heaven Realm also affected the earth. Volcanoes erupted one after another, and huge mountains collapsed one after another. Countless cracks appeared on the earth like porcelain. Rivers and lakes surged, drowning the earth. The sea also surged endlessly, invading the land. Even if the experts of the 5 Khanate races worked together and suppressed with all their strength, they could not stop the outbreak of the disaster. Every moment, countless living beings died. The entire world was filled with cries for help and painful moans of living beings. Resentment, boundless resentment rose into the air. It almost covered the sky. These were all emitted after the death of living beings. They were the most strange and domineering, able to corrode everything. And in a corner that no one noticed, an inexplicable force appeared, devouring the resentment. If someone traced the source, they would find that this force came from Mount Buzhou. Let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. Let the resentment of all living beings come even more fiercely. Chapter 504. Murmurs full of resentment came from the depths of Mount Buzhou. They were strange and unpredictable. Those were the voices of the chaos demon gods. They were venting their unwillingness. They were unwilling to sink into depravity. They were unwilling to lose their freedom forever. They were using their powerful resentment to corrode Mount Buzhou so that they could regain their freedom and take revenge on Pangu. Perhaps because of the loss of the seed of the world tree, the chaos demon gods suddenly became enlightened. They no longer corroded the entire Mount Buzhou with their resentment. Instead, they focused on one point. They focused all their resentment on the root of Mount Buzhou and wanted to cut off Mount Buzhou from the root. In this way, the speed of the chaos demon gods corroding Mount Buzhou was greatly accelerated. It was not far from the day when they would be free. However, the time of the chaos demon gods was not measured in days but in yuan hui. Their so-called speed was hundreds of millions of years in the untainted land. It was an extremely long period of time. However, with the beginning of the Great Lich Demon War, a variable appeared. The resentment that permeated the world converged towards Mount Buzhou in a strange way, and began to corrode it from the outside to the inside. The resentment of all living beings was not only directed at the Lich Demon race but also at the untainted land. They resented the arrival of the Great Tribulation and the inaction of the Heavenly Tao. They wanted to completely destroy the untainted land to vent their resentment. The simplest way to destroy the untainted land was to destroy Mount Buzhou, the backbone of the world. The resentment of all living beings corroded Mount Buzhou from the outside. The resentment of the chaos demon gods corroded Mount Buzhou from the inside. At this moment, Mount Buzhou could be said to be attacked from both sides. It was almost undetectable. Mount Buzhou sank a little. It could not hold on any longer. After all, Mount Buzhou was a dead object, not a living object. It lacked agility. Under the attack of both sides, it was normal for it, which was not as good as before, to be unable to hold on. With the help of the resentment of all living beings, the chaos demon gods, who originally needed tens of millions of years to escape, gradually saw the dawn of escape. That was because the stronger the resentment of all living beings, the faster they would be able to escape. Therefore they were excited and used their magical powers at all costs to gather the resentment of all living beings. Quick, quick, faster. The chaos demonic god was about to break free. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Dijiang Tai and the others who were constantly fighting. They didn't notice the abnormality on Mount Buzhou at all. An unprecedented calamity was about to arrive. Kill? The battle between the liches and demons became fiercer and fiercer. One after another, supreme mystic skills blasted towards each other as if they were free of charge. Now their eyes were completely bloodshot. They were exchanging injuries for injuries, and they looked like they were going to perish together. It was just a matter of who gave up first. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the heaven realm had completely collapsed. Even more than half of the boundless starry sky had been devoured by the chaos outside the heavens. Chaotic chi wreaked havoc, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, the five elements yuan chi went berserk, and a destructive storm engulfed everything. This was a true portrayal of the boundless starry sky. Zhouxing and the many ancient stars that hadn't been shot down by the witch tribe were unlucky. Not only did they have to resist the devouring of the chaotic chi, but they also had to be attacked by the aftershocks of the battle between the liches and demons. Zhouxing, which was already heavily injured, was even more seriously injured. It was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the two supreme stars, the sun star and the moon star, were still there. With their suppression, although the boundless starry sky was dangerous, it wouldn't be completely devoured by the chaotic chi and become a part of the chaos outside the heavens. With the collapse of the heaven realm, the battlefield of Dijiang Tai and the others also shifted, slowly approaching the wilderness. However, on the way to the wilderness, they inevitably had to pass by Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Waves of destructive power burst out from the void and swept fiercely on Mount Buzhou. Yes, the root of Mount Buzhou was eroded. Its mountain body wasn't damaged too much. Therefore, the aftershocks of these mystic skills couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou. However, every time the aftershocks of the mystic skills blasted on Mount Buzhou, although it didn't cause any damage to the mountain, it accelerated the speed at which the resentment of all living beings eroded Mount Buzhou's root. This was shaking the foundation of Mount Buzhou and also helping the Chaos Demon God to escape. Mount Buzhou's power was greatly reduced because of this, and it couldn't fight back. If someone dared to fight Mount Buzhou so presumptuously in the past, Mount Buzhou would have already fought back and suppressed them at the end of time and space. There would be no life and no death. From this, it could be seen that Mount Buzhou was really on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, the liches and demons were already in a frenzy and had completely lost their minds. They only wanted to kill each other and didn't notice this at all. However, the experts of the liches and demons didn't notice. However, among the great magicians who were hiding in the void and watching the battle secretly, someone noticed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is Mount Buzhou so quiet? Daoist Jiuyong asked curiously. There were very few great magicians who didn't know about Mount Buzhou. Many of them had suffered losses in its hands and knew how terrifying it was. But now, it didn't even have any reaction after being bombarded with so many great magicians of the liches and demons. It was extremely strange and inevitably aroused the curiosity of those who were observant. As Daoist Jiuyong spoke, he observed Mount Buzhou and wanted to see what was wrong. At this moment, another great magician's aftershock blasted Mount Buzhou. This attack still didn't cause any damage to Mount Buzhou. However, what was unbelievable was that Mount Buzhou, which had remained unchanged since ancient times, actually shook slightly under that attack. Although the shaking was very, very slight and almost imperceptible to the naked eye, it really happened. And this scene happened to be seen by Daoist Jiuyong, who had been observing Mount Buzhou. The next moment, Daoist Jiuyong was dumbfounded. The expression on his face was 50% disbelief, 30% shock and 20% fear. Mount Buzhou moved. Moved? In the void, Daoist Jiuyong's extremely terrified voice suddenly sounded. This voice was extremely loud. It even covered the rumbling of the battlefield and resounded in everyone's ears. What? Hearing this, everyone's first reaction. They didn't believe it. What kind of existence was Mount Buzhou? How could it shake because of the attack of the Great One? It was simply ridiculous. But in the next moment they believed it. Because when they looked at Mount Buzhou, an aftershock happened to sweep over and hit the side of Mount Buzhou, causing it to shake a little. This time the shaking was even more obvious than the last time. It could already be observed with the naked eye. Mount Buzhou moved. It really moved. It happened right in front of the eyes of the great magicians. It was shaken by the aftershock of the battle between the liches and demons. Chapter 505. But how was this possible? Mount Buzhou was the primordial heavenly pillar. Even though they had witnessed it with their own eyes, the group of great divine abilities still found it difficult to accept this fact. It was because Mount Buzhou's position in their hearts was very important. A mountain that held up heaven and earth, separated the two worlds, and suppressed the ancient and modern times. It was incomparably majestic and powerful. He was an unreachable peak, and the goal of the people should be the same for all eternity and eternity. But today, it shook. It was shaken by someone's attack. It was as if a myth had been shattered. It was unbelievable. However, everyone who could cultivate to the realm of great divine abilities were all people with extraordinary states of mind. It didn't take long for them to adjust their mentality. It was good that Mount Buzhou was gone. At that time, everyone could travel the long river of time and space, attack the past and future, reverse time and space, and reverse the cause. Wouldn't that be beautiful? That was a good thing. Sometimes, thinking about things from a different perspective would yield unexpected gains. From the shaking of Mount Buzhou, everyone thought of the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and then thought of the impact this matter had on them. They couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, they were all smart people. Smart people, it was easy for them to think too much. Therefore, everyone continued to think about it. Thinking about it, they broke out in cold sweat. If Mount Buzhou collapsed, how could the primordial world be spared? And if the primordial world was gone, could they still survive? This time, everyone really panicked. They originally thought that the great war between the witches and demons had nothing to do with them. But who knew that the witches and demons were a group of lunatics? They actually erupted without care and were about to destroy the primordial world. In just an instant, all the great divine abilities of the primordial world reached a consensus. The witches and demons could not fight anymore. If they continued to fight, no one knew if they would be able to determine life and death. But the primordial world was definitely gone. Crack. At this moment, another divine ability swept over and hit Mount Buzhou's body, causing it to make a cracking sound. Not good. The moment this voice fell, a great fear rose in the hearts of all the great divine abilities at the same time. The shadow of death covered their hearts. It was as if an unimaginable calamity was about to descend. This was death. It was not a long sleep. It was true death. The kind that would never return. Apocalyptic calamity. It was definitely a world-ending calamity. Apart from the calamity of the destruction of heaven and earth, there was no other calamity that could make them so fearful and even cause them to truly die. At this time, under the threat of death, no one dared to hold back. They all walked out of the mountain gate and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. He couldn't let the shamans and demons fight anymore. It doesn't matter if they die. However, he would drag the primordial world down with him. Absolutely not. Quick, stop. Stop fighting. Even the heavens and earth are about to be destroyed by you. Even the saints were getting anxious at this moment. They could not care less about their own plans. They all descended on the battlefield of the liches and demons, wanting to separate Tai Di Jiang and the others. But the Grand Shaman and the Demon Saint had been fighting for so long that they had long been invaded by the heaven and earth tribulation chi, completely losing their minds. In his heart, other than the desire to kill his opponent, there was only the desire to destroy everything. How could they be easily persuaded by others when they were blinded by the aura of calamity? In fact, when they saw the crowd rushing over, they actually abandoned their opponents at the same time and attacked the crowd who had rushed over to persuade them. Die. All of you die. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the others seemed to have fallen into madness. They wantonly used their divine abilities and destroyed everything around them. Rumble. Attacks filled the sky. Each one of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The power contained was enough to severely injure a half-step primordial chaos existence. Sensing the danger, everyone subconsciously activated the spirit treasures in their hands and counterattacked. Not good. However, as soon as this attack was launched, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. How could it be so easy to take back a divine ability that had been launched? Rumble. Resplendent light erupted and covered everything. It was the scene caused by hundreds of divine abilities colliding. Moreover, they were all great divine abilities, as well as the supreme divine abilities of the saints. One could imagine how powerful the power contained in them was. Even a primordial chaos expert would be severely injured or even die if they fell into it. Boom. Terrifying power erupted. An invisible ripple spread out. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. Everywhere it passed there was nothing. It was Mount Buzhou. Could not block its power. Therefore, Mount Buzhou fell. Rumble. The ripples spread out, carrying a huge force and knocking down Mount Buzhou. Immediately, the long river of time and space raged. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged out together. The heaven and earth barrier also shattered. The heavenly river poured down and heavenly fire surged out. The entire primordial world was in deep water and scorching fire. Yes, the idiom deep water and scorching fire came from this. Ah, help! The world was filled with the cries and wails of all living beings. How could this be? It must be fake. Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, everyone present was dumbfounded. The script was not right. Wasn't the final battle of the Magi almost causing Mount Buzhou to collapse and the primordial world to be destroyed? Then we stepped forward without caring about our own safety and ended the great calamity in advance to save the primordial world? Why did it turn into us fighting with the Lich and pushing down Mount Buzhou in the end? To topple Mount Buzhou, just how great was the power of karma? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, even Tai Di Jun, Di Jiang, and the other ancestral magi calmed down and stopped the battle. How could this be? Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, their eyes were filled with confusion. They were not surprised that the heavenly realm was destroyed. They were not surprised that the boundless starry sky was destroyed. They were not surprised that the primordial world was riddled with holes. However, they were really surprised that Mount Buzhou had collapsed. That was Mount Buzhou. It represented Pangu's will and suppressed all space-time in the past, present, and future. It was the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world. Even if they self-destructed, they should not be able to hurt it at all. But now, how could it be pushed down by the aftermath of their battle? It was too fragile. If it were not for the extremely strong aura of Pangu that permeated Mount Buzhou's body, Di Jiang would have suspected that the Mount Buzhou in front of him was fake. But how could he? Puzzled, very puzzled. Not to mention Di Jiang, even the other great magicians did not know why the Mount Buzhou, which was said to be invincible in the primordial world, would be so easily pushed down by them. However, being puzzled was one thing. At this moment, the most important thing was, it was better to quickly clean up the mess. After Mount Buzhou fell, the world lost its support and showed signs of closing again. The sky had already begun to sink. If they did not clean it up, when the world became one, the primordial world would really be gone. Fortunately, as soon as the world showed signs of closing, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu activated the entire netherworld and pulled the primordial world, causing it to sink continuously to prevent the primordial world from rising. This bought a lot of time for the other great gods, allowing them to deal with other matters with more ease. Not good. Retreat quickly. Just as everyone was discussing how to survive this calamity, the Grand Pure One's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a great fear arose in his heart. Before he could think carefully, the Grand Pure One hurriedly shouted and left Mount Buzhou far away. Let's go. Let's go. After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven had a bad feeling almost at the same time. They hurriedly shouted and retreated. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not dare to stay any longer when they saw the powerful three Pure Ones retreating in a hurry. They directly retreated behind the three Pure Ones. There's something strange at the bottom of Mount Buzhou. Looking at the place where Mount Buzhou was broken, the Grand Pure One frowned and said solemnly. There, earth, fire, water and wind gushed out, the aura of destruction was everywhere, it was pitch black, it was simply a forbidden area for living beings. Danger? That was the feeling that the bottom of Mount Buzhou gave everyone. Just a glance from afar was enough to send chills down their spines and give birth to a sense of danger. If they really walked in, wouldn't they be in danger of dying? What exactly is there? Although everyone was curious, no one dared to go forward to check. No one was a fool. By the way, why hasn't teacher appeared yet? Suddenly someone asked in a low voice. That's right. Such a huge thing had happened, and the primordial world was about to be finished. Why hadn't Tao Ancestor Hongjun appeared yet? At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it were any other time, the Tao Ancestor would have appeared long ago. If he still did not appear, it was obvious that he had been held back by something. Something that could hold back the Tao Ancestor was definitely bigger than what they were facing now. Thinking of this, everyone's heart sank. It was even bigger than the destruction of the primordial world. Then what was it? They did not dare to think, they did not dare to think. At the same time, at the intersection of the chaos outside the heavens and the chaos outside the realm, two figures were facing each other from afar. If anyone came here, they would recognize that the figure in the chaos outside the heavens was the primordial world Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Although the background of the person opposite him was unknown, he was obviously not a simple person to be able to stop the Tao Ancestor. Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, are you really going to stop the poor way? Tao Ancestor Hongjun looked at the person in front of him and said expressionlessly. Yang Mei. The person who came was immortal Yang Mei. She was a true legend. The reincarnation of the space demon god, the transformation of the innate willow tree of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the first existence in the primordial world to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. She had even achieved the Tao before the Tao Ancestor. No, to be precise, she had achieved the Tao before the heavens and earth. As an existence second only to Pangu among the chaos demon gods, Yang Mei's realm had long surpassed the primordial chaos Tao realm and reached an extremely mysterious realm. Her cultivation was close to Pangu's. And things like the Tao realm, it was about eternal proof and never falling. Therefore, even though Yang Mei had reincarnated into the primordial world, her realm was still there. However, her physical body and strength were no longer there. These, she had to cultivate from the beginning. Chapter 506. However, because his realm was still there, his cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. That was, there would be no bottleneck. As long as his strength was there, his realm would naturally break through until his cultivation returned to the realm of his previous life. Therefore, it was not correct to say that Yang Mei was the first existence in the primordial world to cultivate to the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. To be precise, he had restored his cultivation to the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Sigh. I had no choice but to come because of someone's request. So, fellow Taoist Hongjun, you'd better stay here with poor Wei for a while. Sighing, immortal Yang Mei said helplessly. He was a chaos fiend god. Even if he reincarnated into the primordial world, this would not change at all. Thinking about it, the chaos fiend god was known as the son of chaos. He was the most powerful and noble living being in the world. Every one of them had the potential to achieve the great Tao. In the primordial world, that would be a heaven-defying talent. In that case, how could Yang Mei give up such a noble identity for the primordial world? Therefore, Yang Mei had no choice but to take action at this moment and block Tao ancestor Hong Jun's path to prevent him from stopping the chaos fiend god from breaking out of the seal. After all, compared to the living beings of the primordial world, the chaos fiend gods were his true friends. Hearing that, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not help but frown. He was very afraid of Yang Mei, because he had once been defeated by this person. That was when he had just attained the Tao and thought that he was invincible in the primordial world. But in the end he met Yang Mei again. Then he suffered an unprecedented defeat. Yang Mei stood there. No matter how Tao ancestor Hong Jun used all his methods, he could not hurt her at all. Instead, she took away all her spirit treasures. Although at the end of the story Yang Mei returned all the treasures to Hong Jun. However, that battle had left an indelible impression on Hong Jun. Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, you have also cultivated in the primordial world and received the grace of this world. How can you watch him be destroyed and do nothing? After thinking for a while, Tao ancestor Hong Jun played the emotional card. It was not that he did not want to suppress Yang Mei violently, but he could not. Hong Jun might not be Yang Mei's match, but the heavenly Tao was definitely. If he wanted to make a move, he could definitely suppress Yang Mei. However, Yang Mei's location was very particular. It happened to be the border between the Great Chaos and the Great Chaos. In this way, as long as the heavenly Tao attacked, Yang Mei would be out of the range of the primordial world and the heavenly Tao would not be able to do anything to her. This was the disadvantage of the will of the world. Although it was invincible within the world, it could not leave the boundary of the world. The restrictions were extremely great. Besides, Yang Mei was able to escape from Pangu and successfully reincarnate into the untainted land. One could imagine how powerful she was. Can the heavenly axiom really take him down? It was because of all kinds of scruples that Hong Jun would negotiate with him. Otherwise, do you really think that the Tao ancestor has a good temper? The reason why Yang Mei was able to recover her current strength was not only because of her own efforts, but also because of the resources from the untainted world. This was karma and it had to be repaid. If Hong Jun brought this up, Yang Mei might have some misgivings. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, Yang Mei's face became ugly. Speaking of this, he was really angry. The reason why the untainted land could be where it was today was not only because Pangu had transformed into heaven and earth, but also because it had devoured the bodies of the 3,000 demon gods. But in the end, he reincarnated into the untainted land. Not only did he not enjoy the treatment of the god of creation, but he was also often tortured by heaven and earth. Even if he wanted to leave the untainted land, he had to first settle the karma between him and the untainted land and compensate him for the resources he had consumed to cultivate in the untainted land. What was all this? Until now, Yang Mei had not left the untainted land and went to the Great Chaos to search for the Great Tao because he had not paid off the debt he owed to the untainted land. Therefore, he had been staying at the border between the untainted land and the chaos, engaging in the work of transforming the chaos chi in order to pay off the debt as soon as possible and escape. With Pangu around, nothing will happen to the untainted land. You don't have to worry. After a while, Yang Mei said with a sullen face, but she did not even call him fellow Taoist. Before the Great Tao was completed, how could Pangu watch the untainted land be destroyed? If it really reached an irreversible situation, he would definitely intervene. Yang Mei could see this clearly as a bystander. She was not worried that the untainted land would be destroyed. That's true. After thinking about it, Tao ancestor Hong Jun felt that what she said made sense. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. Moreover, the karma between me and the untainted land has long been settled when Rahu died. After a while, Yang Mei continued. She was saying that she no longer had any karma with the untainted land. At the end of the ancient times, Yang Mei had helped Yu Hongjun defeat the demon ancestor Rahu and stopped him from destroying the untainted land. Yang Mei had taken this opportunity to sever her connection with the untainted land. She only needed to repay the debt and she could leave. Also, I came here today only to save my former fellow Taoists. With all the years of cultivation in the chaos, I will not interfere with the operation of the untainted land. In the end, Yang Mei added. She was really not interested in the untainted land. After a deadly calamity, Yang Mei had a new understanding of the great Tao. Therefore, she was eager to return to the depths of the chaos and cultivate in seclusion. She really did not want to care about the trivial matters of the mortal world. After saving the chaos fiend god, Yang Mei would have completed her merit and could go to the depths of the chaos to cultivate in seclusion without any worries. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. After hearing Yang Mei's words, Tao ancestor Hong Jun vaguely understood her current state and could not help but say enviously. After completing her merit, she would escape the calamity and head to the depths of the chaos to pursue the great Tao. That would be true freedom and freedom. It was much better than him being trapped in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yang Mei smiled and did not say anything. Hee. This day has finally come. We are about to return to the world. Just as everyone was hesitating whether they should go to the bottom of Mount Buzhou to take a look, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly took out their Dharma treasures and looked at the bottom of Mount Buzhou vigilantly. People? What is that thing? How can you be so lowly? How can you call yourself us? Remember, we are the masters of the chaos. Accompanied by an arrogant voice, the bottom of Mount Buzhou suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a pitch-black beam of light completely composed of chaotic evil aura suddenly rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou. It went all the way up, passed through the boundless starry sky and the chaos beyond the sky, and directly collided with the barrier of heaven and earth. Then, the barrier of heaven and earth shattered. Like a mirror shattering, countless cracks appeared first, and then it shattered all over the ground. Chapter 507. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Feng Zichen, who was hiding and watching the show, was dumbfounded. That was the heaven and earth barrier. The strongest defense of the primordial world. It protected the primordial world from the invasion of the great chaos. If the heaven and earth barrier was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, the primordial world was in danger of being destroyed. Without the heaven and earth barrier, how could the primordial world resist the invasion of the great chaos? It could be swallowed by the violent chaos chi at any time and become a part of the chaos. The heaven and earth barrier was the foundation of the primordial world. Normally, no matter how fierce everyone was, even if they completely destroyed the world, as long as the heaven and earth barrier was still there, the primordial world would not be truly destroyed. They could create a new world in the chaos. However, the great chaos outside the primordial world was different from the chaos outside the primordial world. The chaos will there was too strong, and almost no one could create a new world there. Even Feng Zichen created a small primordial world with the protection of the heaven and earth barrier. Otherwise, he would not dare to create a new world in the great chaos outside the primordial world. Just the backlash of the primordial world was enough to kill him. Rumble. As soon as a hole appeared in the heaven and earth barrier, the violent chaos chi impatiently squeezed in through the hole. Fortunately, although the chaos chi was strong, it was impossible for it to completely shatter the heaven and earth barrier with one strike. It only made a small hole in the heaven and earth barrier. However, one should not underestimate this hole. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses because of an ant's nest. If this hole was not dealt with in time, it was very likely that it would cause the entire heaven and earth barrier to collapse. Crack, crack. The heaven and earth barrier could not bear the terrifying pressure and made cracking sounds. The crack continued to expand and more chaos chi surged in. Not good. At the border of the primordial world and the chaos, Tao ancestor Hongjun saw this scene. He had just relaxed, but his heart suddenly jumped. If this was not handled properly, the primordial world would really be gone. Tao ancestor Hongjun did not dare to hesitate and was about to repair the heaven and earth barrier. However, the chaos fiend god had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How could he let Tao ancestor Hongjun seal the hole in the heaven and earth barrier so easily? They did not care about hiding anymore. They walked out of the depths of the chaos and charged towards Tao ancestor Hongjun. Hongjun was helpless. He immediately transformed into the heavenly Tao and fought with the chaos demon god. However, because he had to worry about the gap in the barrier between heaven and earth, Tiandao Hongjun could not let go of his hands and feet when fighting with the chaos demon god. He was a little timid and gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other hand, the chaos fiend celestial was able to defeat the heavenly Tao Hongjun despite being the weaker party due to his lack of scruples. Obstructed by the chaos fiend celestial, The heavenly Dao Hongjun could only barely hold them back and was powerless to repair the heaven and earth barrier. As for great immortal Yang Mei, she watched from the side, not helping either side. Quick. Quick. While the crack is still small, think of a way to plug it. Otherwise, when the barrier of heaven and earth is completely broken, even if Pangu's father is reborn, he will not be able to save the primordial world. At this moment, the great mediums of the untainted land finally came to their senses. He could not care less about the chaotic primordial world. He wanted to head to the chaos outside the heavens and think of a way to mend the heaven and earth barrier. Where do you want to go? Stay here obediently and be the resources for our recovery. Just as they were about to leave at the bottom of Mount Buzhou, a stream of chaotic evil chi suddenly gushed out and kept churning on the ground. Who's there? Playing tricks. Courting death. After being blocked by the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the people who were in a hurry to leave were completely enraged. They raised the spiritual treasures in their hands and attacked the chaotic evil chi. Rumble. The chaotic evil chi exploded on the spot. Even the extremely hard Mount Buzhou below was sent flying by the people's attacks. And this was also what the Chaos Fiend Celestial wanted. The seal left by Pangu was completely broken under the joint attack of the people. The Chaos Fiend Celestial, who had been sealed since the creation of heaven and earth, finally came out. Ah! Pangu, we are here to take revenge on you. Horrifying demonic shadows rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou one after another, and a shocking pressure filled the air. Their figures were extremely huge and they were surrounded by Taoist rhymes. They were even more majestic than heaven and earth, and they exuded boundless dominance as if they could suppress the past, present, and future. This was the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Pangu's aura. I feel a very strong Pangu's aura. There seems to be a descendant of Pangu here. In an instant, many horrifying eyes looked at Hutu. Pangu's bloodline was the purest and strongest here. After sizing up Hutu for a while, the Chaos Fiend Celestial turned their eyes to three pure ones, Dijiang, and the other ancestral sorcerers. Pangu's descendants. So many Pangu's descendants. As long as I devour them, I can recover most of my strength. Thinking of the benefits of devouring Hutu and the others, the Chaos Fiend Celestial's eyes suddenly became hot. Murderous intent filled the air. Everyone, it's important to block the sky screen. We, the Seven Saints, will stall the Fiend Celestial true spirits here. Everyone, quickly go to the outer space to block the sky screen and prevent it from collapsing further. Knowing that the matter of blocking the sky screen could not be delayed, the Seven Saints stepped forward and blocked the Chaos Fiend Celestial, opening a passage to the outer space for everyone. There were more than 2,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials who escaped. Only the Seven Saints with the heavenly Tao behind them could block them. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be blasted into pieces by the 2,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. He couldn't be any more dead. As they stepped forward, the Seven Saints also looked at Dijun and the others. Fellow Taoist, now that the primordial world is about to be destroyed, please put down your personal grudges and focus on the primordial world. It was rare for the Grand Pure One to speak to Dijun and the others in an extremely polite tone. He had to be polite. Apart from them, Dijun and the other two were the strongest in the primordial world. They had to be relied on to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Perhaps, in the end, they would have to use their bodies to repair the sky screen. If they were to be rude now, it would not be good for anyone if they were to fall out with them. It was better to be polite. Could save a lot of trouble. For the sake of the primordial world, in order to survive, they had to endure everything. That's how it should be. Without any nonsense, the three of them led a group of powerful beings and rushed to the chaos outside the sky. Just food. You want to leave too? You're really overestimating yourself. Seeing that someone was leaving, the Chaos Fiend Celestial was displeased. These were all resources for them to recover their strength. How could they leave just like that? Stay. One after another, extremely terrifying divine abilities burst out from the void and blasted toward the crowd. Seeing this, the Seven Saints hurriedly stopped them. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.